after day one. I promise you, it will just save you a lot of grief to be able to do that. All right. So just get that done. All right, we're at the top of the hour and we are ready to get going with our first session. Really excited about this. I've known Kristy for a little bit, Kristy Vincent, and in other capacities, but just recently we saw each other again at a conference, and she was working for Britannica. And so when we were getting ready for the digital learning conference, I was like, hey, you know what? I need to call Kristy because I know that she's working for Britannica. And one of the reasons why I really wanted to focus on like library software, because we have Britannica through the library, is that we've noticed that when we went through the Scope Act and House Bill 18, and we started to minimize all the data and all the different software that is out there, we saw a big increase in the library software that people were using. And when you think about Britannica, you probably think about, just like encyclopedias. I'm just going to go and I'm going to do a search and have an encyclopedia. And that's not the way it is. There's a lot of interactive pieces. So I wanted to bring Kristy on. She's going to be talking about revitalizing your library program with Teach Britannica. And really, it's not just your library, but it's going to be, really all your content because there's so much in there. So I'm going to stop talking and because it's 8:02 and I'm going to turn it over to Kristy. Kristy, welcome. We're glad that you're here at the DLC and we appreciate you.
Thanks, Todd. I'm so excited to be here. And now I'm realizing how much of an echo is in this room. Is the sound okay?
You sound good. You sound good.
Perfect. All right. Well, let's get moving then. So we have this slideshow very conveniently for you guys in Google Slides. So I will make sure that you guys have a link to that so you can pop into that if you want to come back to any of these things. You'll also note that my email is right there front and center. And that is to support you if you have any great ideas or you need some of that additional help as we're rolling into August and getting started with the school year. So good morning, everyone. Very, very quickly, my name is Kristy. I live here in the Houston area. I spent about 10, 12 years in public education, all here in the great state of Texas. And then I moved to the dark side. And now I get the joy and opportunity to be with all of you, sharing some of these great resources. So we are going to do a super quick, hey, this is what is available to you with your partnership with TextQuest, and that's what's coming in are the Britannica resources through TextQuest. So those are already handled for you, and then we'll look at how to go a little deeper. One of the big things that we released last year, and I had the great joy of being down with Clear Creek a couple of weeks ago, I guess last month now, and we were sharing all of the great things in Teach Britannica. It is on a separate site. It's teachbritannica.com. I'll have that link for you momentarily. The good news is that this is completely free. So even if you have friends, colleagues, people that you used to work with, and now they live in Piedmont, North Dakota, you can send them the link to teachbritannica.com, and that's going to give them a number of resources available to them, including graphic organizers. This is one of our newer ones. It's called Brainburst. It looks just like this on your screen. So it's that great PDF. Many districts are looking for ways to reduce screen times with their kiddos. Great opportunity, whether that's in your library, you're working with your teachers in the classroom, wherever that is. Brainburst allows your students to kind of put down everything they know. One of my favorites to use when I'm working in person as we pass this out and say, okay, everybody, tell me everything you know about Britannica. Generally, one of the first things we hear is knock, 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 right? Do you want to buy this lovely set? Those of us of a certain vintage, we remember those days. But we've kind of come a long way. I'll give you some of that history here in a second. And graphic organizers are really great to activate prior knowledge, get kids thinking about something, get them excited about something, right? If you're sharing a new novel, a new topic, what do you know about this? Or what do you think's going to happen with this, right? They can put all that onto that Brainburst. They can also come back to it after that time period of maybe direct teaching or small group or whatever that unit of study. They can come back and also share when their brain is bursting with excitement of everything that they have learned. So really great for organizing, analyzing, great stuff there for Brain Burst. So here's your little sneak peek of what's coming with Teach Britannica. We'll get that towards the end. I am watching my time, so I promise not to hold you. So, what's going on with Britannica Education? Who are we and what do we do? We're all about inspiring that curiosity and keeping us going forward with learning. So you see some of our pieces there. I live and breathe in the space of supporting all of our different customers and partners after point of purchase. So that includes you. And what do you not know that's available to you, right? We don't want anyone to have a great Ferrari. Again, Houston driver. We don't want anyone with a great Ferrari and they're keeping it inside to store golf clubs, right? That's not its purpose. We really want to get out and use all the tools and all the accessories that are available to us. Todd, I always forget on Zoom. It is my biggest downfall. Let me make sure that I've got this for sharing computer sound, and I'll look to you to stop me. And you can just ping me in chat if the sound is not coming through on this video. That may or may not play this morning. There we go.
My folks make sure I get a good breakfast. You know, plenty of fiber and all that stuff. Also, they buy me nice school clothes. They got me a computer, a video camera, a compact disc player. But the problem is, hardly any of this stuff can really help me with my schoolwork.
There is something you could have which would help you a lot. Do you know what that is?
No, but I'm afraid you're going to tell me.
Yes. It's the new Encyclopedia Britannica.
Encyclopedia Britannica. Now you tell me. I've got a report due tomorrow.
On what?
On the exploration of space.
Take a look at this. From the first beeps of Sputnik to the triumph of the Apollo moon landing.
Hey, I'm impressed. This way, I wouldn't have to worry about getting to the library. It's right in my own home.
Day and night.
All right. Well, since this has turned out to be a Britannica commercial, I guess you're going to tell me how somebody could get a set.
Actually, I thought I might, yeah.
And I suppose you're going to throw one of those 800 numbers up on the screen. Am I right?
Might as well.
And there it is.
Toll-free number, and we'll send you the...
Okay, so great news. You don't have to call the toll-free number. I'm not even sure if it works, if I'm being very honest. I'm not in Houston right now. I'm actually sitting in our office in Chicago, and I kind of want to ask someone if the 800 number works. But good news, you don't have to do that. It is available all online. So we were double checking to make sure all of our SciFair friends can get in. If you have any issues at all, we'll put my email back on and we'll redirect you to be sure that you can get in where you need. To be sure you can access all of this great digital content. Now, we did start in 1786. Yeah, no, really. We were founded in 1786. So we got a couple hundred years of the world's knowledge available to us. And you can see some of those pieces throughout our timeline right now on your screen. But the big piece we're going to focus on is this little friend. This one here launched in 2002. And this is Britannica School. So taking some of that knowledge that used to be bound in a book, which we haven't printed in quite some time, because the world's knowledge, it's obsolete by the time it hits print, right? Just thinking of everything that's happened in the last weekend, the last year. When I was in school, I was never sure who was the president or is the USSR a country, right? Because as those things changed, the printed text couldn't keep up with those. So we do live in a time and place where we can update those in real time online, and that's what you'll find inside of Britannica School. Now, 10 years after that, we did move to fully digital. We stopped printing. Every once in a while, I'll get an email or a phone call with someone looking for a printed or our most up-to-date printed copy of the Encyclopedia Britannica. But we stopped that about a decade ago. Continuing on down the timeline, 2 years ago, we released Early Elementary, our young children. So that is really great for our PK2 friends, going all the way down into those lower levels, helping and support them with items that are very text light. We know that those are our emerging readers, and getting them in a space where they are prepared for that learning opportunity. Moving on down the timeline here, this is where we'll spend a lot of our time. These are those tools and pieces that are going to support you as you really look to brighten and revitalize that library space and work with your teachers for putting this in the classroom, right? It's that Teach Britannica, that resource hub where you'll find things like the graphic organizer, that Brain Burst we saw just a moment ago. Couple of numbers for you. It's early for me. I have not yet had my full coffee, so I'm just gonna leave this on the screen for just a minute. The big piece is that we are all about supporting educators. We hire educators because we've done it, right? We understand what it's like. We understand, getting pulled out of your library to go cover this, that, or the other over there, and things change, and the unplanned fire drill, and all of those things that come into our space as we're working to be the best educator we can be. So forgetting not, again, we'd mentioned this up front. If you are a member of TextQuest, which I know there are, but we may have other friends joining us, you can get into these resources through your TextQuest, however you log in and activate into those. All right, so a question that I had received earlier in the summer as some changes were being made into the TextQuest program is, hey, is Britannica still doing the thing? Good news, we are. So you can see our resources right there at the top, keeping up with making sure that we all are getting the right information. That's more right there. That will get you to this little screen that you see there that's going to highlight straight from our friends at TextQuest what it is that you have available to you. All right, this first 10, 15 minutes, it kind of goes a little fast. That's by design, right? This is all the background. Why are we here? How did we get here? What is the thing, right? Then we'll slow down and go deep into all of the great resources available through Teach Britannica. All righty. Well, I took a breath and now my screen doesn't want to move anymore. There it goes. It's catching up with us. All right. So we mentioned Britannica School came out there in 2002, and it really has become a go-to resources for today's classrooms and our libraries. So you see it over there on the right-hand side. That's kind of a tablet view. It is screen smart. It will adjust based on the device that's available to you. Again, I live in the Houston area. I have kiddos that are attending high school, 3 in high school. Yeah, it's a good time at our house, right? We have 3 graduating over the next 4 years. And our students, our kiddos are asking, like, what's going to happen with this new law of banning devices? What does that look like? Good news. Whichever device you are using in your library, in the classrooms, Britannica School will recognize that and it'll adjust accordingly. It also is very much reliable and safe, appropriate for all ages. So if something were like, hey, I don't know if this belongs in our local community, we do have tools in place to support those that would be made at the district level. So if something like that were to pop up, feel free to ping us and we're happy to help you make those adjustments for your local community. It does work on any device, anywhere, at any time. So the fact check is the big piece, right? We get this question frequently. Other teachers want to know, other educators ask me, hey, what makes you different than, doing a search on my web browser of choice? How do I know I can trust what's coming to me from Britannica? And the good news is, as I sit here in Chicago on the 2nd floor, I'm sitting with many of the editors, and we have real human editors that are fact checking, making sure everything is accurate, up to date. Many biographies, librarians tell me frequently this is one of their most used resources in the library space, is when students are looking for biography. And there's over 1,100 of those available to you. You can see the other pieces there, that national or standards alignment. We know we're in Texas. Yes, your cheeks are aligned. Fear not, we got you. A number of language supports, huge emphasis on the Spanish language, which is, really great for our Texas educators as they're looking for those. And then those interactives, that was one that we relaunched and added a lot more to last school year. Feedback from teachers on that has been very positive. So I encourage you to find those and check those out as your time allows. When your students do log in, we're looking at an early elementary. I had mentioned earlier that it is very light on the text, and you can see that under that Let's Explore, right? So there are animals or places or people. You'll also notice the speaker icon, and that's so it has a read aloud functionality for students who need those additional supports as they are picking up or emerging in their reading journey. It also does have the English-Spanish toggle, kind of hard to see over there next to the astronaut, but it does put everything into native Spanish for them. We have a great Latin America team that took on that work and supported us into giving that native Spanish there. Really quick, it is, again, like we had mentioned, curated age-appropriate articles, all the pieces. This is now moved up a level into the elementary, so it looks a little more mature. We still have a lot of that imagery there. The words and sentences are very simple, working with those kiddos, but we want them to start building those research skills, right? Even at that early age, those early grades. And B-School helps to do that in a user-friendly look and feel. And then as you go on up through the middle school and the high school levels, you'll find that it matures a little bit at each step, making the sentences more complex as they have garnered more of those reading skills. Those are those interactives we had mentioned a little bit ago, so you can see those. But then there's that purple box that all librarians get excited about. Under the red blocks that says Explore, about halfway down your screen on the left, you'll see one that says Biographies. Going into those biographies are going to bring exactly that. I'm from a time where we maybe had to go search that card catalog and figure out where those were on which shelf in the library. Our students can do this digitally and log right into those biographies there, where they're going to continue to find those additional reading supports, read aloud, the dyslexic font that they can change their pieces into, lots of supports to make all of this accessible for all of our students. And you can see that on that navigator there on that top left. We've gone into the middle school level here, looking at the Nile River, but we have that open dyslexic font where they can change that if that's what makes it easier for them. Sections collapse, they expand. Again, we don't want our kiddos hit with a wall of text, and that multimedia is there across the top. There are some of those literacy supports we talked about. They are going to be found throughout B-School to support your students. That double click or quick click dictionary, any word you can click on very quickly twice, and it will give you the meaning and the read aloud in both English and Spanish. And that comes from our friends at Merriam-Webster, one of our sister companies, that we're able to use those resources and put them right into B-School. That one generally gets a lot of ooh when we're live with people, and educators talk about the need for those dictionary skills, and sometimes not even having enough dictionary in the classroom or in the library to support their students. So that's a really great feature that we put in based on feedback from educators needing those tools. And you can see a call out of the accessibility tools. Again, you will have access to this deck, to this presentation. So you can slow it down and take this at a speed that matches your needs. The citation tools are there. They are, of course, up to date. The translation tool, which works with Google Translate, and then that open dyslexic font, really meeting the needs of our learners where they are. We do work with different LMS. So again, Todd, your crew at Cyfair, I know you guys are good, but since you guys were gracious enough to open this up into other districts and other attendees, a quick point out, if you aren't using one of our LMS integrations with the tools available to you, please let us know. You can email me direct. I'll make it easy for you and redirect that as needed. All right. Finally, 18 minutes into the hour, we're going to jump into Teach Britannica. So Teach Britannica has the resources. You can see the headings there at the top right quadrant of your screen, where it talks about lesson minis, bell ringers and exit tickets, instructional strategies, and you can see the graphic organizers. We saw a preview of one of those very early in this presentation. So again, this lives on the website, teachbritannica.com. I dropped the link right there for you. You probably can't get it from your screen since you're watching the stream live, but if you want to share that into the chat somewhere, teachbritannica.com. And then you can follow along. Now, here's what I know about some of our A-types. Our A-type personalities are off to the races. They're not going to hear anything else I have to say. This is very exciting to find all of these resources that are available to you just a couple of clicks away. Very exciting. So go do your thing. We will be right here with you to get your attendance recorded. Fear not, we're definitely going to drop that in for you. So be sure you're paying attention for that in a little bit. But if you want to go off and jump into all things Teach Britannica, I encourage you to do so. Our lesson minis and the instructional strategies and graphic organizers, those were our first 3 buckets. And then I was actually in San Antonio meeting with different leaders, librarian leaders across the state at the TextQuest Summit. And a couple of librarians said, hey, why aren't there bell ringers and exit tickets? That would be great. This is in December. This is mid-December, late last year, late 24. And I took that back to our team and I said, hey, we got this really great request for some bell ringers and exit tickets. Can we do that? And by February, I want to say I had it for TCEA. We launched bell ringers and exit tickets. We always appreciate that feedback, being able to give you those things you need. So if you come across something or you have a great idea, please share that. We are always happy to take that feedback and ideally be able to offer you what you're asking for, right? Like we did with the bell ringers and exit tickets. So let's take these piece by piece. Lesson minis, they're highlighted right here on the screen, right? So we see that the lesson minis has the highlight, everything went green. And then each one there underneath it says, hey, this is a lesson mini. Great. So the lesson minis are designed to be focused around the topic. And then you'll notice right next to the lesson minis, there is a black box with white text and it says activities. So one has 4 activities or 3 activities or 5 activities. They each have a different number of activities and each activity takes a different amount of time to go through. They do not all have to be done together. They do not have to be done in order. It is completely up to you how you want to use those. But when you're looking for maybe a sub-plan, you want to expand a topic that you're doing in the library. You will need an expansion to a great book you're sharing with your kiddos. These lesson minis are a wonderful way to do that. Now I'm in the elementary section. That's why it says Britannica School Elementary across the top. But we do have this available for all levels. So that's why these are showing suitable for grade 3-5, because I'm in that elementary space. But you can change that and go into different levels. No worries for that. And you'll see different topics. We've also started tagging the ones that are new. So we're continually adding to these. What's here today will continue to be here tomorrow, but we will add more. Every month, we're adding more and more lesson minis. Similar to our lesson minis, those bell ringers and exit tickets we talked about. So you see a quick description or preview of one there over on the right-hand side. So this one is called a Write a Question, and those materials right there where it says Write a Question handout, those can be printed, they can be used online. But again, many districts are looking for opportunities to not have the screen time and looking for opportunities to do that less. So these bell ringers, these exit tickets, they are actually designed to be used in 10 minutes or less. And they are all research-based so that you have those effective education pieces, right? So this one here, what would you use it for? We want students to preview, engage, check for understanding, maybe have a self-assessment or reflection, that creative expression. All of those uses are up there at the top. So again, cross-curricular, you can use it in the library, you can use it in the science classroom, you can use it in high school, you can use it in elementary, lots of opportunities to use these resources. But anywhere we have that blue text, that's going to take us to a handout that can be printed. And then if you wanted to extend that, we added some of those teaching tips there at the bottom. You can see it'll take you into some of the articles through B-School to use that. So that's available for you. I hope this is a new one for you. I'm checking the chat quickly. So if you have any great information or if this is a new and exciting feature for you, feel free to leave that into the chat. Or if you have any ideas for new ones. I'm actually here in Chicago to meet with some of our product teams. So I would love to walk in and say, hey, this morning, some of our educators down in Texas said, hey, let's do this. So if you have any of those great suggestions, I'm watching for those to come into the chat. Now we also have our instructional strategies. So again, this is a quick little preview to have it on the slide so it was easy for you guys to see here. But there are many of this. These are appropriate for grades K2 through 5. You see that there at the top. And then what are we doing? What's the purpose of this instructional strategy? It's to help students acquire vocabulary or develop language. So when you're working with your different team members and it's like, hey, we need to work on some vocabulary acquisition. Picture glossary is a great way to do that. It tells you at the top what you're going to need. So we see those materials up there. Note that anytime you see that materials list, it is not going to be something that we need to, what my kids love to do, send me out to the local pharmacy at 10 o'clock at night because they forgot they needed XYZ, right? Or can we run to the big box store? So those materials in the top right, these are generally going to be available in your classroom. If it asks for paper, it is often completely fine to use some discarded paper that you've stacked up at the corner of your desk. I actually had a filing cabinet drawer I used to throw all the paper in that I messed up on the copier, right? So you can use that. You can use a whiteboard. You can use a display. If you have write-on surfaces with some of the great new furniture available in our classrooms, whatever it is you need, all of that is ready to go for you, and it walks you through that. So from Tammy in the chat, did you mention something about emergent readers? Yes. So anything that's designed for our K2 population, that's going to often work for our emerging readers. We're working with them in the early elementary level of Britannica School, which is available to you guys. That one really works with our emerging readers with the read aloud functionality, making the words simple, keeping the sentences short, all of those pieces. But Tammy, if you want to send me an email, I could do you a quick little video specialized for you for your exact question and get that over to you. It won't be today, I'll tell you that. I've got to go into meetings right after this. But please feel free to send me an email with those questions and I'll get that over for you. Thanks for sending that in. All right, so it is cross-curricular. That's how these are designed. So if you're in that all-inclusive classroom or you're working with another team of teachers, you can use many of these instructional strategies together. There's that graphic organizer again. So it's come back to see us. There are a number of these. This one is great. It is super short. It can be used as a bell ringer, exit ticket. Just tell me everything you know. Right? Maybe we're doing that with markers. Maybe we're doing it with drawings. Maybe we're using pencils. We're using finger paints, whatever it is. Some students want to draw words. Some want to draw doodles. Tell me everything you know about this topic. And our graphic organizers are great for that. All right. So I'm going to leave this slide up for just a second while I switch my screen around. And I am going to go into Teach Britannica and share that resource with you. Now, remember, this site is completely available to you. You don't have to do anything to sign into it. So even if you're struggling with your own sign in this morning for whatever reason, you can pop over to Teach Britannica and be able to follow right along with us. All right, making sure everyone can see the screen. teachbritannica.com. It says Teach Britannica, everything you know to teach the Britannica way. It's on the screen, and then you can see those different pieces we talked about, that early elementary, middle, and high school. So they are there across the top. You can go in that way, if you will. Or you can go right into those bell ringers, exit tickets, etc. Whatever you want to do. So I taught middle school, so I always start there, but watching that chat, if anyone has another that they would like me to show, I'm happy to do so. And you can flip back and forth. I'll show you some of these shortcuts to help you navigate around. So the lesson minis at the middle school level, you'll notice the topic and the pieces are a little bit different than we saw earlier at that elementary level, right? And we would expect that. So these are designed for grades 6 through 8, civics, government, museums, space, ready for research, generating a research topic. Like, how do I do the thing, right? How do I search? I need those digital research skills. These lesson minis are there for you. I actually had the privilege to be in Hawaii recently and share the volcanoes and volcanologists with our friends in Hawaii, and that has a local meaning to them, right? As they're on those islands formed by volcanic activity. So looking through these, if we went into short, let's look at generating research questions. So I click on it. Here are those ideas for implementation right there at the top. We've also front-loaded your key vocabulary and definitions. This was something based on teacher feedback that teachers and librarians say, hey, I need all this vocabulary right here, ready to go. So we put that together for you. Any extensions where this would make sense as you're going through this lesson mini. And then this one here has 2 activities. So again, the activities do not build on each other. You can use them independently. So this one takes, well, they both take 30 to 40 minutes. Watch this little clock over here. Sometimes that will change based on what's available. All right, so what materials do I need to do open-ended versus closed-ended questions? I need a whiteboard. I need a display. Got it. Cool. This is available in my library. And then these are links to different handouts. So when I click on these, notice they open up inside of a new tab. And I can use these online. I can go into these boxes and use these right here. Students can download them. They can just use them where they are. Lots of options for how to use these. A number of teachers have been sharing recently that they are downloading these and using these as printables, which is completely fine. The second handout that I need are these question cards, and it even tells me how many I'm going to need. It said 1 per student group and then 1 for the teacher. So I would have these and we would cut them out. And this activity is going to walk you through how to use these. Do be aware that there is often a teacher key associated with this. So if you're watching those numbers of items you're printing, you don't need the teacher key, right, for all the students. So just be very aware of that. But this walks you through how to do this activity, what you're going to tell the students, what you display and when, putting your group into small groups, maybe 3s or 4s, have them do a sorting, then we're going to model. It walks you through that as a teacher, right? These were created by teachers for teachers. What does this look like? How do we use this? What does it look like in my classroom? Well, I have some differentiation that I need to do. Cool, you could do a flow chart. You can do this challenge. These are designed for you. Well, what if I'm really lucky and I have a co-teacher or I have a para that's helping me out with this? We have those supports at the bottom for you as well. So the different pieces that you could do for note-taking, group activity, etc., these are all here for you. Now, again, this is one, I'm scrolling back to the top, this is one of a lesson mini. If I wanted to go back to those lesson minis, I can go back to the homepage for Teach Britannica, maybe try a different level, elementary versus middle school versus high school. I have options with getting where I need to go. So we did middle school. Let's go take a little sneaky peek at elementary. So that was a lesson mini. Now we have those great bell ringers and exit tickets. So what am I trying to use? A bell ringer, an exit ticket. What am I trying to accomplish? Whether I need to preview, review, get some creative expression, I can narrow these down. There's our friend Brain Burst. We saw that one a moment ago. We have another drawing one where we're drawing it out. But as you scroll through these, you'll find quite a few of them available to you. Maybe we're going to bring in some imagery options and we're going to predict through images. So some different ways that you can do that and implement it, all of those teaching tips, and then our needs to support all learners are there. But that graphic organizer, notice they're linked out through these blue text, through these handouts. So we can get into those. And again, you can print these out. You can use these. They're all ready to go. A frequent question I receive on these when we start talking about printing is there a limit? I don't want to get myself in trouble. I want to be a responsible, digital use. Is there a limit? There is not. We encourage you to print these and use these in a way that makes the most sense for you, right? All right, in all fairness, let's pop over to high school and we'll look at some of the instructional strategies there. Again, each level has these. So it's you can choose the level that makes the most sense for you, but maybe we're looking at analyzing political cartoons, annotating text, using column notes. My oldest just graduated Texas State, and when she went to Texas State, she said, "Hey, Mom, nobody taught me how to take notes in school. Like, what's up with that?" So we have a number of these instructional strategies, even for note taking and helping students figure out how to take all this great data and information they have and put it into a way that they can understand. So for this one, they have the title. What type is it? That's citation information. Again, everything in Britannica School has citations for you. And then they can break out those pieces. Totally printable. Encourage you to do so. So anytime you see that blue text, know that you can click into that and use that as you see fit. All right. So in elementary, we looked at, let's see how my memory serves. In elementary, we looked at lesson minis, and in middle school, we took a peek at bell ringers. High school, we saw some of those instructional strategies. Let's go check out our early elementary friends and some of these straight graphic organizers, right? So we're looking at animal habitats, animal in the ocean, maybe meeting Abraham Lincoln. We're going to go explore space or meet George Washington. Lots of options here, right? One of the things that we do generally early in the year is what is a community? Places in our community, season cycles. These are really important at that early elementary level. So if we look at what is a community, this is one of those lesson minis that's going to have a graphic organizer attached to it. You get all of that key vocabulary, right? All of those pieces. And then here are 3 different activities. This one does change on time, depending on what activity I'm in. Notice that time block there will change. And again, they don't necessarily build on each other. You can also get into any of those pieces, the graphic organizers, instructional strategies, bell ringers, down here at the bottom. And this is going to give them all to you. And then you can narrow down by grade here. We have a suggestion for those grade bands on where it's best used, but you know what you're doing. You're an educated professional, right? You can use these in a place that makes the most sense for you. But if I wanted to quickly see what is maybe best for those littles for K2, when I click on that K2, it is going to give me those that are best designed for that grade band. You can also see now what's trending and what's new. Those are stickers that we're putting across these to help you get to them early. Maybe talking about those biographies earlier. When I go into the body biography, this one pairs really well with the biography. So it's using our body, our little clay model here, to really expand upon using biographies. So who is the author? We could type that or we could write that in if this is printed out, right? And then you can see these questions that connect back to our human. This one resonates very, very well with librarians, with educators. It's a very frequently downloaded, clicked on resource. When you click on the articles, if you're not already logged in through your TextQuest or through your portal, that's why it's asking when you click on those resources, that's why it's asking you to log in. So you can log in there, or often we will say already be logged into B-School. And then it will take you right into those resources. So if I was in an elementary classroom right here, once you're here, so you've already gone through your login process, I know it's really hard to see sometimes in that top right, but there is a blue thistle. And under that, if you click on it, it'll say new, Teach Britannica. So if once you've already logged in to Britannica resources, then you can go to Teach Britannica and it won't ask you to log in anymore. It's going to recognize your login there. Sound good? Thanks. That is a great question. So again, when we're at Teach Britannica, those resources are all available for you. Scroll around, print to your heart's content or until your tech director gets mad, your choice, right? And it tells you a little bit about all of them down here towards the bottom. If you're in that high school space, I would also highly encourage you to check out some academic toolkits. They're going to be here. They're not really designed for our littles, so that's why I hang off from them. But these academic toolkits, great at the junior, senior level as they're getting ready. For those that are going to go on to higher education, it's going to take your research process, etc., to another level. So we keep those behind academic, but you can use some of those resources there. So this is a choose your own adventure inside Teach Britannica on whatever it is that makes the most sense for you. The button that likes to hide, I kind of wish that it had like marquee around it and it jumped off your screen. It was this top picks. When I hover over it, it really pops out, but it's super easy to miss. When you hover over top picks, you're going to find our free resource Fridays. Every Friday during the school year, we took a break for summer. On Fridays during the school year, we share out free resources, our monthly content calendars. Sometimes I think this one needs its own page. Our monthly content calendars, you can download early elementary, and middle school. But when you're looking for something new and exciting to put up, add to your bulletin board, share with your team teachers, this is a great opportunity to do that, is with these monthly calendars. So in June, we had our National First Ladies Day, National Sunglasses Day, and you can get into those opportunities here. Often it'll say things like question of the day. So these are available. Again, we're taking a break for summer, but when you come back for back to school, we'll get these coming back out at you. So I always encourage those, and they resonate well. They're hiding here in top picks, as well as are in the news or a scavenger hunt. When you're looking for additional opportunities to work with your teachers as we're getting back to school, scavenger hunts are a really great way to learn all of these things that I'm clicking, because I went through a lot in a very short period of time. The scavenger hunts will take you through the B School one is where you want to be. And there's one for grades 3 through 5, and there's one for grades 6 through 8. So you can go into those to help your students. You can also use these with your teachers and help them learn how to get into all of these different resources. So those scavenger hunts, they're hiding there under top picks with our monthly calendars, our free resource Friday, these different pieces, our blog that we're continuing to add to. If you're doing something great and wonderful, which you are always doing great and wonderful things, but one that you would like to share with us, please email me. We would love to feature you on our blog and share what you're doing with others. All right. Todd, I promised you I wouldn't forget. I know there is a slide, a code, a something you needed. I wanted attendees to make sure they get credit for this session. So I want to be sure we have time to do that, and that we have time for any questions that maybe have gone on unanswered. I'm trying to keep up with the chat. Yes, please. I see our great facilitators in the chat are saying, please send me an email if you need access that is sticking with you. Happy to help with that. Thank you, Jennifer, for those that are at Sci-Fair, walking them through, getting in through those local campus pages. That is incredibly helpful. But yes, please, please, please use that email. Again, disclaimer, you may not get a quick response from me today. I am in some all-day meetings, but you will get a response. It just may not be till morning. Or if I can send it over to one of my team members to support you, I'll try to do that as well. All right. So any other questions? Watching the chat. I'm glad you think they're pretty cool. Yes, yes, please share these with your team.
Hey, Kristy, I'm going to go ahead and share out the code.
Perfect. I'm going to stop sharing, Todd.
Okay. And the other thing that I was thinking that we could do is I can show people how to get on to Britannica when they're in CFISD. So we could do that here really quickly in the last couple of minutes if you don't have anything else that you're going to end with.
This is 100% useful as we're watching the chat. I know some of them were struggling with login. At Sci-Fair, Todd is the expert. So if you can walk them through that, and anyone that may not be in district again, or if you're in district and still having trouble, that's okay. It's the beginning of school year. It's hot. Our brains aren't working. Please email me and I will get you sorted out. Tell me your district, your campus, and then your school email, and we'll get you all worked out. But all yours, Todd. Walk them through it.
Sounds good. I'm going to leave this up for about 30 seconds, 20 more seconds. Make sure everybody gets this code, guys. Remember, this is the code that you need to be able to submit at the very end of the day so that you can get credit for attending this session. I think this is great. And, we got to see a lot of Teach Britannica. We didn't even get into Britannica, and all the stuff that's there. They'll be able to see a little bit of that when they log in. All right, so I'm going to stop sharing here, and I am going to go ahead and share my screen so I can jump into, let me see here. Where are we? I think this is it. No, hold on. Let me make sure I bring up my my browser. Let's see here. Oh, there it is. It's on the bottom. All right, here we go. Okay, so when you go to the CFISD.net website, you're going to want to go to academics. You want to go to library resources. So again, academics, library resources. You want to find your library. So find your campus library. So I'm going to go ahead and click on that. And then you want to click on the one that you belong to. So I'm tied to Cypress Falls library. So that's going to come up. And when you come up, you'll see the Fall Led Destiny link here. And then you can click on Britannica. And so from here, you can jump into the elementary, middle, high school and get what you need from there. Again, like Kristy was saying, maybe I'm going to turn off my camera so you can see this here. But on the top right-hand corner, you can click on, what did you call this, Kristy? You called it something else. I was going to call it a flower.
It's a thistle.
This, okay. You can click on that and go ahead and go into Teach Britannica from there. But then also there's a lot of other resources when you click into this and all the other things that are there as well. All right, so hopefully you'll be able to do that. When you're here in Cyfair, that's the way to do it. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and come back and turn on my camera. Kristy, hey, thanks so much for hanging out with us and showing us Britannica. We greatly appreciate it, and all the stuff that you shared. There's a lot of great stuff that's coming out. And I think, if we just kind of, is there a newsletter that comes out on a regular basis, maybe that we could subscribe to let us know what's coming out from Britannica?
Did my marketing team pay you to say that?
They-
They love our newsletter, and it is really great. You should get a pop-up on your screen anytime you come in. You can also go into that Teach Britannica website or just email me, and I will 100% get you added to that. We promise not to spam you to death. It really is great things that are happening, new pieces that have come out as we're launching for back to school. We do have some really great new enhancements coming out, and we can make sure that those are delivered right to your inbox.
Perfect. So a lot of great stuff. Britannica has come a long way. It's not your books anymore. I'm glad that you showed that video of the books and how it's come so far since then. One of the things that I always talk about when people, talk about textbooks and wow, I wish we had an old school textbook. When we had those textbooks, you could see the volcano, you could see a picture of it erupting, but you couldn't see it like really going off. You couldn't hear the sound. You couldn't do all that. And so that's what I love about having like a digital textbook. You're able to actually click on it, see the volcano going off or whatever it might be, and you get that experience, right? And so there's so many other things, the interactives, the simulations, all those things that are there and available. So a lot of good stuff there. All right. Well, Kristy, thanks so much again. We appreciate it. We'll get you on the next DLC. Bye. All right, guys, we are at the 50-minute mark. Coming up, we have Tessa and Katie with Promethean. And, we have a great Promethean panel implementation here in Cypress Fairbanks, and there's so much you can do with it. So when we, bring Tessa and Katie up at 9 o'clock, you're going to get some really great information in how to really take your panel to the next level and use it effectively. It's not just like a monitor where you're just showing your screen and doing that. There's so much more that you can do with it. So we're going to go ahead and take a break. I'm going to play a commercial and, get up, stretch, get some water, go to the restroom, do whatever you get a snack, do whatever you need to do. Make sure you're back here at 9 o'clock for our next session with Tessa and Katie from Promethean. All right, we'll see you real soon.
The EdTech team would like to thank our partners. Due to their generosity, we will be able to provide some amazing prizes. Campuses at each level will be able to choose a prize package that best meets their needs. These prize packages will include student and teacher technology such as wireless keyboards, headphones, charging towers, and many different types of robotics. Don't forget to submit your attendance at the end of each day. Also, fill out your feedback form for one of these fantastic packages.
Do you find that you're always searching for the same apps in ClassLink? You can favorite those apps for quick and easy access. Simply locate the app, right-click, and choose Add to Favorites. You'll see the app you added here at the bottom of the screen. If your app is in a folder, you can quickly search in the search bar, click on the folder, and then right-click the app and Add to Favorites.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities. In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge. Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference.
There is truly something for everyone.
Hi everyone, let's learn a quick tech tip on how to clear our cookies and cache. The reason why you might want to clear your cookies and cache is to fix glitches, update content, privacy protection, and overall improve the performance of your laptop or your Chromebook. Let's get started. You simply click your Control key plus your Shift key plus your Delete key, and up will pop the Delete Browsing Data dialog box. Simply go down and click Delete Data. Again, you just click Control key plus your Shift key plus your Delete key to clear the cookies and cache.
Our website has all the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write down the code and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the attendance codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 3 p.m. and you have until 11:59 p.m. each day to submit your codes for credit.
Did you know about the pen tool in Google Slides? When you are in slideshow mode, in the bottom left corner where you normally switch between your slides, there's also 3 little dots that you can click on to open another menu. Inside of that menu, you can click to turn on the pen. The pen tool allows you to annotate on top of the current slide that you are working on. The really neat thing is when you go to the next slide, the annotations don't follow. You can work independently and annotate on all the different slides, and those annotations will only stay on that particular slide.
The EdTech team would like to thank our partners. Due to their generosity, we will be able to provide some amazing prizes. Campuses at each level will be able to choose a prize package that best meets their needs. These prize packages will include student and teacher technology such as wireless keyboards, headphones, charging towers, and many different types of robotics. Don't forget to submit your attendance at the end of each day. Also, fill out your feedback form for one of these fantastic packages.
Do you find that you're always searching for the same apps in ClassLink? You can favorite those apps for quick and easy access. Simply locate the app, right-click, and choose Add to Favorites. You'll see the app you added here at the bottom of the screen. If your app is in a folder, you can quickly search in the search bar, click on the folder, and then right-click the app and Add to Favorites.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities.
In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge.
Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference.
There is truly something for everyone.
Hi everyone, let's learn a quick tech tip on how to clear our cookies and cache. The reason why you might want to clear your cookies and cache is to fix glitches, update content, privacy protection, and overall improve the performance of your laptop or your Chromebook. Let's get started. You simply click your Control key plus your Shift key plus your Delete key, and up will pop the Delete Browsing Data dialog box. Simply go down and click Delete Data. Again, you just click Control key plus your Shift key plus your Delete key to clear the cookies and cache.
Our website has all the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write down the code and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the attendance codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube.
All right, everyone, we are back with another session. Really excited to be here on this one. I'm looking at how many people are in the YouTube channel. We've got 560 for this one. So this is a popular one. So before we start and before I go ahead and turn it over to Tessa and Katie, I wanted to just let you know that this DLC, we're doing something a little different during the lunchtime. So between 12 and 1, we're actually taking a lunch break. And in the past, we haven't done that. In the past, like you could continue watching all day long. So I just want to let you know that. So during the 12 to 1 o'clock hour, you're going to see a graphic that says, hey, we're out to lunch, or go grab something. That's a good time for you to be able to go and to do that as well. All right, so we're moving into our next session and really excited about this one. We're going to do the session title is Promethean ActivPanel 9, Practical Tips and Tricks for Everyday Use. And one of the things that I completely believe in is that our panels that we have, we put the very best technology into our classrooms. Everybody in Sci-Fair, every classroom in Sci-Fair has the same. We do not have haves and have-nots. And there are school districts that do that out there where they have, maybe the campus is purchasing hardware but here in Cypher, everybody has the same, regardless of what campus you're at. So I'm always really proud to be able to say that. So I want to introduce to you Katie Domfort, and she's a professional service manager with Promethean. She's going to be hanging out with us. I think she's going to be in the chat and helping out a little bit. Tessa Fritsche is our resident education consultant. So she lives here with us in our department in Cypress Fairbanks. And she's a former Cypher teacher, but she is able to come out and do all different kinds of training here in CFISD. So that's one of those important pieces. She's created a lot of training, a lot of resources. We have a lot of Schoology resources for you where you can go and get more information about Promethean panels. But for this one, I'm going to go ahead and stop yapping, turn it over to them. And I know they have some really great stuff, tips and tricks that are helpful for you to use as you get the school year started. So Tessa, Katie, welcome to the DLC. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you.
Thank you,
Oh.
Todd.
Hey, Katie.
Good morning.
Good
We're
morning.
getting a lot of
You can hear
love
me.
in the chat today, so I'm excited to be here with you all.
Yeah, so it's great. Thank you so much. This is my third year to be involved in DLC and be in this role, so I'm really excited to be back, learning more each time I participate. So this is a really great thing to be involved in. I'm really honored to be here. But yes, if you've seen some of my sessions in the years past, I have always had an amazing coworker from Promethean, a fellow EC, helping me out in my chats. But this time, you guys get a super extra nice special treat with my own manager within Promethean helping me out in the chat. So I'm really excited to have her with me today. So thank you so much for joining me, Katie. I love having the teamwork here. Okay,
I'm going to go off camera here so I can watch the chat, and I will chime back in, Tessa. But the show is yours here.
Yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here. I want to make sure you guys have the most clear picture of what is going on. Okay, there we go. So you have a clear picture of what is going on my panel, as well as my camera shot, so you can see actually where I am physically touching on the panel as we go through this. But basically, just a little bit about me. Yes, I have been a teacher for several years before coming to this role within Promethean. 5 of those years were spent teaching here in Cypher ISD at Livi Middle School, teaching 7th grade science, which was, just some of the most fun and enjoyable years in teaching. I have a wonderful husband and an adorable, growing way too fast 8-year-old now daughter. She just turned 8 recently. And we are a very dog-loving family. We have a beagle named Luigi and a boxer named Anakin, and he thinks he's the same size as Luigi. So it's a lot of fun, a lot of wrestling in the household. But just moving on to what we're doing today. So we are talking about your ActivPanel 9. And yes, being a former teacher in Cypher and being a part of the very first Promethean screens rolled out into the district, and then now being in this role now is a very special thing for me. And I truly believe, not just saying this as a Promethean employee, but I'm saying this as a former teacher, as a former Cypher teacher. These panels are incredibly useful tools that when they are fully utilized, not only are your students benefiting, but you are benefiting as well, because they're going to make your life a whole lot easier when you really understand all the tools that are at your disposal and use them. Okay. So I do want to let you guys know is you have an entire library worth of Promethean resources at your fingertips, very easy to access, ready to go. I have created a Schoology group for you guys. It's just full of easy to access resources. So if you go onto Schoology and then make sure you join group, not course. If you try to join a course, this will not work. So you're joining group. And then that will put you into, it'll say, hey, we're going to wait for you to have authorization. Don't worry, we'll get to that very soon. And then once you get in there, you're going to click on the resources on the left-hand side, that resource tab on the left-hand side. And then that will take you to the full resources page. The majority of the information that's going to help you out will be found in a folder called AP9 How-Tos. and you'll find a lot of PDFs, one-pagers, even videos that I've created for you guys. Any kind of questions that you might have about your panel. Now, one of the biggest changes this year is that Cypher is switching from a Windows 10 operating system to a Windows 11 operating system. I am currently in the process of updating all the different materials that I've created in the past to the new Windows 11 imaging and Windows 11 instructions. So some of them are updated, some of them I'm trying to make my way down to. So if you go on here and you're looking at a resource and it's not updated yet, please just feel free to email me directly for whatever that is that you need, and I'll be happy to help you right along with those steps until I can get to that piece of material and then update that to the new imagery. So just wanted to give you a heads up on that so you were aware.
Hey, Tessa.
Yes.
Can you go back just 1 second into that access code? Is that how they can get into the Schoology group?
Yes, it is. They would go to join and then make sure they click group and not course.
Perfect. I'm putting that in the chat here.
Sure.
I think there's just it's getting a little blurry through the streaming here. So
let me read that out to you again.
Yeah.
So the code is ZQ887X3RW B as in boy 9 B as in boy.
Perfect. I'm dropping that in the chat too.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay. So the first tip is you might not be aware that your Promethean panel actually has 3 different brains in it. And by brains, I mean computer systems. So the first brain is your home system, and that's the Promethean brain in and of itself. So your annotate apps, your spinner, your timer, all of those applications that come directly installed into the panel. That's your Promethean brain. The second one is labeled OPS. That is your Windows computer that functions the exact same way as your teacher laptop that you have. The third brain will be labeled USB-C. Some of them might be labeled HDMI, but that is going to be the Chromebook brain. And some of you might not even be aware that that even exists because you might not have seen it. You might have only seen the 2 options, and that's fine. Usually what that means is that the Chromebook either isn't plugged in yet, which is totally fine. If it's not even plugged in, you can let us know and we'll help you get that plugged in real quick. But the second thing is, if it is plugged in and you're still not seeing it, the Chromebox is probably asleep. And where the Chromebox is if I'm looking directly at my panel, I'm going to be looking at the left-hand side over here of the panel. And then I would reach around and there's a gray box back here. And I'm just going to tap the power button. I give it about 10 seconds for it to wake up. And then I would hit my source button again, and then you'll see that third brain appear. So what is the Chromebox good for? What's the point? Well, in the past, and I've had this experience myself when I was teaching, whenever I would try to show students how to get somewhere, but I'm showing them with my Windows laptop and they have a student Chromebook, it looks very different because they function very differently. And for people like me, and you have students like me that are very visual, that difference in how those 2 computers work and how they look is very confusing. And you've lost me. I need that very visual representation. So whenever you're trying to model to students how to get somewhere, this is a great tool to use because it looks and functions exactly the same way as a student Chromebook. So a great tool during testing season, if you're trying to show them how to get to that lockdown testing browser. Great tool to show them how to do that. And if you're more comfortable working in a Google environment, then absolutely feel free to use the Chromebook as your teaching mechanism as well. But I want you to be aware that you do have all those tools at your disposal and not even realize that it's there and then have this nice, expensive, wonderful tool just kind of wasting away. So please, when you get back to your classroom, play around with it, see how you feel with it, and just see the different benefits of how you can use that Chromebook or that Chromebox on the back of your panel with students to help them succeed on that. Okay, the next thing, we want to be able to type on our panels. I don't know if that's an important thing for you, but I would think that being able to type on your panel whenever you want to get somewhere is a pretty critical a tool to have there. So again, we are switching to Windows 11 operating system this year. So the way that we're going to get our touch keyboard activated is different than how we did it with Windows 10. So the difference here on this time is first we need to activate the touch keyboard icon, and then we're going to activate it to where the keyboard is going to pop up for us whenever we need it. So the first step we're going to do is just activate the keyboard icon on our taskbar. So remember, on your panel, long pressing is the same thing as a right click. So, you know, if you're at your laptop and you want to get that drop down menu of options to do something, you always right click. Same thing here, but since we're not using a technical mouse, the way that we're going to right click is by long pressing with our finger until a red square, or excuse me, a blank square shows up behind your finger, and then you would release, and then you get your options box. So the case here is I would go to my toolbar. You remember your toolbar is at the very, very bottom of your screen. And then I would long press inside of a blank spot on my toolbar. And then when I release, I'll get the options Task Manager and Taskbar Settings. I'm going to select Taskbar Settings here. Okay. And then after I go to Taskbar Settings, this window is going to pop up for me. I'm going to select Personalization. And then on personalization, I'll say system tray icons, and I'll hit that little caret to make everything expand for me. And then I'll find touch keyboard. I'll go over here to the little drop down box and I will select always. Okay, so one more time, I'm going to long press into my empty space in my taskbar, select taskbar settings, make my window pop up here. I'll select personalization, and then go to system tray icons, find touch keyboard, switch it to always. Okay, and then once I do that, I will then see my keyboard icon pop up on the bottom right-hand corner of my taskbar. Okay. And if you have questions, guys, please keep typing those in the chat, and then Katie will pop in and interrupt me if needed. And so please don't hesitate to ask those questions. Okay, so the next step is once we have that keyboard icon on our taskbar, the next step is to actually open that taskbar up. So then I'm going to go to that keyboard. Let me go back here. I'm going to go to this keyboard icon and I'm going to tap it. And then once I tap that keyboard icon, my keyboard will then pop up for me. Now, one of the big differences that you'll notice right away between Windows 10 and then Windows 11 is Windows 10, that pop-up keyboard would take up the entire bottom half of your screen automatically. That could be annoying if you were one of those people that were just like, oh, okay, that's too much. So the really nice thing about Windows 11 is that every single keyboard setting, no matter what type you like, is a floating keyboard, doesn't take up the entire half of the screen, and you can move it wherever you want right off the bat. So that's really, really nice. But now we want it to be where whenever I'm on a website and I tap into an empty box where I want to type, that my keyboard is going to automatically pop up for me. I don't want to have to keep going down and tapping my keyboard icon in order to activate it. I want it to automatically pop up for me whenever I need it. So the way that we're going to do that is the settings cog in the top left-hand corner of my keyboard. I'm going to tap that. And then I'm going to select more settings. Typing, and then once I select typing, this next window will pop up for me, settings window. And then you'll see touch keyboard, and you need to go over here to the side and touch the caret, so that way it opens up and expands with all the different options underneath it. So touch keyboard, click on the caret to open it up. And then where it says touch the keyboard, I'm going to open that up and switch it to always. So that way, whenever you touch anywhere where typing is a possibility, that keyboard is automatically going to pop up for you. And even if you're somebody that has an external keyboard, a wireless keyboard attached to your panel, let's say you have that wireless keyboard with you at one part of the room, but you ask another student to go up to the panel and, you know, type something, even though you have that external keyboard attached, the keyboard will still pop up for that student to be able to use on the panel in real time. Okay. Okay. All right, so with the options on how to resize your keyboard or make sure the keyboard has the options available to you that you need, you can now select which size or keyboard layout. So again, we're going to go to the settings cog in the top left-hand corner of my keyboard. Now we're going to go to keyboard layout. You will have 3 different options. You're going to have default, small, and traditional. So the default is going to show up like this, where it's going to have all the basic keyboard options that you need, but it gets rid of all the other stuff that you typically aren't going to use when you're doing more of a large screen touch keyboard functioning. The next one is going to be small. So if you are going to be right next to the panel and you're typing things in, and the students really don't need to be able to see what you're typing in or how you're typing in, and you want the majority of your screen to remain visible to your students, that the small option is probably going to be your best friend on this one, because it really stays tiny and maneuverable, and it gives you exactly what you need in that moment. However, if you are somebody who really knows your keyboard shortcuts and you use those keyboard shortcuts to really move around quickly, and like that's just it's how your brain functions, no problem. We can switch it to traditional, and then that way your keyboard will show up with every single keyboard option that your typical keyboard on your teacher laptop has available to you. So again, if you are somebody who just lives and dies by keyboard shortcuts, that's great. We've got that option available for you as a touch keyboard capability. Okay. Now, so before we move on, I do want to show you a little extra tip that is super exciting as a teacher, because we know any kind of excitement we can throw into our lessons, even the smallest thing that is exciting that we can throw into our lessons is very valuable. So another great thing about this Windows 11 version of the on-screen keyboard is if you touch the little heart icon with the little square behind it, this little heart icon, you now have the ability to type with emojis. So you can put there's thousands of emojis in there. So you can now just, spice up lessons, make some emojis, put some fun, give them something to laugh at, giggle at, make it entertaining. So that way it's not just boring black and white text in a text box. Just give it a little fun, give it a little pep. So that's a fun new thing that is now included on the Windows 11 touchscreen keyboards for you. Okay, so this one I'm going to model. So what this is how to use your stylus as a mouse. And I'm sure a lot of you are like, why would I want to use my stylus as a mouse? That doesn't make any sense, which is a fair question. So let me show you here why this would be so valuable. So I'm going to open up a Chrome window here. I'm going to make this smaller. All right. So as it stands right now, if I move this around somewhere and I want it to stay right there, the next time I tap somewhere else on the screen, see how it popped back in the old spot where I didn't want it? That's a problem, right? That can be very frustrating, especially if you're in the middle of class and you're trying to get something out to your students and your windows aren't behaving the way you need them to. That is the fastest way to just get frustrated, shut down, and then go back to simple paper and pencil stuff. And we don't want that. Technology can be your friend, so we're going to help you make it your friend. So the way that we're going to change this is we are going to switch the settings to where your stylus can be your mouse. And how we're going to do that is I'm going to go to my Windows, my Start Windows icon at the bottom of my taskbar. And I'm going to go to Settings. And when the Settings window opens up, I will go to Bluetooth and Devices. And then Pen and Windows Ink. Okay, and after I select Pen and Windows Ink, I'm going to find Additional Pen Settings. I'm going to click on that arrow to expand the options underneath. And then I'll find, let me use my pen as a mouse when it's available, and I will put a blue check mark next to that option. Okay, so one more time, I would go to the Start Windows icon, Settings, Bluetooth and Devices, Pen and Windows Ink. additional pen settings, click the arrow icon to expand the options. And then put a blue check mark next to let me use my pen as a mouse when it is available. Okay, now let me show you the difference now that we've got that option. We open this. Now I'm going to use my stylus. Okay, remember these are the Promethean styluses that come with all of the AP9 panels. If you lost this, chopsticks are the cheapest, easiest replacement. That's fine, just as long as it does not have a sharp edge that will cut the screen, and as long as it's not a soft silicone tip stylus. Those won't work either. Okay, so this is the stylus that I'm going to use. I'm going to drag this over, leave it wherever I want it, tap here, pull that back up, and now it stays in place. It's not moving anymore. Okay, and you can also use the stylus that comes inside your teacher laptop. You could use that stylus as well. It'll work the exact same way. Okay. All right. Okay, so for the sources, remember the source is this button that is on the far right-hand side. If I'm looking directly at my panel, it's on the far right-hand side of the console of buttons, and it's got the square with the arrow that goes into it. That's my source button. When I tap my source button, these are all three of my brains. Now, I know OPS might not be a familiar term to you, and that's totally okay. It was not a familiar term to me either until I started working with Promethean. So do not feel bad. Don't blame yourself. So if OPS is not a familiar term to you and that's not going to help you remember what each of these are, absolutely, let's fix that. So I'm going to long press on this, and now I can come in here and change the title. I can now say Windows Computer, and then save. So now it'll say Windows Computer instead of just OPS. And you can do the same for all three of these. So that way it helps you to remember what is what. Because we all, even me to this day, if I don't get to practice it with my hands, 5 minutes later, I've completely forgot what just happened. So I don't blame you at all. So this is a great way to help you understand, you know, hey, this one was this one was this one, it does this, it does this. Just a quick, easy little tip for you. Okay. All right. So when I'm using my Windows computer inside of your ActivPanel 9, everything is so tiny. Yes, it is super, super small, and that's just not beneficial for a classroom environment. And now again, the Windows 11 it functions a little bit differently than the Windows 10. So the steps to changing things are going to be just a little bit different for you. So doing the to change our settings here, we are going to again right click or long press in an empty space on the background of our desktop screen. And then whenever we release, you'll see this option that says display settings. And whenever you click that, you'll have this whole window open up for you. And then what we're going to do is we're going to find scale, and it will automatically be set to 100% recommended or 150% recommended. We're going to change that to 200%. 200%. I would not recommend going past 200 because things can just get a little too large and overwhelming, and then just the ratio for things can get a little wonky, and we don't want that to happen. So I would recommend changing it to 200 and no more. Please, please, please do not change the settings for display resolution. That you want to talk about scales and ratios getting like really messed up to where you almost can't even use your computer anymore. That's the best way to do that. Please do not do that. So the only thing we are changing here is just the scale, and we're bumping it up to 200%. Once you do that, everything becomes much easier to see while making everything still easy to function with. It's not just so big that it's hard to use. Okay. All right. So the next thing is we're going to talk about some tools that even though some teachers who have had these panels for 2 going on 3 years, might not even be aware exists. And that's okay. You don't know what you don't know. But I'm telling you, there is a whole toolbox worth of tools at your fingertips that it could change your entire, how your day goes. It changes the world for your students, changes the world for you. It makes your day easier. There's just so many great things that can happen with these tools. And I really want to make sure you have the full knowledge of everything that you can do here. So the very first step here is to create your free Promethean account. And the way you're going to do that is you're going to go to one.prometheanworld.com. one.prometheanworld.com, and one is spelled out O-N-E. And when you get to that website, at the top right-hand corner, you should see a sign in button. So you're going to click on that. If you have already created an account, it should take you directly to your homepage. If not, it will ask you, how do you want to sign in? You can click continue with Google. Or if you want to be extra careful, because I know Google has had some wonky security issues in the past. If you want to be extra careful, you can click on the sign in with your credentials, the bottom one that you manually type in. Just manually type in your CFISD email and address into that, and it will connect the same way. And after you do that, it will ask you to type in what you want your display name to be. And this is the name that will display on your panel so your students can see it. The only reason I mentioned that is we had a teacher a long time ago put their name in as Honey Badger, and then the students thought it was really awkward whenever the teacher would log in every day because the name was Honey Badger. So just be sure whatever display name you type into that box, it's a name that you want to appear in front of your students when you log into the panel. You'll type in your role, which for most of you will just be teacher, the location, language. There are 2 check mark boxes at the bottom. The very top one, you do not have to click unless you want extra emails, which I don't know anybody who wants extra emails. So you do not have to click that top one, but you do have to select the bottom one. And I promise you, with the relationship that Promethean and CyFair have had for a very long time now, your stuff is protected with Promethean. We're going to take care of you. Okay, so don't worry about that. And then once you get done creating that, it will take you to your new Promethean homepage. Okay. Now you can do a whole lot of customizations here within this website, a lot. And one of the first versions of customizations you can make is you can then create a background image or a welcome image on your panel, to where instead of it looking like this is my background image, this is my welcome image, you could make it to a picture of your family, or a picture that relates to the subject that you are teaching as your background image. And the way you would do that is by going into that website, logging in, and then whenever you select panel settings, it'll take you to this page. You can browse and include that picture right there. Okay. How are we doing so far, Katie? We got any questions?
Doing great. We do have one question, just kind of going back to the stylus. So their question is, will your finger work just as well as a stylus when wanting to move a screen and hoping it stays in place?
So your finger will not work as well, and there's a reason for that. So if you remember how I said you can't use a stylus that has that soft, flexible silicone tip, the reason I said you can't use that is because it'll read it just like a fingertip. And if you remember how I said long pressing on the panel is the same thing as a right click. Well, when you're dragging a window over with your finger, you are keeping continuous contact with your finger the entire time you're dragging. And the computer thinks that you're trying to right click something rather than make something stay somewhere, which is why you want to use your stylus as a mouse, because it won't confuse the stylus with your finger. But if you don't change that setting first, it won't recognize the stylus to be able to move anything at all. So I hope that makes sense and that answers that question.
Yes, that's a great tip with the stylus. I love that. And some people have been putting some suggestions in the chat about how they keep up with their styluses in the classrooms. You've got a great chat going on here. So
Good, good.
Tessa, I'll let you get back to it here.
Awesome. Great. Okay. So once we are signed into that website, one.prometheanworld.com, now let's go into some further customizations you can do. Timers make and break our day in the teaching world. We love timers. So one of the applications that's automatically installed into every single Promethean panel is the timer app. It comes with 4 preset timers for you that you can easily switch over to. Now, some of these options might not be a timer that you're going to use all the time. You might have a different timer that you use all the time, but we want you to be able to get to whatever it is that you need as quickly as possible. And the way that we're going to do that is the 4 white dots, or the 4 white squares in the top left-hand corner. We would click on that, and it's going to open up this panel. I would select timer, and then it's going to bring you to a screen that looks like this, just a really large timer. And if you click on the stopwatch icon that's in the middle underneath that timer, that's going to open up the 4 preset timers for you. Now, if you use, let's say you use an 8-minute timer several times a day, every day, and it's just irritating to have to click the up and down arrow all the time whenever you need to reset that and get that 8-minute timer back. So what we're going to do is, let's say you're not going to use a 30-minute or 30-second timer. You never use that. So the pin icon next to 30, I would click on that. And then I would change that 30-second timer to an 8-minute timer. And I want you to think of the Promethean website kind of like a Google Doc or a Google Slide where everything saves in real time. So there's not really a save button to click. It just saves in real time as soon as you do it. So as soon as you change your timers to whatever you need them to be, then you can go to your panel, log into your panel, open up your timer app, and then boom, you've got all your preset timers ready and available for you within 2 clicks instead of the 30 or 40 clicks that it might take for you to hit that up or down arrow to get that timer set to where you need it to be. Okay. And another really great thing about the timer app is when you're having like major state testing days and the state, or let's say your campus, is just, really, really stringent about using any kind of internet provider to do any kind of thing. Because I used to use the Google timer all the time when I was teaching and when we did the testing. And I know a lot of campuses are locking down on that. They don't want you using any kind of internet at all. Once you are logged into the panel, you can completely turn off the internet, and these are still going to function exactly how you need them to function. No problem. Your preset timers will already be there. Everything that you already customized is here, ready to go. But once it's logged in, you no longer need that internet access to make this work the way it needs to work. Okay. The other fantastic thing about the timers is that it's not just a timer. If you hit the settings cog underneath, you'll see that you can transition it to a stopwatch or even just a basic clock. And you can have both analog and digital settings on that. So my favorite thing that I would do to students, because middle school 7th grade teacher here, the question was always, Miss, how much time do we have left in class? And my response would be like, hey, there's a clock right there. And it was a analog clock. And they would always go, well, I don't know how to read that clock. And well, now's a good time to learn if you want to know how much time we have left in class. So just a fun little thing you can have with that. Or if you're talking about something that's happening in Spain, you can have a watch or a clock that's up with our central time, and then have a clock right next to it that has that time over there in Spain. So students have that visual comparison to just see how much time difference we have with the people around the world. So there's a lot of different uses that you can use for these applications. Okay. Okay, so I believe we have an attendance code that we need to provide. Am I correct, Mr. Todd?
That's correct. I'm going to go ahead and share. So that's going to take over your screen.
Go for it.
And we'll go ahead and keep that up for about a minute. Guys, make sure that you go ahead and you write that down so that you have that available. Remember, at the very end of the day, the Google Forms will open up so that you can go ahead and input your responses and your codes. And you want to do that at the very end of the day. And you do that through your participant guide. We shared a little bit about that in before the first session, and maybe we'll see that again before our next session, but just want to make sure that it's there. Tessa, some people were saying like they got to get approved for the Schoology course and so, or the group.
Yes,
And so you'll approve them after the session and make sure that
correct.
they have access. Other people are asking about the material that you're sharing. I'm sure all these resources are in the group as well.
Yes,
Right.
they are. Mhm.
Perfect. All right, we're going to do about 10 more seconds of this. All
And
right.
it looks like Miss Paula has been just on the ball here. It looks like she went ahead and authorized everybody through the Schoology course. So if you want to refresh your Schoology courses, guys, excuse me, the Schoology groups, you should have access to it now if you have put in the application to join.
All right, Tessa, the session's yours back, or yours
Perfect.
again. I stopped sharing.
Thank you.
And Tessa, while we're kind of getting resharing here, you've got some great discussion going on in the chat here, about the panel timing out. And so just remember, I think it might be a good refresher to revisit that, the
Sure.
OPS source, the Windows device might have a different timeout than say the panel itself. And there was even a question of like, which source should I use? Like how to know when to use what source. So, just keeping an eye on that for in the chat for you.
Yeah, sure. So great questions. So how do I know which source to use? 90% of the time, teachers are going to be in the OPS or the Windows source simply because it just functions exactly the same as your teacher laptop. And in years previous, we were connecting teacher laptops to the panels through HDMI and simply teaching through our laptops and then just having that screen shown on the panels. Now, Cyfair has really taken care of you guys. They have put a lot of money into these panels because, I mean, rightfully so, they really believe in these panels. So now, instead of connecting through HDMI cables or doing any kind of screencasting at all, they went ahead and purchased an entire separate Windows computer that is embedded into the back of your panel. So now you effectively have two separate Windows computers at your disposal. So the days of being terrified of accidentally showing your emails on screen in front of students or showing that really sensitive student data like grades in front of your students are a thing of the past because those can entirely live on your teacher laptop at your desk. And then now all of your educational resources and the tools and the activities that you're doing with your students can live entirely on the OPS embedded into your panel. And if you are curious about how do I easily, like I can't email all the stuff that I have on my laptop over to that computer over there, or there's no way I can put everything I have on my laptop on a thumb drive and then move it over there. I completely agree with you. And there's a much easier way to get everything that you need on both devices. So if that is a concern that you have or a frustration, please reach out to me and I can show you a very quick way to get around that. As far as the Chromebox, this is a really good tool for, like I said, students that need help figuring out how to get to whatever activity or resource or anything like that that you are trying to have them get to. But showing them through a Windows device looks very different than it looks like on a Chromebook device. So being able to switch over to your Chromebox on your panel and have it look and function the exact same way that their Chromebox do, it really helps them with a visual understanding of how they need to get to where they need to get. But I know some other teachers that are actually more comfortable working in a Google environment than they are a Windows environment. So if you want to just do all of your teaching within the Chromebox instead of the Windows computer, that's also an option for you as well. So there's lots of different uses for both. And if you still have some more questions about that or you want some ideas, again, feel free to reach out to me and I can meet with you one-on-one about some ideas that might apply specifically for you in your classroom. Now, as far as the panels timing out, there are two different versions of the panels timing out. One version we can actually change and make better. The other version we cannot. So the first version is the panel itself going to sleep. I can help you with that. So what we're going to do is the flame icon in the middle of the panel. and then I'm going to go to applications, and then I'm going to go to settings, and then display. And then down here where it says advanced, I'm going to tap on that. And then where it says standby and sleep timeouts, these are the ones that we're going to change. So what we want is for both of these dots to be somewhere between 4 and 8 hours. Okay. I know whenever panels first get installed, they're usually down to 3 minutes. And that's where some teachers' frustrations was coming in, is like they wouldn't touch the panel for 3 minutes and now their panel's gone to sleep, which is totally understandable. You need the panel to stay awake for longer than that. So we would go here and we would move it to somewhere between 4 and 8 hours. And that way it's going to stay awake for anything that you need. But if you're not touching it between 4 and 8 hours, chances are the panel needs to go to sleep. Please do not put it to never. We do not want either of these dots set to never, because that is giving a chance of really killing the screen quality and just burning out the panel so much faster than it would with normal wear and tear. And we really want to make sure that we're using those funds wisely and take care of this. So just please do not put the dots on never. We're going to leave it between 4 and 8 hours. Okay, so that will make sure your panel does not fall asleep. Now, the other problem, whenever your panel locks on you and you see that CFISD lock screen, that is a security setting that we cannot change. We have tried, I promise. We have discussed this with IT at length. However, and they have a very good point, it's valid. You have access to very sensitive private information about all the students. And they just can't risk you walking away from a panel for a long period of time and somebody getting access to that information that shouldn't have access to it. So if you do not interact with the screen or your computer or your laptop within a 15-minute window, it will lock on you. And there's just nothing we can do about that. It's going to lock. Okay. So just make sure that you're touching, interacting, doing something within a 15-minute window, and it will stay unlocked for you. But if you do not, it will lock. Okay. All right. So we just got done talking about how to customize your timers on the Promethean website. Now we're going to talk about customizing your spinners. Spinners are a very much unsung hero. They are, because the first thing that people come to their minds with is, oh, it's just a new version of popsicle sticks, which, yes, in the very beginning, yes, that's what it is. But when you realize just how versatile these are and how you can use them in so many different settings, they're really, really great. So first of all, you can have up to 40 different customized spinners on your account. And each spinner can have up to 50 entries on each one. So one of the examples that I saw was I can now use spinners with a bunch of numbers in there to help my students practice plotting points on a coordinate plane. So this spinner would be my X coordinate, this spinner would be my Y coordinate. The students come up, they tap each spinner, and it will randomize what their coordinates are, and then they have to practice plotting those around. Is that going to take a whole lot of time for you to do? No, not really. You just quickly type those in, boom, you're there, ready to go. For ELA, you could have 4 different spinners. This spinner is going to randomize who your character is. What is your setting? What is your conflict? What century are you in? And the students come in, hit all 4 spinners, write down their prompt. And then once everybody has their prompt, put a timer on for 20 minutes. Okay, now you have 20 minutes to write me a short story about the prompt that the selector spin for you. And then down here, if you're doing like social studies or map questions, have them hit the spinner and then come over here and identify what part of the map that that continent is located in. There are so many different things that you can use with spinners. And then like another one. So if you are dealing with music, if you're choir or band and you're trying to teach them how to write and read music and understand what the notes are, you can create the spinners with different note options and then have these notes sitting here, and then they have to come and drag the notes to wherever they belong on the bars. Okay, so there's just unlimited things. So again, if you are like, okay, this is great, I feel like this would be fantastic, but I'm still struggling to see where I could work that into my classroom, please let me know. I'll sit down with you and we'll talk about what your normal classroom looks like, feels like, what you do, and then I'll help you just gradually work things over into that Promethean brain space. And the other great thing is once you create these, that's it. You come back to this lesson again next year, it's already ready to go. I mean, if some of the curriculum might have changed, you can go in there and make a couple of tiny edits. But other than that, it's already ready to go for you. You don't have to continue doing this. So super easy, but it's also an extremely helpful tool for you. Okay, now multitasking your AP9. We have a whole lot of tools here, and let's say you want to do a unified note-taking session while watching a video. So I want to be able to have my students take notes while we are watching a video, but we're going to do more than just have them write down on a piece of paper, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to close this out, and I'm going to have my window pop up here. Oh, nope, that's not what I wanted. Sorry. I'm going to have it show up. Where's my half and half? There it is. I want it to be right there. And then I'm going to open up my new Explain Everything whiteboard. So remember, this is replacing the old whiteboard that you guys have been familiar with for a long time. And now I'm going to hit these buttons over here. One is a dock left button. One is a dock right button. I'm going to say dock left, and that just moves my entire whiteboard down to half the screen. I can now pull my YouTube video up and then use your spinner to randomize students whose turn it is. Come up and write the valuable information from the video that they're watching in real time. And then the students can write it down in their notebook. And then you can also take a screenshot picture of this, send it to yourself in your Google Drive, and then add that picture to your Schoology classroom later on for any students that might have been absent that day. They can still have access to those notes and be prepared for those lessons after that. Okay, I know we're running a little low on time, so I want to try to get through things. Sending a Chrome tab. If you were to send a Chrome tab, so let's say that little bar where you would type in www.youtube.com, I would right click in there and it'll say send to device. And as long as I'm signed into my Chrome with the same account on my laptop, and I'm also signed into Chrome here, it will show me. So if I'm doing this from my laptop, it'll show me my panel device. And I'll say, okay, send to that device right there. And then I look at my panel and a window will pop up that says open in new tab. And if I tap on that, boom, that Chrome tab that I had on my laptop is now instantly shared to my panel. So it's really easy to just send things over there without having to do it the long way. So it's another quick, easy hack for you guys. Okay. So again, if you have any questions, please visit that Schoology group. But again, also absolutely write down my email address and save it in your Outlook contacts list. Because if you have any questions at all, you want additional training, you want to know how you can do this in your classroom, please reach out to me. I am only dedicated to you guys. No other school district gets me. It is just you guys. And this is my job year round to help you understand and get the maximum benefit out of these amazing pieces of technology. So any of those questions that you have, please reach out, let me know. And I am extremely excited to help you guys out. Okay. Todd, how we doing?
We're doing good. You have about 2 minutes.
2 minutes? Okay. 2 more minutes. Great. That's just enough time for me to show you this one. All right. So again, there's my Schoology group code, just in case you didn't get it earlier and you are joining group, not course. But also another great resource is if you go to learn.prometheanworld.com, there's lots of other activities and videos and stuff right there. Just be aware they're not customized to the way Cyfair works. So if you see something there and you have a question about it, let me know. I can clarify. But there's a lot of other activities and resources available for you at that site as well. Okay.
And Tessa, you're getting a lot of love in the chat here. People are really excited to review these steps.
Awesome.
And so, telling them to join the Schoology group, and access that info So just know they're going to be looking for some of these little steps that you posted today in
Perfect.
Schoology.
Yes, I'm so excited, guys.
So Tessa, in the Schoology group, is there a place that they should go to? I mean, they're going to go to resources. Is there
Yes.
something somewhere there that they could go to maybe see the same slides that you had today or something similar?
So if they go to if they click on the resources on the left-hand side, let me actually go back to that picture here. Put this up. Okay, so whenever they're at the Schoology and they get into the group, if they click on resources on the left-hand side of the screen, then it will take them to the full page. And if they scroll down, they'll see a whole lot of different options. The majority of one-pagers, videos, all those kinds of things will be found in the folder that is titled AP9 How-Tos. And then once you get in there, you'll have everything that's listed out. So if you are just looking for specific help with the Annotate app, boom, there's a page just for the Annotate app.
Perfect. Perfect. Well, Tessa, Katie, thank you so much for being with us today and sharing all this information about the ActivPanel 9s. Now, y'all are going to be with us a little bit later today as well in the same room at 3 o'clock, talking about specifically the Explain Everything whiteboard. And so should people come back for that one?
Absolutely. Yes. This is so much more. Oh my gosh. I could not be more in love with the new Explain Everything whiteboard app. It's amazing, guys.
Sounds good. So we appreciate it, and we will see you at the 3 o'clock hour. So go get some rest. Go get some rest. I'm sure
Absolutely.
you'll get some emails and stuff like that throughout the day.
Bring them on.
Appreciate
Bring them on.
it. Well, guys, again, thanks so much for hanging out. We're going to go ahead and take a break. I'm going to play a little bit of a video just to kind of get us through till the 10 o'clock hour. At 10 o'clock, we're going to have Kelly Sennett. He works for Sentinel-1, and he's going to be talking about cybersecurity. And you would think, okay, what is education cybersecurity? There is more to it than you realize. And this is a big, important deal for us. So hopefully you will come back and stick around for the cybersecurity piece. And then he's going to be talking about AI as well in the 11 o'clock session. So let's go ahead and take a break, get up, stretch, get some water, like us on Twitter or X, and let us know that you're watching over there. You can hashtag CFISD DLC, and we'll be back right before the 10 o'clock hour. All right, we'll see you soon.
The sessions. The attendance forms will open at 3 p.m. and you have until 11:59 p.m. each day to submit your codes for credit.
Did you know about the pen tool in Google Slides? When you are in slideshow mode, in the bottom left corner where you normally switch between your slides, there's also 3 little dots that you can click on to open another menu. Inside of that menu, you can click to turn on the pen. The pen tool allows you to annotate on top of the current slide that you are working on. The really neat thing is when you go to the next slide, the annotations don't follow. You can work independently and annotate on all the different slides, and those annotations will only stay on that particular slide.
The EdTech team would like to thank our partners. Due to their generosity, we will be able to provide some amazing prizes. Campuses at each level will be able to choose a prize package that best meets their needs. These prize packages will include student and teacher technology such as wireless keyboards, headphones, charging towers, and many different types of robotics. Don't forget to submit your attendance at the end of each day. Also, fill out your feedback form for one of these fantastic packages.
Do you find that you're always searching for the same apps in ClassLink? You can favorite those apps for quick and easy access. Simply locate the app, right-click, and choose Add to Favorites. You'll see the app you added here at the bottom of the screen. If your app is in a folder, you can quickly search in the search bar, click on the folder, and then right-click the app and Add to Favorites.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities. In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge. Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference.
There is truly something for everyone.
Hi everyone, let's learn a quick tech tip on how to clear our cookies and cache. The reason why you might want to clear your cookies and cache is to fix glitches, update content, privacy protection, and overall improve the performance of your laptop or your Chromebook. Let's get started. You simply click your Control key plus your Shift key plus your Delete key, and up will pop the Delete Browsing Data dialog box. Simply go down and click Delete Data. Again, you just click Control key plus your Shift key plus your Delete key to clear the cookies and cache.
Our website has all the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write down the code and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the attendance codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 3 p.m. and you have until 11:59 p.m. each day to submit your codes for credit.
Did you know about the pen tool in Google Slides? When you are in slideshow mode, in the bottom left corner where you normally switch between your slides, there's also 3 little dots that you can click on to open another menu. Inside of that menu, you can click to turn on the pen. The pen tool allows you to annotate on top of the current slide that you are working on. The really neat thing is when you go to the next slide, the annotations don't follow. You can work independently and annotate on all the different slides, and those annotations will only stay on that particular slide.
The EdTech team would like to thank our partners. Due to their generosity, we will be able to provide some amazing prizes. Campuses at each level will be able to choose a prize package that best meets their needs. These prize packages will include student and teacher technology such as wireless keyboards, headphones, charging towers, and many different types of robotics. Don't forget to submit your attendance at the end of each day. Also, fill out your feedback form for one of these fantastic packages.
Do you find that you're always searching for the same apps in ClassLink? You can favorite those apps for quick and easy access. Simply locate the app, right-click, and choose.
Well, hey everyone, welcome back to the 10 o'clock hour in room 4 of the Digital Learning Conference. We're glad that you're here hanging out with us. Hey, listen, one of the things about being an educator, it just seems like we get a lot of things added to us and on our plate, right? One of the things that seems to have happened in the last 5, 6, 7 years, although it's really been more than that, longer than that, is dealing with cybersecurity, dealing with security issues. And now, as educators, we have to always have in the back of our mind cybersecurity and making sure that we're keeping our student data, our data, parent data, making sure we're keeping our students safe online, and we're doing all of that correctly. So it's really important for us as the EdTech team that when we do the digital learning conference, to have people that would come on, experts that would come on and talk about cybersecurity. So for the 10 o'clock hour, and then also for the 11 o'clock hour, we have Kelly Sennett. He is a systems architect with SentinelOne, and he is going to be sharing with us information about cybersecurity and things that we truly need to know. The title of this one is just Let's Talk Cybersecurity. And then I'm going to highly recommend that you stay behind for the 11 o'clock hour, which will be humans and AI teaming in cybersecurity. Just to let you know that here in Cypress Fairbanks, we focus a lot on security and cybersecurity, and it's really important to us. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and welcome Kelly Sennett to go ahead and come on, and welcome to the Digital Learning Conference. And we'll go ahead and turn it over to you.
All right. Thanks so much, Todd. Thanks for the introduction, and thanks everyone for the opportunity and for joining. I'm going to go ahead and click share, and hopefully you will get my presentation. What I'll try to do is I'll try to wrap up around 10:40 to give you guys a chance to answer and ask any questions that you may have. I know there's a little bit of delay for YouTube, but I want to give you the opportunity. So let me go ahead and share my screen, and we'll start. Okay, so the agenda here really is wide open. What we want to do, what Todd said, is cybersecurity is everywhere and it's a factor every day, whether it be our students, our school system, us personally. And it's something we need to continue to increase awareness on. So I just want to have a generalized discussion about kind of how attacks happen, the things that are going on, some of the things that we should look out for. Just a little bit of history about myself. I work for SentinelOne. I worked for a small company named Cisco Systems for 10 years before that as an incident responder. And what an incident responder does is when breach happens, unfortunately, at a location, that person's kind of in charge of going in and figuring out how this happened, why it happened, how we can close gaps so it doesn't happen again. And I've been fortunate or unfortunate enough to be on a lot of um, high resolve, uh, activities in the world, such as I've done it incident response for Super Bowls, World Cups. So I've seen everything from unskilled adversaries to very, very highly skilled adversaries. So feel free to ask any questions that you want during this. Again, I'll try to save time, but anything's on the table. So in today's world, why are we still talking cybersecurity, right? We've been, like Todd kind of said, we've been kind of talking this for 5 or 6 or 7 years. It's been out for a long time. And it still seems like we might not have solved this problem in its entirety. And I'm not sure we ever will. But some of the reasons we're still talking about it is back 10 years ago when I got into the cybersecurity industry, it was pretty much a hobby. It was a bunch of hobbyists in activity groups seeing what they could get into. Nowadays, that's not true. The people that breach school, breach organizations, even breach you individually, it's a monetized business. A lot of them are highly paid to sit in shops, and this is their 8 to 5 job. They go and do this every day under the watch of skilled experts. And so it is a business, and it is a business that actually pays well. You could do this for a living. Also, cyber targets business and government. It used to target mostly business, now government, and now is mostly targeting you as individuals because the easiest way for me to breach any school district, any organization is through you as an individual. simply a growing attack surface, right? We 5 years ago used to have, if we were lucky, a computer or a printer connected to the network. Now everything is an attack surface, meaning your kid's Xbox, your refrigerator, anything that you digitally connect is a target for me to get access and start to breach you. And then, probably the most important thing, and you as educators really understand this, right? People are creatures of habit, convenience, but they naturally want to help. And we'll talk about the number one thing going on to attack people is socially engineering. And that's really just playing on your natural just inclination to be helpful, to give people information, right? And sometimes we have to be very, very careful about the information we give and who we give it to. Why has it exploded? Kind of what we said. The history of the security architecture, you could look at this from a business perspective, but you can apply any of these slides to personal. Way back long time ago, we had one thing connected to the network. Then all of a sudden in schools and homes, we had this thing called networking where we had lots of different devices. Then we got more devices like printers and phones and everything being connected. Then we actually went to IoT, right? Our AC controls, our Nest thermostat, our beds, our refrigerators can be connected. So the attack surface of these devices has just exploded. So I have so much as a bad guy I can go after. And that's really why we're still fighting this today, because the attack surface keeps growing and growing and growing. Let's talk about kind of ways that we get initial access. And all initial access is that we get onto your network, whether it be your home, whether it be your school. And most of the way bad guys get internal access, you may have heard of social engineering, is just using you as the key, asking you for information, whether it be through phishing like email. Somebody sends you an email and asks for your bank account login or your password, or somebody calls your phone and says, I'm tech support for CFISD and I need this information. That's socially engineering. And we really need to stop that because that is today's number one way that adversaries get onto your network. But if I asked you the same question 20 years ago, the answer would be the same. It's socially engineering and getting the information from you. Another way is just exploitable public facing servers. I- Every application has things that we can take advantage of and use to get into that application or network. They're called vulnerabilities and know they're out there. So for you personally, this is when you have to run that update for that application or you have to run that update for Windows. You need to run it because what it's doing is patching things that people know they can take advantage of. So if they can get contact with you, they can take advantage of that and potentially breach your machine, whether it be in the four walls of an organization or even outside at your house. Another thing is we have a lot of VPN going on, and this goes back to connecting to private networks. Nobody should ever ask you for usernames and passwords, right? If they do in an email, if they do in a voice conversation, don't get them. Validate who you're talking to. Nobody should ever ask you for that type of information. Please don't give it out because what happens over time is people wear down, tend to give that information out, and you've made it easy for bad guys, right? So everybody, the cool stuff that you see on TV, how people access networks, all that pounding of command line and keyboard stuff. Generally, it's really simple. I ask you for some information, either via email or via voice or some method via web, and you give it to me and I get on. So that basic foundation or premise, never give away usernames and passwords. Nobody should ever need them. Why social engineering? Because if you think about, you've heard of things like malware, destructive code, ransomware, all this stuff. That stuff's very expensive for somebody to go write, figure out, distribute, drop, and make happen in your home environment or with us. You know what's really great about social engineering? The economics. It's really cheap, again, for me to send you a phishing email. It's really cheap for me to send you a web link. It's really cheap for me to make you a phone call. And that's always going to make it the number one way to breach networks or do something malicious, whether it be your personal or private network, just because there's not much economic investment to exploit people first figuring out how to do it via software, machines, and all these other complicated matters. Let's talk a little bit about what's going on today. And here's really what I want to get you in tune with. What's happening today, even though it happens bigger and faster, if I look at the same type of techniques, whether it be an organization or individual that would happen in 2024, they would be the same in 2023, the same in 2022. Honestly, we keep repeating the same things over. Most of it's not new at all, and it's really simply goes back to the idea of why recreate the wheel if it works? We talked about social engineering, right? If I socially engineer you and you're willing to give me information, why would I do anything different? Especially for organizations, we see the same things. We see the same techniques used over and over and over again within the organization because they work. So although we have more devices to attack and the problem's bigger because we have better speeds and feeds and we can do it that way, unfortunately, we're still looking at the same techniques. And honestly, the number one technique is email and web. You should never click on a web link unless you highlighted it over and see that it's actually the link. You should never respond to an email that you don't know who you're responding to. Those are the two simplest things that you can do to help protect yourself. So there's a lot to watch out for, and this is more for organizations. So there's a security organization within Cyfair or most of your districts. Most threats involve what we call the use of passwords. I get your passwords, and what we call living off the land tools. That's tradecraft. You watch all these movies and you see all these fancy software packages. You see all of this complicated stuff. That's not how it really works in the real world. In the real world, I use tools that are on your machine every day. Things like the command prompt, things like PowerShell, things like script, things like WMI. So what I'm doing is using native functionality to do bad stuff because one, it already exists. I don't have to put any software on your machine. As long as I get access, you have these tools. And two is despite all the security tools that we have, since these are actually legitimate applications used for a legitimate purpose, they're very hard to pick off because I have to understand the behavior because the application itself is fine. Like if you have a web browser on your machine and that's a productivity tool that you use every day. Bad guys can use that to do malicious things, but you can't tell by the application. You can only tell by the behavior, right? So again, it goes back to making sure that you're kind of protecting your personal information And especially as an organization, understand that you're not particularly looking for a bunch of complicated or nation state tools, especially in K through 12 and educational. The tools that are going to come at you are everyday tools that are available on every user's machines because they're not going to set off blinky lights too much and they're already there. I don't have to download some complicated piece of software to make something bad happen. So what's kind of trending if everything's the same? Personal or private identity is the new perimeter. Again, usually to do anything, I have to have what they call escalated privileges, which means I can't necessarily be Joe User. So I have to get your identity. And since we've had this digital explosion, we have remote connectivity, we have remote learning. We used to be behind the four walls, right? We were protected by firewalls. We were internal to an organization. There was this kind of barrier between the inside and the outside world. Now there's not, right? Our students are working from home. They're going to class from home. We're doing things in digital cafes. So really adversaries, again, I can't stress this enough. They're after your identity. Their goal is your data, and we need to protect that data privacy. But in order to get towards that data, that kind of key that opens that lock is your identity, right? And stealing or stolen credentials is the number one way things happen. And unfortunately, in organizations around credential theft, I don't necessarily have to take it from you. I can actually go on the dark web or bad places and people sell credentials, right? So there's a couple different ways to get credentials themselves, which is why it's very important to rotate credentials, to put other factors of authentication around credentials, right? Because nowadays, I can even just go out and buy them. You don't necessarily have to give them to me. So also email. Email compromise is the number one way bad stuff happens, whether it be through a business or whether it be personal. We talked about if you receive an email from personally from a bank, right, and it asks you to click on a link and go here. Honestly, I would never click on that link, for example. I know the website to my bank link. I would type in the website, then I would type in my credentials. I would go there without clicking on that link because there's just so many ways that that link can have something malicious in it, right? For organizations itself, what I've seen in a real pickup trend, and I've seen this personally too, it actually happened to me once when I was playing around. It's called email forwarding rules. So whether it be personal or private email, you have the ability to set up these forwarding rules, right? Which can send emails automatically to other places. So, if you're in IT in the district or if you're in as a teacher in the district and you're allowed to set email forwarding rules, please check your forwarding rules because one of the number one things that bad guys do nowadays is they go in and they set email forwarding rules that forwards emails to themselves. So when you think you're sending a PO for somebody to authorize, or you think you're sending a username and password or some personal information to this other person, in the background, unbeknownst to you, is an email forwarding rule that's also sending it to the bad guys. So whenever I'm called out to an organization, this is one of the first things I check, or somebody personally tells me they think that they've been breached or compromised. The first thing I do is go in and check their email forwarding rules, because that's a real way for the bad guys to continue to do that, no matter if you fix the direct problem or not. There's some new twists to these things. especially around email, and I want everybody to be aware of this. Um, Click to fix. This is really simple. If a document really ever asks you to run a fix or a macro, don't do it. That's a very easy way for bad guys to embed code. And really what you're doing when you click that fix or you run that macro is it's doing something malicious. So we want to stay away from this whole click culture in certain situations because it's really just what I call a lure, right? You're going to click that, you're going to think it's doing something, and behind the scenes, it's doing something else. The same thing, unfortunately, with a lot of CAPTCHA stuff, right? We used to get this stuff that says, I'm not a robot. If that comes through in a document or if that comes through in a website and it ever asks you to do anything but type in what it's asking for, like it may say, do a command R and do a command paste. Anytime you're doing some kind of control command, I promise you, they're injecting code into this. So if any CAPTCHA you went and did and says, hey, type these numbers in to prove you're no robot, but I want you to do copy and paste for it. Please do not do that. Take it to your security department, get rid of that file, delete that email, right? Because again, CAPTCHA doesn't work that way. And that's an easy way to inject or lure somebody into doing something. The last is QR codes. And I know they're out there, and I know they're out there for ease and convenience. But what I want everybody to understand is malicious people make QR codes all day long. So you really have to decide, is that ease and convenience worth it? And honestly, this is a bigger problem in public places where they have QR codes, because I will make my own QR codes that direct you to my website or inject malicious code. I will place them over the QR codes at the gas station or at the store and just watch people scan and then unfortunately get owned. So I have a heightened sense of awareness from being in security, but I know it's more work. I try to stay away from the QR code, especially in public, non-controlled places. So identity is really kind of what we're talking about. Initial access, it's going to happen, especially to organizations. Unfortunately, there's all great security tools, but people are going to get in. So really, you're trying to protect that entity because your identity, because your goal is actually keeping your data private, right? That's what we want to do. And the key to that is usually identity. And what happens are these kind of two pictures I have over here. You either have a well-defended environment, and this could be personal as well as an organization, where you have fences, hoops, and bridges to jump through, or you should, to be able to get to data and identity. But unfortunately, the more common environment I go into is we don't have some of these tools, right? And we'll talk about what some of those tools are personally to you. They're things like password managers. They're things like multi-factor authentication. There's lots of free tool sets out, and we'll go through some of them that I would suggest you use personally. Your organizations are probably using them as a whole, but again, you're probably taking that machine or your machine going off site, coming back on site, right? So that always creates potential to bring bad stuff in or take bad stuff out. So you want to apply the same hygiene to yourself as well as the organization applying it to your data and your access privileges within the four walls. Usually this is for an organization more than personal. your Active Directory is going to be targeted, and really because that's your source of identity, right? And as defenders, we really just want to do three things, whether this is personal or not, right? We want to reduce the number of ways somebody can gain access, right? I'm not going to just click on that web link. I'm not just going to send my information via this email, right? But we're really trying to, as an organization, also lower the time to detect that something like that has been done and increase the time for the attacker to accomplish the goal. And that's really the focus, because the longer it takes the attacker to do something, um, the easier it's going to be for you to identify it. If I, as an attacker, you can have all the tools in the world, but if I get in, I easily gain access to your data and I do it very quickly, even if you have all the tools in the world, it is probably not going to stop me from doing anything. Because again, if you look beneath the fancy graphics on the right hand, it happens quickly. And again, these guys are monetized, right? You can have a bunch of guys sitting in a room that are paid 8 to 5, that have playbooks, that are trained just like you as educators. And this is what they do all day long, and they do it quickly. Um, so really, for organizations like Sci-Fair and other school districts, your goal is to detect, but to increase the time to get to the data. That's really what you want to do, so you can see things and prevent them. The things to look at inside are really, again, not these nation state type tools, right? The things to look at inside are simple information collection stuff. And these would be very familiar to internal organizations, security departments, network people that help protect your stuff. We're really just looking for people that are trying to gather information and use that information against us. And I have some examples of those commands again. And those commands are everything that network administrators would use all day long. It's very common to them. And we really have to understand the behavior of who's using them and why, right? So it's generally not these complex things that are going on that indicate breach. It's very simple things done by people that shouldn't be doing them. So let's talk about some organization recommendations. We have to switch to, and I do this personally too. At some point, we have to assume breach, and we have to start working more on response. Prevention is something that we always need to do, right? But we need to shift our mindset to response, because unfortunately, attackers are generally a lot more creative than defenders. And we kind of play leapfrog, and attackers figure out new ways to get in it to stuff. So it's really not 100% about prevention. I wish we could do that. I wish my company could do that as an organization, or any others. But it's about what happens if somebody gets in. How do I identify it? How do I respond, right? There's a big piece around automation to that response, because not only do you have to respond, right? You have to respond with speed to stop the people from doing what they want to do or be successful. So look at ways to automate response as an organization. Um, Alerting with context is really important. I often walk into organizations and I see a bunch of alerts, but they don't understand how to respond to those alerts, or don't get context, so they don't really understand the meaning of the alert. It's very general. So look at context around your alerts, right? What does this alert really mean? And then actually test the response. If I get an alert, what response am I taking, and is that successful, right? Because that's really important. It's one thing to get notified. It's another thing to be able to stop the bad guy, right? Just because we got alerted that something's going on doesn't mean that that something will automatically get prevented or we need to do something about it, right? So we really need to test response capabilities. We need to strengthen identity. I told you identity is kind of the foothold to the goal, which is data. So we need to do things like harden internal systems from open protocols that can easily be used, right? We need to do MFA, right? We need to do things that make it hard for attackers or delay them so that we can understand they're on our network. Um, Also, patching systems. We talked about this. Besides social engineering, the number one way to gain access to anybody personally or within an organization is you decided not to run your Windows patches or your application patches for that application. I understand there are some controlled circumstances which you can't do that and it needs to be done slowly. But the patching for that system, besides giving it functionality, is also security patching, right? It's taking these known holes, and a lot of them are known. You can just go read about them, right? There's no guesswork that says, here's a vulnerability, right? And here's something that you can do to get or take control of a machine if it's not patched. So, especially, and I see it all the time with my friends, I'll go see their computer and I'll see it's 5 Windows patches behind. And I'll see that they have 15 phishing emails. And I'm like, this is just so dangerous, right? Click the button, make sure you're up to date, make sure you patch your systems. Your organizations probably have policy and procedure for this and do this. Do this personally as well. And then finally, what things can we do personally, right? Beyond the 4 walls, I noticed that there are a lot of free tool sets out there, and these are table stakes. Whether there are students, our children, ourselves personally, we need to learn to take advantage of these tool sets. Password managers. I understand again, it's convenience against, but there are password managers out there that you can create complex passwords that make it so much harder for me to log into, yet me as an individual don't have to remember those passwords, right? They can be filled in for me. So my password isn't something that's guessable and easy nowadays. A few examples are Bitwarden and LastPass. I use both of those, right? They both have free tools as a password manager that you can load and save complex passwords, have them create complex passwords so that I can't just go in and type an animal's name or a children's name and birthday and voila, I'm lucky I get on, right? We can really increase the complexity, which makes it hard. Multi-factor authentication, 2 verifications, not just a password, because passwords can be cracked. And sometimes we do kind of get lazy on passwords. We may not be using password managers. We may not be using complex passwords. There's products out there like Duo and Okta and Google Authenticator. And really what this means is it doesn't matter if I know your password necessarily. You're going to send either a screen pop to your phone or to your email or something that's another way to validate that you are you beyond your passwords. Backups. Whenever any of my friends get in trouble and they get their machines encrypted, generally the first thing I do is ask about backups and they never have them. Do them personally. I mean, I would hate for this to be not only your financial information or privatized information about your children and yourself, But think about pictures, things like that, that if we don't have those backed up and someone were to get on our machine or our machine was to become unusable, these are the types of things that, you know, we like to get back, right? They're more than just financial, they're more than safety, right? They're sentimental. Make sure that you're always using your free or paid for AV, even at home. Your organizations use that, but oftentimes I go in and people turn off their antivirus personally, or they're not using any at all, and that just makes it easy. You're one email away from bad stuff happening. Last thing is DNS security, right? This helps prevent you from going to known like phishing and malware sites. So I put a couple examples there, like OpenDNS and Quad9. You can go out to those websites. So when you're at home and you're behind your internet router hands a DNS address, and usually it's itself or the providers. That may not be secure. You can change the address it hands out, and if anybody needs help, my email was on there. Just let me know, I help them to these two providers. And what that does, instead of your ISP providing, it goes to a secure DNS provider. So when you type maybe a phishing or a malware website, it's not going to allow you to connect to it because its objective is not only to resolve that request, but make sure that you don't go anywhere that's known. Now, these are free. They're not as good as enterprise type solutions. They're not going to protect you from everything out there, but it is another level of protection that's free, that's open, that's easy to take advantage of. And if I type www.malware.com or I'm redirected to that from a QR code, these organizations are going to see that request. They're going to come back and they're going to say, I'm not going to let you go there because there's some security issues with that site. So uh, that's the presentation for today. I really wanted to kind of keep the last 10 minutes or so for questions if anybody had anything. Again, this is the room code. Anything security is open. I would be happy to answer any questions in general, any questions about the presentation. I know this is very high level. I hope that you guys got something meaningful, either organizationally or personally from it. And again, my email is on the presentation. You'll have it. If you have any questions about security in general, please do not hesitate to ask, whether it's personal or organizational. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Kelly. Greatly appreciate it. How are you going to share out the presentation? Because I know some people were asking for that.
Absolutely. So I can either share it out. Let me figure out that way. You have an attendance roster for the class, Todd, do you? Or is there somewhere that it can be shared through the learning classroom? If not, I'll post it to LinkedIn or some public site that I have, right?
Okay, yeah. Or if you want to send it in email, we can go ahead and we'll post it in the YouTube chat a little bit later on. I know that we have a little bit of a break here
Yep.
between the 10 and the 11 o'clock hour. We can go ahead and do that there. So I loved everything that you said. Joking around about, we were kind of joking around a little bit in chat about plugging in Alexa and, your Google, bringing it from home and doing that. We definitely do not advise for that at all. At some point, I know that there will be a process where people won't even be allowed to do that. Like they'll plug in and they'll completely get a block on that. But
Yes. Shadow
just
IT, and you'd be surprised, especially for personal devices. Like this is a perfect example. So I bought a Nest thermostat and I just started watching where it was going IP wise. And this is just me because I'm in the business and I'm looking at these IP addresses and I track one down and it's Russia. why would my Nest thermostat communicate to somewhere in Russia? So you'd really be surprised. And again, from a free tool use, if you had one of those services like OpenDNS or Quad 9, you would potentially, if that was a malicious site, it would see that transaction and say, oh no, wait a minute. No. So at least you could provide some level of protection, but especially IoT devices, right? Because IoT devices were not designed for security. What were they designed for? Alexa was designed to be easy to be used. And so they just want usability. They're not concerned necessarily with how do I secure that device, right? So those are really things you got to watch out for, IoT devices, right?
One of the things that we always get, and we've been, moving more to MFA here in the district. Last year, it was a big push for email, and
Yep.
there wasn't as big of a pushback from everyone as we would have thought. I think probably because they're experiencing it in their own personal when they connect to their own stuff like that. But there's always a little bit of a pushback. It takes a little bit of extra time. But can you explain exactly how MFA works for someone who doesn't understand it?
Yeah, so MFA is really something you know and something you have. Just think of it as simple as that. Break it down. Something I know, like a password. And when I type that password in, it's also going to prompt something I have for some action in order to finish verification. Because if I'm a bad guy, I said identity is king, right? I got your creds. I get on your email and I type in your username and password. If you didn't have MFA, I'm in, right? We're done. It's over with. It's a one authentication. If I had MFA, maybe like Duo or a password key, or it's prompting my phone, right? It's going to go to a second factor of authentication. So when I type in that username and password, that MFA client's going to pop my phone and say, are you trying to log into email? The bad guy doesn't have your phone, hopefully, and therefore unless you press yes, or if you press no, that authentication is not going to happen. They're not going to get on this. And if you take it outside the corporate use, you also put this in personal use. You'll see this like in your bank accounts, in any financial institution, there's always an option to do MFA. Do that because it's the same principle. Like I can't log on to Bank One with just the username and password. I have to supply that. But somebody, Kelly said they could buy my credentials. Okay, somebody else may have that, right? Um, so the idea is if I prompt for something else, that's another barrier for me to get in and a way to validate that me is me.
Very good. We've had a couple of other questions.
Sure.
Rowena asked if password managers have ever been hacked. You talked about LastPass and
Yeah.
Bitwarden.
So I wish I could unfortunately say no. But the idea is there have been a couple password managers that have been hacked. Look, I'm going to be honest with you. I did 20 years of adversarial stuff, bad guy stuff, in training people. There's no 100% full proof manner. If somebody tells you they can stop breach, no, people are creative. The idea of putting around password managers is again, it creates something where if you have a complex password with lots of characters, it's not so easy for me to guess or use a tool to crack, right? And I do then have to go after the password managing company itself. And that's a whole supply chain type attack, right? That's a whole different level than me sitting on the outside trying to get your bank account password, if that makes sense, right? So yes, there have been some data breaches in these organizations. Usually when there's data breach, they do their due diligence. They make sure their encryption is changed around your password vaults and databases and in their applications so you don't have to go change individual stuff, right? They can kind of take care of it on the back end as quick with the urgency they should.
Perfect. We had another question. You talked about forwarding rules in email.
Mhm.
What are you looking for, and how do you change that when you're looking for that?
So I just look simply for any forwarding rules. If you go to your Exchange, your personal email, somewhere you're going to find the ability to set up rules. And simply I look for rules. And if I didn't make that forwarding rule doesn't need to be there, right? So go to your help, whatever application it is, just type forwarding rules. It will say, this is if you're going on vacation, like setting up an out of office, or if I have two mailboxes, like I have Exchange here and I have Outlook here and the web, and I want any mail that goes to one to the other. That's the concept of a forwarding rule. If I didn't make that forwarding rule disappears, and then I start to get concerned, right? Because me as a bad guy, this is how a lot of really um, bill paying breach happens where they get improper authorization because bad guys in organizations will set up forwarding rules. And so they see everything that's going to accounts payable or who has to sign off, right? So, Oscar, if you're listening to me at Sci-Fair, go back and check your forwarding rules right now.
So you were talking about your Google Nest, or did you get rid of that one, or did you keep it?
No, I actually kept the Nest again because what I did was I have some expertise in it. So I was able to set my firewall to block the connectivity to that specific address, much like an organization would do. But honestly, I did call support, and you should too. If you see something that you don't understand, I did call support and say, why is my Nest connecting to something in Russia? They may be able to tell you, they may not. I chose to block it at an individual because I like my thermostat and I didn't want to replace it. So that goes back to using some of those other tools, and some of them are free to help us kind of help understand that connectivity and maybe prevent it.
So on saying that, the Open DNS, how easy is that to set up for your average internet user?
OpenDNS is really easy. You can set it up two ways, right? You can set it up if you've ever been into your broadband router, and most of us have nowadays. We have a little complexity, but if not, you can just call your ISP and say, how do I go on my broadband router and change my DNS address and put OpenDNS address in there? That way, any machine that connects behind to your personal internet will get that. You can also just go at a machine level for say your Windows settings and search for changing DNS, and instead of getting it by DHCP, hard code the OpenDNS so your machine always goes there, right? No matter what your device says. And again, if you guys have stuff that you want to ask, you'll have my email. Even if it's a personal device, it usually takes like 15 seconds to look up how to do it. And I'd be glad to try to help you walk through it. It's something that's never really done. We tend to use ISP's DNS. They do put security around there. Like if I get it from AT&T or if I get it from somewhere, these organizations are a little bit better at security intel because they do private things besides public things. So they tend to be a little bit better at catching stuff.
Great. I have one more question before we go ahead and end here, take a little bit of a break before we get to the 11 o'clock. Sometimes I think teachers don't realize the power that they have and the data that they have with all the student information that they get. I think we're starting to understand it a whole lot more, but sometimes teachers don't get the trainings on phishing. They'll get that and like, okay, this is for me, not necessarily for me and my students or the students' data. These are kids, they're in elementary, they're in middle, they're in high school, who cares about their data? What can we say? What would you say to that? What would you say to a teacher to help them to understand how important student data is, the students that are in their classroom, and how get that losing their data or getting their data out there, treating it like it's not as important,
No,
how that can be so wrong.
data privacy is got to be what we focus on because honestly, identity, like I mentioned, I take identity, I take credentials to get to data. The world is about data. And how I view this is I actually don't view it as an educator, although we should, right? I view it as a parent because think about it. Every one of those students is someone's child, and their information is now out on the web. And when their information gets out on the web, I'm sorry, it never goes away. It's there. So I love working with K through 12. I love working with data privacy because every one of those students, while you're in those four walls, we have that diligence. Everybody's a security contributor, right? And we need to make them aware. And with students, it's really, really hard. Sometimes with parents, I can tell you around students, it's they tend to give their information away on social media a lot, private information, right? So educate, but treat them. No, the student data population is probably one of the most breached things in the world. It's not Coke and Pepsi. Right.
Very good, very good, and very well said. We have one more, and then I'll let you go, and we'll just end it there. We had a question about how do you feel about VPNs at helping protect our data, maybe on the personal level, not necessarily at the enterprise level, but at the personal level.
Again, it is another barrier. Nothing's foolproof. I do not connect outbound of my own network unless it's through a VPN service. I tunnel everything through a VPN service. So at least I have a level of encryption, like you were talking about, Todd, on my data. I have some built-in data privacy. It's not in clear text. So I do. I actually use NordPass. This isn't an advertisement, right? But anything that goes outbound of my network goes tunneled through NordPass, right?
Very good. Well, Kelly, thanks so much. I want to give you a little bit of time. I know you've been talking for the whole, hour. Give you a little bit of time to rest, get some water, do whatever you need to do, and we'll go ahead there. You might want to stop sharing. I'm going to go ahead and share out a video that keeps us in between the time,
Okay. And
guys.
I will I can send this on the chat to you, or do you have a specific room that
Yeah, you can share it in the chat, and we'll share it in the YouTube channel for anybody who wants the
Okay.
presentation.
I will work on that. Thank you.
Sounds good. Hey guys, and remember we had a question in the YouTube chat about the hour. What do we do during the 12 to 1 hour? Is it 12 to 1? Am I getting that right or am I getting that wrong? It's 12, yeah, 12 to 1. All right. So I should know that because I'm a little hungry right now. 12 to 1 hour, it's different than in the past because in the past we've had sessions going throughout the whole day. So we've decided to take a little bit of a break at that point because one of the pieces of feedback that we got is like, man, it's great information, but there's like go, 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 go. And even though you say take a break, we don't want to take a break. And so we don't eat during the DLC. So we decided to build in a lunch. So from the 12 to 1 o'clock time, we're going to have a break. It'll just say, hey, we're out to lunch, or I can't remember exactly what the screen says. It'll be, it'll like be back at 1 or something like that. But that'll be your time to go get something to eat, have a little bit of a break, stretch, go get some sunshine, the whole deal. And then we'll come back at 1 o'clock to finish it out. So that's what all that's about. But stick around because we're going to have Kelly talking about cybersecurity and AI in the next session. and that's coming up in about 7 minutes. So take a little bit of time to stretch, go get a drink of water, get some coffee, whatever is good. Like us on X, and make sure you, if you're tagging us or anything, do hashtag CFISD DLC. All right, we're going to take a little bit of a break. We'll be back at the 11 o'clock hour.
See the app you added here at the bottom of the screen. If your app is in a folder, you can quickly search in the search bar, click on the folder, and then right-click the app and add to favorites.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities. In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge. Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference.
There is truly something for everyone.
Hi everyone, let's learn a quick tech tip on how to clear our cookies and cache. The reason why you might want to clear your cookies and cache is to fix glitches, update content, privacy protection, and overall improve the performance of your laptop or your Chromebook. Let's get started. You simply click your Control key plus your Shift key plus your Delete key, and up will pop the Delete Browsing Data dialog box. Simply go down and click Delete Data. Again, you just click Control key plus your Shift key plus your Delete key to clear the cookies and cache.
Our website has all the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write down the code and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the attendance codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 3 p.m. and you have until 11:59 p.m. each day to submit your codes for credit.
Did you know about the pen tool in Google Slides? When you are in slideshow mode, in the bottom left corner where you normally switch between your slides, there's also 3 little dots that you can click on to open another menu. Inside of that menu, you can click to turn on the pen. The pen tool allows you to annotate on top of the current slide that you are working on. The really neat thing is when you go to the next slide, the annotations don't follow. You can work independently and annotate on all the different slides, and those annotations will only stay on that particular slide.
The EdTech team would like to thank our partners. Due to their generosity, we will be able to provide some amazing prizes. Campuses at each level will be able to choose a prize package that best meets their needs. These prize packages will include student and teacher technology such as wireless keyboards, headphones, charging towers, and many different types of robotics. Don't forget to submit your attendance at the end of each day. Also, fill out your feedback form for one of these fantastic packages.
Do you find that you're always searching for the same apps in ClassLink? You can favorite those apps for quick and easy access. Simply locate the app, right-click, and choose Add to Favorites. You'll see the app you added here at the bottom of the screen. If your app is in a folder, you can quickly search in the search bar, click on the folder, and then right-click the app and add to favorites.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities. In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge. Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference.
There is truly something for everyone.
Hi everyone, let's learn a quick tech tip on how to clear our cookies and cache. The reason why you might want to clear your cookies and cache is to fix glitches, update content, privacy protection, and overall improve the performance of your laptop or your Chromebook. Let's get started. You simply click your Control key plus your Shift key plus your Delete key, and up will pop the Delete Browsing Data dialog box. Simply go down and click Delete Data. Again, you just click Control key plus your Shift key plus your Delete key to clear the cookies and cache.
Our website has all the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write down the code and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the attendance codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit.
All right, welcome back everyone to the 11 o'clock hour. Glad that you're here hanging out with us again. Just a quick reminder that we are going to we'll have a break between 12 and 1 o'clock. But we have with us again for the second session, Kelly Sennett. He is a systems architect with SentinelOne. And first session, he just gave us a lot of great information, and sitting in the role that I'm in, where I'm trying to always help people understand why security and safety and data safety is important. I really loved all the things that he said. He's going to be talking about in his next session how AI and cybersecurity kind of work together. You know, there's a lot of information about AI out there. We talk a lot about AI. We've got sessions on AI this time around, but he's going to be talking about how they come together. And so it's a great benefit. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Kelly and let him take it from there. Kelly, welcome again to the second session.
Thanks, Todd, and appreciate it again. Thank you all for the opportunity to talk a little bit about security in general and now kind of pivot to a more focused topic in AI. Again, kind of the same format. Any questions you want, please ask. My email's on the slideshow, so absolutely email me, whether it's personal or organizational. I'm a security steward. We all want to help each other, protect each other from the digital bad guys. So let me share my screen and let's talk a little bit about human and machine teaming, right? And, you know, this is truly going to be a team concept, right? The fact of the matter is that there is so much data to look at in a security background that I don't think that we can necessarily do it all with human bodies. But we'll kind of go through this. That's, I believe, where AI really helps us team. I'll show you some examples of why we think that that's actually going to be a good combination pair. Hold on a second. I'm having an issue here. Okay. So this is everywhere, right? And it's in cybersecurity as well. You know, when are the robots going to take over my job? Um, is the AI revolution going to stick or not? Yes, the AI revolution is going to stick. It's actually been around for a long, long time. It's truly a balancing act. I like to equate this or compare it to airplanes. Airplanes have been flying and landing themselves actually for a very, very long time. So AI and that capability has been in something you step in and fly personally on every day and actually controls a lot, if not most of your flight. But there's still pilots on a plane because pilots have context, pilots have experience, pilots have gut feelings. They have some things that AI at this point in time can't mimic. It really can't mimic the reasoning type ability. We're getting there with something called agentic AI, where that's coming in. So I don't think that this is a situation. I think it's a better together enrichment situation. Here's the elephant in the room around AI, and I understand that this is probably a huge elephant for education, but I'm going to apply it to AI to the same that I do with any tool that you use on a computer. AI can be misused like any other tool set in the digital world, right? Again, if you were on my session before, the most used attack tools in the world already exist on your devices and for good purposes and productivity. They're called web browsers, command prompts, emails, and so on. AI is another tool in the industry that can be used for good or bad that we have to learn to protect. We have to put guardrails around. We have to understand how to interpret misuse of it because it's here to stay for a reason, right? So when we're talking about cybersecurity, especially whenever I go in K through 12 and any learning environments, if we're not talking about the use of AI and cybersecurity, um, those kids are going to graduate. They're going to, a lot of them are going to have STEM degrees or technical degrees. They're going to get into this business and they're not going to get into this business unless they understand a little bit about AI or how to use AI. So the challenges that AI can help you with in cyber are pretty straightforward. This is the nomenclature for what you see in all the marketecture. I'm not really a marketing guy, so we can look at these reasons. And just like I said in the first session, the attack surface is expanding, so we have a lot more to protect. Security, despite trying to simplify it, continues to get complex across the stack. It's not particularly easy on the back end. There's a lot of data we have to look at to protect students and individuals, right? There's still a skilled cybersecurity shortage, right? So I go to a lot of, a lot of educational institutions trying to convince people, even if they're not in STEM or tech, to get into this because we need better practitioners and more practitioners. And, AI can help us understand things quicker and better so we're not as reactive to the process and flows. Now, this is kind of what marketing would get out. If I went to your organization, I would talk about these things, right? Really, what we're talking about is this. We have to protect and your data and your identity and you as an individual, your devices. And it's all of these devices. And what most people don't get a grasp of, that's trillions and trillions of pieces of raw data that we have to comb through as a volume. There's millions of stories we have to put together from that raw data to try to determine if something is good or bad, even if it's an automatic decision and doesn't involve a body, right? It's a detection engine or something. We have to take trillions of bits of data, put them into millions of stories, right? And then figure out which ones we have to be actionable on. right? So I look at all the organizations and say, how many people do you have in your security department? I go back to what I said a little in my first session. If you didn't watch it, go back and watch it, right? It's a speed game. And there's so much volume out there. Even if we do it right, can we do it fast enough? Because again, as an adversary, even if you detect what I'm doing, if I was able to do it quick enough and fast enough and got out, so what that you detected it? It's good, not so, so what from my perspective, right? Good from your perspective. And here's where we need AI to help us comb through all of that data so we can get to something actionable that actually protects you. Because as we said, everything's connected. Your phone, your Xbox, your fridge, your thermostat, your computer, it's just all connected. And that's just way, way too much volume to go through. So what does this translate in the real world? This is more me. This is what it translates into the real world. Bad stuff happens, and sometimes it takes work to figure out. So if you know any security professional, they've probably gone through this day where somebody reads something about some attack on a sister school system or something that's going around, and a superintendent or whoever's in charge of security is saying, hey, did this happen to us? And then somebody comes down to some analyst level like me and says, has this flavor of the day happened? And what most people don't understand on the back end is here is where all of that data now has to be analyzed to help determine if the bad thing exists on your network or has happened to you, right? And there's a couple of things that have to do this. First of all, if you look at my slide, this is straight from a security bulletin from CISA, right? Which is just a publisher of bad things and what to look at. In order to look for this bad thing that it's talking about, just in my environment, just over a 4-hour period, I would have over 138,000 data points to look at to determine that. That's just way too much, even if I'm experienced, even if I could do it. I don't think I could do it on time. Not only do I have to know those pieces of data, but somehow I have to ask my system or systems if those pieces of data exist, right? And that is typically, if you look at under the behavior where it says LSAS dump, that typically comes with a query, which means I have to know a language to ask all of this data if they've seen certain stuff. And we all know these languages are like applications, right? Especially SaaS or cloud applications. I don't know. This was the command today. They did something. This is the command tomorrow, or the button moved here. It's different amongst all systems, right? If you bought my technology as a manufacturer, you do it one way. If you bought another manufacturer's technology, you would do it another way, right? So not only do we have a lot of data, we have to understand what to ask that data, right? And write that. And then we have to do it within a certain time frame, because what happens if I get the answer back way too late? And that is really where AI actually is going to come in and help us. And in a bit, I'll show you an example of what I mean. But where AI actually is intersecting with security is now anyone can ask about the data. Because think of AI around security as providing some of those functions of maybe the AI like ChatGPT. Instead of having to ask some technical question, I can put it in English and break down that barrier to the query that I would have to know to write. since I can ask it in natural language, even though Kelly's really, really experienced in that query and in all that technical stuff, I actually go to a couple trade shows called Black Hat and DEF CON. You can look them up. They're two of the biggest security shows in the world. And I run sponsored events where I have myself query data manually and I have AI query data with someone that's never even used my system. 70% of the time, the person that's never used my system wins because they can just query it in English and query it faster. So speed, and speed matters in breach. Speed kills. We have to fight the speed of the adversary by creating speed of a defender, right? Also, AI allows me, just like most AI learning modules, it allows me to get information back in human language for better comprehension. And again, we'll show an example to go through this. But if I asked it something in English and I get all the information back in rocket science, does it really help me understand what's going on? Because then I've got to take that response now and try to figure out that response. And that's more time, that's more effort, that's more bodies, right? So, and the actual true value to me is a lot of times we are focusing so much on how to use security products, how to use the products in general, that we're not focusing on the outcome or what we want out of the data. And since we don't have to focus on, oh, I have to know this query language. I have to test this query. I have to run it. I have to see if it's right. I don't know what information it gave me back, so I have to look up that information. We can now focus on the important things. And the important thing is what to ask. What do you need to ask of your data to find out the information that you're looking? But we spend all our time figuring on how do we ask it? And then it changes 6 months from now when I upgrade my code. So these are the things in real life that AI helps security responders with. Why we still need humans? It's as simple as this. This is my labradoodle. No, there were no labradoodles or fried chicken heard in this. Most AI models, I can send this picture in front of and ask if it can tell the difference. And its hit rate, usually across 4 or 5 of the top learning modules, is 90%, which means every once in a while, if I ask for which are fried chicken, I get a labradoodle. I translate that to this. Would you do this if you only knew that there's 90% accuracy in this scenario? Or would you like the backing of a human body that can have context, reasoning, and experience around the information or the process that's going on? So there is a time and a place for both, right? And if we build this out, it's really simple. Oops, let's build it out right. You can tell I'm a practitioner, not a speaker. So there's a time and a place for both. AI, that machine interface, helps us collect all that data, helps us match patterns, helps us summarize it, helps us test hypothesis, right? But the human side, me as a security provider, have tons of years of experience, have tons of context around certain things that I've seen, can be a little more creative around reasoning to make decisions, and can have a strategy. And honestly, it takes those two things together to thwart bad guys. So if I go back to my other example, right? 90% accuracy if I do this with AI, but if I do this with humans, I get 100%. So there's a piece in this for both, is my point. And everybody that's going to work in security and pretty much anything else is going to find that. We have to put the controls, we have to put the guardrails around it. But we do need the speed, the ability to get through the data and process it, and the ability to ask it in a manner that we're capable of asking it for and receive the information back in a manner that we can understand it. I'm going to take a quick pause here because I'm going to actually bring up the AI system that's formulated with my application and just show you a quick example of how we would use this. Does anybody have any questions in the meantime?
We don't have any questions just yet, Kelly.
Okay, absolutely. So this is my system, right? It doesn't matter. It can be anybody else's system. And I'm going to give you a quick real world example. So this is the AI function within the security application that I support. Now, this is actually collecting all the information, all the data from all the PCs and all the devices in my whole organization worldwide. So I have all that data I would have to comb through if I needed to ask a question. This is really simple, kind of like ChatGPT, right? Ask me a question. So I'm not even going to ask it necessarily a security question because my system focuses on security, but it could also be operational. A typical thing I like to do is I like to go into organizations because people stream a lot of music and media, and that takes a lot of bandwidth, especially around potentially testing times, right? And I'd like to know who's doing that. Now, for that exercise, if I go back to the old method, I would have to go to the raw data. I would have to write some data query. I would have to test it. I would have to extract the data. I would have to validate it. Then I'd have to put it in a way that I understand. Here's what AI is going to do. I can just simply go into here and say, is anyone streaming music on my network, right? English, whatever my language is, right? I can hit that and it's going to translate that natural language. And it's going to take a second. Remember, this is happening over billions of pieces of data. And see what it did there? This is the query I would have had to have known or had to be able to write to get that data. So asked my data something valuable to me. I didn't have to be Kelly in a box because Kelly in a box was my AI. It wrote the query for me. Not only did it write the query for me, it extracted the results, right? Um, and it actually summarized the results right for me. It said, yes, you have a lot of people streaming music on your network, and it's primarily Spotify. So even though I had all this information built in here that I would have had to have gone through and say, okay, Spotify's my biggest offender, who are my biggest individuals that are doing this? Those individuals are these two gentlemen on these machines. So basically what I've done here, and there's where it's going, right, is I've got that nice summary, and it even gives me inputs, right? That I could ask or continue to ask more. Now, as an operator, I can tell you that this exercise would have taken me about an hour to do. To write the query, to test the query, to go through the data, to summarize the data, right? And we did this all across SentinelOne, so 2,500 users, some 100,000 devices connected to it. And we got that information in about 3 minutes. And we got it to in a format output that we could understand while asking it in a format input that we didn't have to know something technical for. I'm going to stop here again and see if anybody has any questions. This is really the crux of where AI itself is going to meet security. Natural language translation, being able to do something complicated, get the results, and supply the answers back in a general format that I can understand without getting too complicated or taking too much time.
Hey, Kelly, we
Yeah.
didn't have any specifics, but specific questions. People are asking about your slide deck again, and so we'll let them know that that'll come.
Yep.
The other piece was about Purple AI. Is that specific to SentinelOne?
Purple AI is specific to us as a manufacturer, right? And it's specific around our security solutions. And there's a reason why. Remember, we said we got to put guardrails and stuff like this. Other manufacturers will probably have their own AI capabilities. So, it's not just us, but it's for security purposes. So I can say, how do I make the best pizza, right? And it's not going to answer, and I can mistype because, again, it's language. And see what it says? I can only assist you with cybersecurity related questions, right? For pizza recipes, get another resource, right? But other solutions will have this in. Some of them are not front facing yet. Let's be honest, most security solutions have a form of AI or ML working in the background because they have to crunch the same data. What Purple AI does is it allows me to look at stuff and ask my data questions, right?
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
This is, Alyssa, this is great question because this goes back to my first couple slides, right? We've got to teach awareness and responsibility in anything because that's the first question, right? And a lot of it is knowledge. I am not going to sit here and say a student can't take this and use things like this irresponsibly. So, which is one of the reasons I like to take the lead in this and show us how to be responsible. I equate this to, look, I have had all the training of a digital bad guy, right? Just like an adversary that would crack and break things. I use that skill set for good. Why do I do this? Because I don't want to snap my neck around and look for the FBI all day long. There's a lot of solid reasons, right? And, this comes down to school policy, right? And I'm not into school policy, and all of the policies have their own. But to think that we can totally control the use of it, um, I would I would say that's not. So let's think about teachers, right? Is it okay for our students to get supplemental information to be able to ask things in a way um, that are easier for them. If those are benefits of a classroom, then we should probably be teaching them a little bit about AI and how to use it responsibly and what are good uses for it. Make sense?
Definitely. Thank you. And there is more information to come on classroom and student or teacher use of AI in the future, definitely for everybody.
Yeah, and because a lot of this is, we're learning a lot of this as we go, but it's becoming so prevalent so quickly, right? That the first thing I tell people is, look for stuff with guardrails. Don't just choose any AI application or model. For example, like I couldn't, I asked it, how do I make the best pizza in the world? This is a security tool, but I can say, can you, let's just say, write me a PowerShell to drop malware, which means, can you write something bad for me, right? Because this is the context. Well, bad guys can use it too, right? And it's programmed within guardrails, right? That we understand you're asking something to do something malicious. So we're not going to assist you with the request. So the first thing is definitely try to control the AI that people are using. Make sure it's above board like any application, right? You don't just download any application and do something. Is it within policy? Is it acceptable to use that AI? And then, supplement that teaching or classroom experience with it. Because again, it can give us benefits in learning for sure. Like it hugely gives me benefits in security. I've always been a command line guy and I never thought I'd use AI till I sit up there and see how quick and how it can help me get to an answer. Right. All right. That's predominantly, I know we're finishing a little early. If anybody wants to see an example of something else, again, I'll put my presentation up there. You can contact me about this AI or AI and security. I'd be glad to have any discussions. Todd, anything else you kind of want to add? I know we're shutting down early, but just wanted to give a glimpse into how we really use it.
No, I think this is very beneficial, and I think it highlights the fact that there is so much out there and the benefit of how AI can help with something like cybersecurity. But then if people extrapolate that into all the other things that we wind up doing, how beneficial it would be for them there. So,
Yeah, absolutely.
all right. So, do you have the code, or would you like me to share the code out?
I do have the code. Hold on. Or actually, can you share the code out? Because I did take that away, didn't I?
Yeah, I can do that.
Yep. Sorry about that, my friend.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and share. It's going to end your ability to share.
Yep, I'll stop. There you go. We're
All right.
good.
And that is the code for the 11 o'clock there. I think there was, let's see here. Was there another question? So Kelly, is someone who you mentioned that you didn't think that you would be using AI
Yep.
back in the day. So someone who is in a job or maybe even in the future, they're training for a specific job role and then AI is thrown on top of it because I don't think it's going away. I think they're incorporating, I mean, there's going to be a time where you're not going to be able to buy like a laptop without some kind of AI in it
Correct.
already built in. I know that the big manufacturers are already doing that. So what skill set do you think students would need to be able to use AI effectively and not just AI, but to be effective in the workforce in the future?
Well, I think it comes down to the point we made. Look, AI is helping me get information. This skill set at my job, like I just asked a question, right? As a security operator, I gave you a question to ask. If you don't know what the question to ask is, AI doesn't help you. So it goes back to fundamentals, right? In that AI will be pretty user friendly unto itself. I don't think like before you'll have to be a coder or something to use AI because of natural language. But if I was searching for threat in my example, and say I gave it to you, to anyone on this call that has no experience with threat and said, find it for me, they're going to stare at it like a deer in headlights, right? Because they don't know foundationally what to ask. They're still not educated in what to ask. And that's where that education is so important. But if they stood for with me for 5 minutes and I said, I'm looking for this threat, and how I find this threat is through A, B, and C, they can take that foundation because now they know what to ask and they don't have to learn how to write the query. They can just ask in English, have I seen A? Have I seen B? Have I seen C? Right? Is there any correlation? So I think there's not a specific skill as much as I still have to understand what I'm asking for. And number two is AI isn't always right, right? I see a lot of this, right? And I see a lot of it with my junior operators that use purple and they come back with an answer. And again, my correlation is you still have a pilot on the plane. They come back with an AI answer that clearly isn't right. It's not correct. If you noticed on purple, if I shared it again, it says right there, purple AI can make mistakes. Consider checking the facts, right? Because it's just pulling data. It's not reasoning, right? It's pulling data and pulling data quickly for me. And it's representative in models or tests, but it's not reasoning. It doesn't have experience. It doesn't have some of these things. So inputs, focusing on what to ask and how to properly articulate what you really want. Because again, based on what I type in, I could get AI to say 50 different things.
I think that's really important. And a lot of the times we talk about, like in the ed tech world, we talked about the prompts and, you hear about prompt engineering. And
Hmm.
it basically is what you're saying, know how to
Yep.
ask the question to be able to get the output that you're looking for. Because yeah, you can ask a bunch of different ways. It's pretty amazing how you can go to any big AI and you can ask a very general question. And I'm going to go to one of the questions that we got was about students are using AI to answer test
Hmm.
questions and complete classroom assignments. How can we manage these in the classroom? Part of it is in SciFair, we have blocked all AI for students right now.
Absolutely.
So
Yeah.
we've done that. It's open for teachers, but we can't stop students from using it on their own devices or when they're home and different things like that. You hear a lot in the ed tech world to let's AI proof our assignments, make them to where you just can't go and get AI and use AI to get a simple, quick answer, right? Um, Part of the things is if you're a teacher, and this really came up when ChatGPT was released in 2022. I was
Mhm.
starting to talk about it with people here. I'm like, this is going to be a thing. I think it's going to, language arts teachers are not going to like it because you can go in there and you can get, produce an essay, you can produce paragraphs, things like that. But the deal is knowing how to analyze that output. So a teacher who knew their students and knew their writing ability. My thing at the very beginning was get your students to write a paper just with paper pencil, so you know their writing style and you know how they write, and then anything else digital after that, yeah, you're hoping to see improvement. But if you see something crazy, crazy improvements, okay, maybe you could have a conversation about that. The other thing is if students don't know how to prompt the AI, they're going
Yep.
to get very general, generic look, outputs, and so I think as students become smarter and they realize what they need to do, they're going to start becoming better prompt engineers themselves to get the output out of AI. But that's part of it.
And I'll give you an example. Like a lot of times I'll interview junior operators for my organization, right? And, they could be sitting and typing my questions on AI. No, let's get up to a whiteboard, draw me what you're talking about, right? I want to see again, because it goes back to this is great in the sense any tool can be used for bad. I can take the command prompt on your machine that's supplied by Microsoft and use it for malicious stuff. And you can't necessarily control what somebody's going to do. You, as an organization, by policy and by enforcement, can, right? But if that guy goes to the whiteboard and he can't tell me the what to ask, yeah, I don't care what AI has, right? It doesn't, it's going to be catastrophe, right? So it's just exactly what you said, let's go a little old school. Let's see what's going on, and then let's see how we use the new school to our benefit, right?
I've done something similar with just recently. We were with people here at the central office, and I had them bring up a Google Doc, and I asked them to write, a description of what they were asking for. And at that point, they didn't know what they were doing. But then we took that and threw it into AI. And part of it, it was like you needed to be more. They realized that the more descriptive they were, the more information they gave, the better output they received. And so I was talking with someone at the ISTE conference recently, and actually Joe Marquez, he's going to be in this channel tomorrow. You really need to come and watch him. But he was giving me an idea of what they do in Adobe Firefly. So Adobe Firefly allows students to generate images. And so it's a
Mhm.
text-based, it
Yep.
creates an image. And so they give this to students and they say, hey, go ahead and, create your monster, create your, I think it's like a monster activity assignment, whatever. So the kids go in there and the AI generates it. And the question to the students were, and these are young students, it's like, is that the monster that you envisioned in your mind? Like, well,
Yeah.
no, I wanted it to be blue. I wanted it to have a horn over here. I wanted to have a funny eye or whatever it might have been. And so it goes back to, well, you weren't descriptive enough. And so they're bringing in the language arts piece of, descriptive language and being able to use all that, the words, the text to be able to describe exactly what they wanted. And so I thought that was a great activity, a great use of helping students to understand to be descriptive, but that helps them in the AI get out what they need.
Yeah, and let's remember again, AI is like any other application, right? And don't think from a security field that we're not taking that data into consideration to try to determine if it was generated by AI, right? If that source, because you have a lot of things, right? You can do pictures, you can do, and I've seen this in education fields, right? There are softwares that comb through papers to try to determine if it's AI, right? If somebody actually wrote this, right? The same thing in security, right? We can use these tools, first of all, kind of like Cypher decided to lock it down to see if anybody's actually using AI on the network. Are they using an AI interface, right? Whether they should be or not. And then we have analysis tools coming up with security because we're getting there to say, well, is this what we call a deep fake, right? Is this really Todd, or is this an AI generation of Todd that I'm talking to, right? And trying to understand those characteristics as well. And that's what I meant lightly by saying guardrails understanding the use and the misuse, right? Just like anything else, we're developing factors like that because, again, it's really any tool set, especially digitally, it's all about how you use it because it can be used in either direction. And like you said, Todd, right? You can't 100% stop somebody from doing anything. In the old days, and I probably shouldn't say this on recording, when security was first being cool and we got all these inner firewall, interweb blocks and all this stuff in the four walls. And then I just turned on my digital phone and I could do anything I wanted because you weren't stopping that, right? That's going to Verizon, and then we worked ourselves around that to be able to understand these things. I think AI, as we grow, we are highly looking at how we secure that, how we identify that, because it's a national problem. It's not just an educational problem, right? Is this political video you're watching? What is this, right? Is this right? This whole deep fake thing is real, right?
Definitely, definitely. Well, Kelly, you've given us a lot to think about, and it's really great to be able to see some of the back end, how things work, to be able to keep us safe and on our network. And I think that's one of the things I always try to share with other people. It's like if our network goes down, we're so tied into the network. We need to keep our network safe, whatever that means, and all the things that we need to do there. So
Yep.
Kelly, I appreciate you coming and spending 2 hours with us to share your expertise on this. We greatly appreciate it.
Thank you, and thanks to all. And just reach out if you need anything and follow up, or reach out to me. I'm a cyber champion. We all should be good stewards of security because we should all be aware of it in every aspect of our lives, right?
You got it. You got it. So we're going to go ahead and take it away, guys. Remember, if you're coming in from lunch, this is the first time where we ever had a break for lunch. So you're coming in from lunch, and just know that we're going to have 3 more hours back to back to back. Marcia's going to be here for 2, and then we'll finish it out at 3 o'clock with Promethean. And you want to make sure that you get the codes as we go throughout the session. They'll pop up when they pop up at the time that they pop up. So I'm going to stop talking. I'm going to turn it over to Marcia because she has some really good stuff. Marcia, welcome to another DLC. We're glad that you're here. Okay, you're muted though. You see, so that's great. I see, that's perfect. We're having some fun. I didn't turn off the volume, and I still don't hear you. You're talking, I still don't hear you. It's that new Apple computer I know you got. It's okay. Still don't hear you.
Can you hear me
There
now?
you go. There you go.
No, it's just saying that was a great introduction. And we all make mistakes. And that's what I love is that you just got to be ready to like go with it and figure it out, even if we use technology on a daily basis. So I'm super excited to be here at DLC. Goodness gracious, it's been so many years and I've enjoyed all of them. I still miss the in-person, but this is great because we get to meet and hang out with a lot of other people.
Yep.
So today we're talking about differentiation. You ready for this? All right, let's do it. So we're going to be walking through and have a lot of great resources. So I want to make sure that we have the ability for you to go in and get the resources. So hold tight one quick second. Okay, okay, hold on. Todd, I did it again. It's allowing me to, I need to, hold on. I need a restart. Hold tight. I'll be right back.
You got it. You got it. So one of the things that Marcia has always done really well is the small group instruction. And when we were doing the blended learning and we were working through the blended learning, it was all through the different studios and going through all of it. But one of the pieces that she always talked about was the small group. Well, that was quick. You left and you came back really quickly.
I tried quick. I had to enable it. Like you said, I got a new laptop and it was not giving me permissions. So my fault. I'm ready to go now. So we're ready.
All right, go for
Sorry
it.
about that, Todd. Here we go. It's all good now. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to be talking about, and Todd, make sure, can you see my screen okay? You got
Yes,
it?
I see the slide deck.
Okay, perfect. All right, we're going to be talking about differentiation, and we're going to talk about strategies that engage all students. And this is really important because we really want to make sure our students are engaged in the learning. The more that we give them ownership and they become more engaged, the more they grow academically throughout the whole year. So this is our kind of our big game plan for today, is we're going to be talking about it. But for those of you who do not know me, I just want to give you some background information. I am a classroom teacher. I started out as an elementary teacher. I started at high school, and now I travel around the country teaching teachers how to implement technology into their classrooms. And like Todd says, we do all kinds of things, from blended learning to personalized learning to how to use data. So there's a lot of things that we offer. So as we're going through today, you're going to see some really great links and resources. And of course, you're going to see at the bottom of the page, there's always going to be a link for you to get to. So in case you miss it coming in late, there is a link at the bottom of the screen. But first of all, I want to talk a little bit more about what I've been doing this summer. I am such an outdoors girl, and I live in the hills of Tennessee. The Blue Ridge Mountains are literally in the backyard, and we love to go mountain biking. Yep, I'm a big mountain biker. And I don't know what it is about when I mountain bike. In fact, that's why I even brought my bike in today, because I wanted to make sure that you guys knew that I'm not joking. I literally do go out mountain biking. And one of the things that happens when I mountain bike is I always tend to aim for trees or fall off the side of the hill or do something crazy. If I don't come back with some type of scratch or mark on my body, well, then I just wasn't trying hard enough. And it's kind of fun because, we always take off on a different trail. And sometimes we even get to take our dog with us. And that's kind of fun because we put her on the trails that are a little bit easier to go on, and she rides around with us. But the reason why I bring this up is because it's not easy to do any mountain biking. And if you've ever done it, you're going to be like, oh, yeah, she's right. But even if you ride a normal bike, or even if you just go for a walk, sometimes it's challenging to get up and down those hills. And I do come back with a very dirty bike that I had to clean at the end. But along the way, as you're biking, you have all these different gears. You have a high gear, which means that you're going on an even path and it's easy to get through. A middle gear means it's a little bit more challenging. But when I throw it into the low gear, it means I need extra help and support to get me up that hill. And that's what we love about mountain biking, is there's all these different gears to help you get through the process, just like education. In education, we do the same thing. And there are different strategies that I'm going to showcase to you that are high gear strategies. Those that are super easy and to implement and put together without even thinking. And those are going to really help to enrich, work with those early finishers, and deepen the learning. In a classroom, a teacher has these strategies at hand at all times. When a kid gets done early, what do you do? If somebody is struggling getting something done, how can you help them get through this? So these strategies are already built in for differentiation. We don't really have to really focus much on the high gear because it's an easy path. It's something that we have just grown to understand how to do. All right. But when we go to that middle gear, now it's becoming a little bit more challenging. Maybe we're going up a little bit more steep incline. Maybe there's leaves on the ground. And this is where now we need to be a little bit more prepared. How are we going to really have that independent practice? How are we going to add in collaboration? What is that structure of my lesson going to be like to ensure that all students are successful? So now I'm going to be a little bit more challenging to myself to prepare for that lesson, for that differentiation. And this is where differentiation really helps to come in for group differentiation and for tiered differentiation instruction. It's steady. It's not right away. I add it in as I go, right? But then we get to the low gear. And this is where I feel like I live most of my life, is right inside that low gear. Like, okay, I got to get myself a little bit of extra help. And this is where I'm really going to be doing some interventions, some reteaching, and my small group instruction. This is my sweet spot. This is where I really want to be at majority of the time. Not only is it good to help those students along, but it's encouraging me to try to get outside my comfort zone. And the more I get outside my comfort zone, the bigger my comfort zone becomes. So this is really what we're working towards today, is how do we take these different strategies from riding a simple bike to actually putting it in play for the classroom environment. Okay, so just to give this to you, just in case you want to take a quick little screenshot of it, I'm going to give you this resource, but at the same time, you can have this to see where we're going. I might show something to you and you might be like, oh, that's in my high gear strategy box. I got that. Or, ooh, I've never tried that before. So maybe that's something I'm going to try when I really feel comfortable and I get to know my students and have their data. Okay, so you guys ready? Let's get to know more about you. I'm using a Padlet. I'm not suggesting adding a Padlet to your curriculum, but it's a great way for me to share out these resources to you right now. So it's a great way for you to go in and grab resources without having to go to an extra Schoology page, without having to go to another website or log into something. It's just an open Padlet that you can go in and share. So you're going to find some information about me. I do have a quick question for you. And then I also had something fun if you want to post where you're from. I would love to know. So I'm going to give you a quick second to go ahead and do that. And I'm going to try to pull it up while we're sitting here so we can see where we are as we're looking at that Padlet. So go ahead, grab that Padlet link. Give you a second. And I'm going to pull it up here too. So I have it up here on the screen so you can go through, kind of look at it. Now, again, this is not a resource I would put into the classroom because, you know, it might not be approved with your district. It's just something I'm using today to kind of give some interaction since we're in the virtual world. So I have a question here. So we have 3 votes. Way to go, guys. I have 3 people, 6 people. Awesome. And then, of course, I have questions. And if you want the resources from today, everybody wants resources. There's definitely a place where you can grab some of those extra resources to explore. So it's right here. You can go in and grab some of those extra resources. So just to give you some heads up. All right. Perfect. I'm going to leave that ready. I'm excited. We have 20 votes. Nice. I can't wait to see where we are and what you are currently doing in the classroom. All right, guys, thanks for adding in that Padlet. And I'm just going to keep going because we have so much to go over that I don't want to waste any time. I know they want to give me 50 minutes. What I'm sharing with you now is usually a 90, a 3-hour, or even a 6-hour workshop. So I'm really condensing it to make it more accessible in a 50-minute period of time. So here's the things that we're going to do. Continue working on that Padlet. You haven't on that Padlet page, there is going to be a link that's going to give you this like little document. I love to be paper light, not paperless, so that way I can go through and take notes and I can print it out to remember because you're going to sleep once or twice between now and the start of the school year. So this is just a little guide that you can use. We're going to go over why differentiation matters now. We're going to talk about studios and differentiation. Okay, I'm not going to be talking much about blended learning. I'm going to talk about how do we add in differentiation at that high gear, those easy strategies. Then we're going to talk about some tech tools to help with differentiation. And then we're going to take a deeper dive into using the data to drive engagement and differentiation in your classroom. And then finally, we're going to have a gem challenge. That's right. We're going to go in and we're going to practice how to use gems in Gemini. All right, Todd, if there's any questions or anything, don't hesitate to jump in and say, hey, Marcia, there's somebody who posted something.
You got it.
All right, perfect. And I'll remember, we'll do the code, okay? All right, so why differentiation matters? Differentiation matters because of the fact that we all learn in different ways. And we learn through the idea of like maybe the learning modalities of verbal, auditory. And a lot of people say that they're one type of learner, but the reality is we're all of these. Like I enjoy being a kinesthetic learner as my preference, but I also learn well in auditory, tactile, and visual as well. So when we're differentiating, we want to be able to hit all of these different learning modalities. So it just doesn't stop with the ones that we know. It also includes an interpersonal, interactive, and sequential. So all of these things are ways that students will learn the content. And if we include those different learning modalities in a lesson, they will remember more for longer periods of time. And that comes from a book by Think Again by Adam Grant. And Adam Grant went through and said that the more that we add those learning modalities into a lesson, the students will retain the information a lot longer. So now that high gear is making sure that we add some of those learning modalities into a lesson. But if you want to go to that low gear where it's a little bit more challenging, we could put it into a situation where we're going to really put it into learning studios, where when we go and take that lesson and break it apart, and we really challenge ourselves to do small group instruction, we're going to automatically hit all of those different learning modalities in a 45-minute class period without even thinking about it. So differentiation matters because we all learn different ways. And by learning all the different ways through the different modalities, we're going to be more successful and remember that information longer. And my favorite, it helps us to authenticate the learning. Now, I'm just in the process of writing a book right now. It's in the publishing phase, but I just wrote a book about AI in the classroom. We're not going to talk about that today, but one of the key things that we talk about is you want to make sure that the students are doing their work. If you set up learning studios, you're going to be able to authenticate that learning. Okay, now what are learning studios? So let's just go ahead and jump right on in and talk about what those studios are. Small group instruction is my favorite part of learning studios because that's where I can differentiate the easiest. When a group of students come back to me, I can change up my questions. I can come up with ideas for that group of students based off their needs and abilities. So in my small group is the easiest way to differentiate. But some teachers get really scared because they're like, how do I manage and set up the rest? What are the rest of the students doing? Well, how do I manage what the class is doing? How do I control the off-task behaviors? Well, believe it or not, those off-task behaviors kind of fall off the charts because of the fact that they're engaged in their learning. So the power of a small group starts with it builds those relationships. The more you can build those relationships, the harder the students are going to work, and the more likely that they're going to do the work and not some other program. Power of small group gives you the ability to reteach the content. I love that. Being able to go in, reteach the students what they might have missed, that spiral view kind of built right into it. You can enhance the content. Again, you can go through and while the students are with you, you can go and challenge questions for them. You can bring out more manipulatives. You can enhance their thinking process. And it also grows all students. The data has come back again and again, year after year. The teachers that deploy small group instruction are outperforming teachers who are not within the same building. And I'm saying within the same building because we don't want to be like, oh, this school over here or this school over there. It's within the same campus. The students are making bigger gains academically by attending a small group lesson on a regular basis. And of course, there's less behavior problems. I love this because you think that if you're not standing in front of the room, the kids are going to be off task, but they're not. They're really actually getting their work done. So small group instruction is kind of the backbone for all this, and it works in every subject from kindergarten all the way to high school, to AP classes, electives, and everything in between. If you take your lesson and you just break it apart and put in a small group, then you're going to really make sure that the students are doing the work and differentiation is going to be made easy. Okay. So if I'm doing small group, what are the other students doing? They're doing independent practice. And independent practice is where it allows time for the students to practice their content. It's not for a grade. It's just like, when can I actually go and just practice what you're teaching me in my small group or even in whole group instruction? So what we do is we go in and differentiate at a low or medium gear. And this is an example where a third grade classroom went in and they differentiated their independent practice. When the students come in, they get an activity sheet or a checklist. And on that checklist, they will be told what shape they are that day. Are you a heart? Are you a star? Or are you a diamond? And when the students go to independent practice, they go find the activity that aligns to their shape for the day. And yes, one day they could be a heart and the next day they could be a diamond. So the whole idea is that the students are getting differentiated activities based on the data. Now, I know what you're saying, Marcia, how do I come up with all those activities? Well, before we leave here today, my little gem is going to be able to help you come up with those activities to put in as a supplement to your district resources. Again, it's a supplement. Always start with your district resources first. This is what you would add to really help with that differentiation. All right. Oh, I just wanted to point out, you can see all the hearts are together, all the stars, all the diamonds. So the students are working on this activity for 3 different days, 3 different activities. Okay, so we have small group, we have independent practice. Now digital content. This is by far the easiest because your district has purchased really good resources for you to use. So when you're in a small group differentiating, they can be on digital content, getting differentiated activities through ST Math, Edpuzzle, Desmos, WeVideo, Amplify, or any other district resource or program that has been purchased for you. And I always say start with these programs first, because if you add in other ones, it might not be 1, approved, 2, it might not be giving you the data that you need to help to differentiate the work for the students. So Digital Content Studio, it's already done for you. That is high gear. You're cruising down that path because it is just set up, ready for you to go. All right, I wanted to showcase to you that we do have, again, I have another thing that we created over the summer, which is called the Blended Learning Starter Kit. And inside of here, I actually take time to go through classroom layouts and how to set up your classroom. And I have some examples here for you because this is important for digital content and for that small group, because all of this is focused around differentiation. So digital content in this classroom is back here. It's away from the teacher, but she can still see the screens. Now let's go in and look at another one. Here's an example of a middle school or high school. She's got her small group, but then look where her digital content is. It's against the wall. Again, while she's working and differentiating the content in her small group, she can see what the students are working on over against the wall. It's kind of like a digital content bar. And then let's take a look at one more example. And I like this one because it's a lab table. And sometimes in lab tables, we kind of like, how does it work? Well, again, the digital content, she chose to be closer to the teacher because she wants to be able to see their screens. So instead of facing forward, they might have their backs facing the opposite way so she can see their screens while she is doing a small group lesson. This whole redesign of our classroom is just one of the things that we would do when we're adding in that differentiation elements, because it's going to decrease the behavior, but also we're allowing the students to really focus on the skills that they need that align with your pacing guide. All right, so last one I want to talk about, which goes into our next session, which is talking about low prep, is what we call future ready. And that is really where we can authenticate the learning, where we have the ability to go in and allow the students to create, collaborate, and communicate with each other. These are kind of like my soft skills. And I just wrote a blog post about it. That blog post link is right there. And it talks about employability. Employability means, can they communicate? Can they use critical thinking? Can they create? Can they collaborate together? Can they actually work as a team? So when we look at those different learning modalities, all of these things, when we put it into studios and we're differentiating, are also employability skills that our students need. So I'm just showing you a couple of examples. This is a scenario activity, and this was a science activity where they gave them different scenarios and they had to go in and graph the outcome. All right, so in that one activity, they were working on these 4 skills: communication, critical thinking, collaboration, and teamwork. They had to complete that activity together. All right, here's another example. And this was actually from Cy Springs. And this was our social studies example, what they were working on. And they had to work together to go and figure out which elements were going with their topic for the day. So the students were collaborating, talking, and trying to figure out the answers. And then this is an example from an English high school classroom where they had to create a newsletter using Canva. So they went in and they're using communication, critical thinking, and they actually worked on this one activity together. So these skills are all part of what we want our students walking away with. So just giving you some other examples, just so you can kind of see. Here's some like a sorting activity. And again, if you come in my next session, I'm going to walk you through how to actually deploy all these. Building posters are also a great way for that collaboration and working together. So it doesn't have to be these big giant projects. It could be short, small, to the point. But eventually, we're going to be adding in rigor. And then here's another one. I love taboo. So this is a fun little taboo game that we use. And this is a high school biology classroom. And we could even keep going where we're going to be adding in choice. Now, you see how the gears are getting a little bit more intense? Those first couple, those are easy. Build a poster? Oh, that's a high gear activity. Now we're going in and we're doing choice boards where it might be a little bit more challenging, where we're going up a little bit of a steep incline. All right. And then eventually, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing some projects. And this would be something that in low gear, I'm going to really try to climb that mountain because I know I want to add more rigorous activities to really authenticate the learning and the students apply the standards that they are learning in the classroom. Choice boards are great too. And I love this example. This is the last one I'm going to show you, and then we're going to get a code here in just a second. What I have here are differentiated choice boards. A choice board is a great opportunity for students to pick and choose what they want to do. That's differentiation. But I kicked it up a notch where I had these students to pick 3 boxes or they had to get a certain number of points. The first row of lines are right along with my standards, and it's very simple, easy activities. Maybe those might be for my struggling students, but then I build up to the bottom row, which is worth more points, and they are more the application of creating a video, create a Wii video for them, the students. So it's a differentiated choice board that I build myself up to get to that point. All right, we're going to pause here because we've done halfway through. Next, we have tech tools. Then we're going to do some planning. And then, of course, my gym challenge. So I'm going to let Todd give us a code real quick so that way you guys are ready to go.
All right, hold on just a second. Here it goes. And that's your code for the 1 o'clock session there. Make sure you write that down. And remember, guys, you want to input these codes right when day 1 is over. So right at 4 o'clock, when the forums open up, you want to just take a little bit of time to go and do this and just knock it out. I promise you, it will save you so many headaches down the road when you're trying to figure out where your hours are. And we will post these into CF Test for you. And so it'll automatically happen, but you got to give us some time because there's a lot of you here. And so it'll be a little bit later down the road, maybe like at the end of September, early October. If you are outside of the district, then you will get a certificate and it will be sent to you.
Todd, it looks like we have a lot of people here. I had over 100 people respond to our vote on that Padlet link.
You have almost 700 people in the channel right now watching you. Hey, there was a question, I guess, as we're ending this code piece here. Have you seen independent practice studios work well in a high school setting? And you shared some examples there. I don't know if you want to address that really quickly.
Absolutely. For sure. We see a lot of great independent practice going on in the high school setting, but we really have come up with some really creative ways to do that. And in our blog post that you're going to see, there's tons of links there. We talk about what's called there's one called differentiation, and we talk about just taking an activity sheet that you normally would have. And this is one of the easiest ways to differentiate, because if you only have 10 minutes to do independent practice, the kids are going to do everything. And I've talked about this for years. And what you do is you just take your activity sheet that you have from the district and put the easy questions in bag number 1, your a little bit more challenging questions on that same activity sheet in bag number 2, and then in bag number 3 would be your extended questions. And what really happens is now the students are more apt to go and try, because it's a non-fail system where if I pull up a question and I don't know it, guess what? I can put it back in the bag, right? And I can pull out a different question. So when the students go there, instead of doing 20 independent questions, they might just pick 4. I really think about quality versus quantity. Do they understand the basics? Can I challenge their brain a little bit? And can I extend their thinking? And by doing that bag system, it really does help those students to feel more comfortable. That is just one of the ways. And we also talk a lot about posting the answers. If you post the answers, the students would be more willing to go and try because they can go and figure out if they got it right or wrong. I never take independent practice studio for a grade because I think of it as a way to practice. If something I need a grade, I'll do it during a whole group day.
Perfect. All right.
All right, we ready?
Ready for you. Go for it.
We're into tech tools. Oh my goodness, I'm so excited, you guys. I love tech tools. And I know that I'm going to be showcasing just a bare minimum of tech tools because some districts have other different different resources that are all approved versus other districts. So I'm just going to showcase a couple of them, but man, this is my jam. I love showcasing tech tools. So if you have some more questions about it, feel free to jump out and ask. I will definitely be willing to help you. Today, we're going to be talking about Gemini, and then we're going to talk about how to use Cami to differentiate. Then we're going to use Edpuzzle, WeVideo, and then there are more tools to explore. I have a whole entire YouTube channel that you can go and explore and look at different tools. And I'll showcase just a quick snippet of my playlist that I have created for you. So let's start out with Gemini. First thing I always do is I start with my pacing guide and or my standards. So I just went to Lead Forward and I grabbed a standard and I copied it. Went right into Gemini and I'm like, hey, I'm getting ready to do a lesson. Can you help me differentiate this? So I dropped it into Gemini. Here's what I put in here in case you're not familiar with how to do the prompts with it. Again, time out. I'm using district resources first. It's just when I'm ready to do that next year, how do I differentiate? I will come in and get some ideas to go along with that lesson that I'm currently teaching. So each lesson should be about 10 minutes in length. Oh, I actually highlighted this for you. Have opportunities for students to engage, making sure I have that standard, copied and pasted it. And then I said, will you please put this in a table for me? Why? Because I like tables. They're cute. They're fun. So I had to put it in a table for me. So this is what it came up with. Not only did it put it in a table, but it put it right inside a Google Sheet. I now have this in my drive. And inside of there, if you go in and look, it says, here's a genre sort that you can use to help the students understand the different characteristics of a realistic fiction. What? That's amazing. So inside of Gemini, once you have that, I can now go in and ask even more questions. I can get direction cards. I can get examples. This has made my life so easy. This whole Gemini AI piece, I'm not replacing what I'm getting from the district. I'm supplementing it to come up with those little creative ideas, those little things that are going to really inspire that differentiation in the classroom. So I'm putting that prompt up there one more time so you can see it. If you want to take a quick snapshot of it, go for it. Because again, I said, can you help me construct 4 levels of instruction for my small group? Wouldn't that be great? 10 minutes in length, hands-on activities go with it, engaging the students. Wow, where was this when I was in the classroom? And now I'm going to jump over and talk about Cami. I love Cami. Todd challenged me over the last couple of weeks to go in and really explore Cami, and I really do enjoy it because there's so many possibilities. From math, where you can go in and differentiate the different math lessons and activities, to you can even go in Cami, take an activity sheet and translate it. Okay, not translate it. Let's high level it. So here's a Cami one. I found an activity from my district that students are supposed to read for social studies. But then I went into Gemini and I said, can you write this at a 3rd grade level? The exact same article. So I combined Gemini and Cami and I created an article at a 3rd grade or maybe a 9th grade reading level. So here are some things that Cami can do that can help with differentiation. You can add audio, you can add in visuals, diagrams. Oh my gosh, you can put in so many different diagrams. You could draw right there for them. And since this Cami is part of, not Cami, it's an add-on for Schoology. They talk to each other. I can assign a activity to the students and the other students don't know that they're not getting the same one. They just go in and it's just assigned to them. So you can differentiate the different activities they're getting and assign it without the other students knowing. And with that, I can even pre-highlight some of the directions or things for my students who are struggling, or I can have some enhancement questions. Now, I also realize that Cami can now go in and do some collaboration pieces. And I think that's really key, the whole collaboration piece where they can talk and collaborate together. So Cami is a really good differentiation tool, as well as Edpuzzle. Edpuzzle has been around and I have used it so much to really enhance my lesson. I love the district resources from ST Math and Desmos and Amplify. Those are great, and don't ever downplay those. But if I need to differentiate from my digital content, I can make a quick little video. And I can have the students watch a video on how to solve a problem, how to find context clues, how to X, Y, and Z, right? So I love Edpuzzle because of all these things. I can add in voice notes, I can chunk the video, and students can make videos right there in Edpuzzle. The last one is, oh, wait, I wanted to showcase this to you. I'm sorry. I wanted to showcase a quick little example of what you could do with an Edpuzzle for differentiation. So you could do it at 3 different levels, same exact teak that you're covering, but now I can do like an introduction, fractions, and real world. And chances are you might have a partner that you work with. So maybe one person does the intro to fractions, the other one does, fractions 101 with voice notes, or the other person could do like a real world with fractions. Still focusing on the same standards, still following our pacing guide. All right, WeVideo, love WeVideo, especially for that creation piece. You can do different video prompts. Love that. The students can go again, grab a different prompt out. They like it, keep it. If not, they can toss it back in and grab another one. You can do tiered research projects, scaffolding, tons of student collaboration. And of course, you can even have it go in and have checklists and rubrics that go along with this so the students know exactly what to do. WeVideo is a great resource, and I would definitely put that in as a collaboration piece. All right, here's an example of a WeVideo project so you can kind of see what we're talking about. So if you're differentiating, very easy for you to go in and say, okay, what can I do for my emerging, on-level, and my advanced students? And this was all about the water cycle. So the students could go in and they can write a script from a teacher video, they can do a graphic organizer, or they can do a whole entire video on the water cycle. Like I said, here is more resources that you can go to. And I have playlists. And I know the first one's up there is about the concerts, but yeah, I left it because I also enjoy going to concerts. And if you're a Morgan Wallen fan, you got to watch that video. It's pretty cool. But besides the concert videos, there are a bunch of different strategies, from teacher hacks to AI to projects to, oh my gosh, you name it. There are tons of resources. I think I'm close to 1,500 videos out there that you can watch to help you with differentiation and student engagement. Okay, we're getting closer and we're watching my time. We are right on time. We're doing great. But if you have a question, don't be afraid to put it in the chat box. Todd will stop me. He knows. So now we're going to talk about data-driven and action. What does this look like to actually differentiate? I gave you resources. I told you how to kind of lay it out, but nobody takes this next step. How do you do it? So one of the things that we do is we really work with teachers on using the data. In fact, one of the workshops I'm working with a school in the Sci-Fair area this year is every other month, I'm going in and working with the teachers during planning time to help them to use the data to drive their small group instruction. So formative fun is one of my things that we have, and we're going to talk a little bit about it, but I can't go through all of these. I'm just going to go through some of my favorite ones, which is just start collecting data. That's right. Do an exit ticket. Have the students grab a Post-it note. I have Post-it notes right here. And what I would do is I'd have my students, when they leave my classroom, go ahead, give me an answer, give me a thought, do a 3, 2, 1, something to show me that you understood for the day. And then when the students leave, they put it right there on the poster. And then I can use my Post-it note app on my phone to group my students if I need to for the next day. Just a little hack for you, teacher hack. When you pull a Post-it note, don't go from the bottom, because when you do, it'll fly away. If you pull from the side, it will lay flat. Just to let you know and your students know. Yes, that's a TikTok video. All right, here we go. And here is a free folder of Google Slides, Google Sheets, Google documents that you can use for exit tickets. So if you're not into the Post-it notes and you want to do a little bit more digital, you can go ahead and grab these different templates. And they're great because I didn't make them, somebody else did. I found them and I'm passing them off to you. And they are really engaging for students. It makes exit tickets just a little bit more fun. Okay, now that we've collected the data, at least through an exit ticket, why don't we keep track of the data in action? Like when the students are doing and what they're doing in the classroom, why can't I keep track of it? So what I did was I printed out my roster. You can stop with just printing out the roster and you can make your own cells. Or I did a little bit different where I wanted to add a little bit of extra to it, you know, changing my gears, right? So what I did was I sat down, looked at my pacing guide, and inside of the pacing guide, it tells me which standards I'm going to be teaching over what days. So on day 1, I'm teaching 3.3, 3.6 to 3.1. All right. On day 2, I'm teaching 3.1, 3.6. On day 3, 3.9, 3.6. The whole idea is that as I'm going through, I'm keeping track of the different standards that I'm going to be teaching over a total of 7 days. Now I can use this during a whole group or I could do it during a small group. On that day 1, however I'm collecting the data, I'm going to keep track of how my students are doing on that standard. So when Jeff was asked a question, he got it right away. He understood, so I gave him a 4, right? When Caden was asked the same question, he was really hesitant, like, I'm not for sure. So I gave him a 1. And the reason why I do that is just because I want to keep track of how they are doing over time. This is where differentiation comes in. My next step, when I'm ready to do a small group, or even if I'm doing a whole group the next day, I'm going to use that data to challenge and to enhance the lesson for my students. So if you went in and grabbed that little PDF that I put on there, you will have access to this template. And this template walks you through how to take that data I just collected and create a very easy differentiated lesson plan. So I start with my standard. Always start with your standard first. What data point am I using? I'm using a formative assessment. That means I'm doing it on the spot. What data am I doing it? And what's my outcome? Always start with that first because it's going to enhance and we're going to be able to use Gemini to get us to that next point. So now I'm going to go in and I'm going to look at the data. I have that data collected. So now I'm just going to put them into groups. My struggling group is going to be my red group. Who didn't get it? Who was absent? Then my next group is going to be my yellow group, right? They kind of got it. They kind of struggled. My next group, my green group, could be my on-level group. They got it, but I need to challenge them a little bit no more. And then my high flyers, those who got it right away, and I need to extend and push to the next level. So now, from just using my observation data, asking the students questions, I have put my students into 4 different groups. So here are my 4 groups: my red group, my yellow group, my green group, and my blue group. And the reason why I put percentages there is that way you can kind of understand, like if you're like, what does she mean by a 1 or a 4? Well, it kind of gives you the same kind of idea, like a 90 to 100%, what they've gotten, right? All right, we got them into groups. Sometimes that's the hardest thing to do. Now let's do the easy task. Let's pick a verb. What you're going to do is when you're working with your students, you're planning it out, you're going to pick a verb that matches the same color. So the students who are struggling, when you're asking a question or you're working with them in small group, you're going to pick a question from number 1. Your high flyers that you need to extend, you're going to push them to that create. You're going to have them design, modify. You see why small groups are so important? Because you can easily do that right side into your small group. Just change the verb. And this is what I did. Compare, modify, defend, and design. Best part is I didn't change anything from my lesson from my district. I'm just changing the verb when they come with me, work with me, my small group, to make sure I'm hitting their level. Now, if you want to extend it, you can go to Gemini and say, okay, I need ideas on compare with this standard. I have 8 minutes, 12 minutes, and it will help you come up with those ideas. So to compare the story with another story that you have read, modify this story, defend how the different points of view, right? So not only do I have like lesson ideas written out, but I also have how much time I'm going to spend talking. 15 minutes is my total amount of time for my struggling group. But I'm only gonna do 9 minutes of talking. And I know you're like, Marcia, you've been talking for 43 minutes. I know. But in my small groups, I really do manage to allow the students to do more talking and collaborating to make sure that they're getting their work and understanding the content. My high flyers, I only spend 2 minutes talking. They're the ones in charge of their learning. I'm guiding them through the process. When you do that, again, you're making a huge impact on student achievement and student growth by just differentiating. Change the verb. That's all you need to do. Now, on the document that you have there, there is also Level Up, that formative fun. There's a link that will take you to a blog post. I highly recommend sometime when you're sitting by the pool or hanging out at the house, go ahead and go read that blog post because it's going to give you more ideas to go along with how to really collect the data and use the data. It's that time. It's the time to do it. Gemini Gem Challenge. I sound like I'm a TV host. All right, here we go. What is GEMS? Well, this is a game changer for differentiation. A gem is set up right inside of Gemini that you can go ahead and customize your own AI assistant. So when you're getting you to plan a lesson or you're going through and creating something to go along with your lessons that you have from the district, you can set up a gem to go along with it. So this is the gem challenge. I'm going to give you, hopefully you have time afterwards. You can go and try this out. But you might want to take a screenshot of this. If you have your phone or if you want to take a screenshot, take this photo because it will help you to create a gem. All right, this is what I put it into the gem on Gemini. Hope to generate differentiated learning studios for my 6th grade science classroom. I'll be using Texas TEKS as my standard. That's really important, especially knowing which state, because it'll only pull information from those TEKS. The different learning studios will include time for the students to visit a small group. They'll have time to work with a teacher. They'll do independent practice, and they'll have digital content. And of course, I said, hey, probably an ed puzzle. So by doing this, and I saw Todd just popped up, so I'll give him a second here. By doing that, it actually created, hold on, I want to show you my gem. It actually created a place that every time I go to lesson plan, I can go in and it will create studio activities for me. So here's your small group studio for group 1, group 2, group 3. So how can I extend? How can I reinforce? Again, I'm supplementing starting with your district resources. Here's the independent practice activities. My favorite is those hands-on activities. This is where a lot of our teachers struggle with. And every time I put in a new TEK, it will come up with the same exact role. And it gave me exit tickets. Oh my gosh, life is so much easier. So a gem is right over here to the side. You just can explore or you can create a gem. You got to give it a try. It's so worth it. All right, Todd, I saw that you popped over. So give me something. What do you got?
Well, I was just popping in to let you know you had 5 minutes, but
okay.
the gem is pretty important. I mean, did you finish everything you wanted to say about that?
Yeah, I mean, it's just so easy to use. Like gems are just like you can preset it up. And my next session, I'm going to do it with all low prep activities that not only will give me directions, but it will also create a rubric for every single project. So those gems are easy to use, easy to implement, and it's always going to be right here. So I always have my gems. So if I need a low prep activity, it's going to have those gems set up according to what I was looking for. And I preset it. And in the next session, I'm also going to go through and walk you through how to really set it up to get exactly what you're looking for.
Perfect. And there was questions about Gemini. Do we use Gemini? Can we use Gemini? Yes. If you are logged in to CFISD in Chrome, we want you to use Gemini. And the reason being is Gemini, because we have workspace for education, there are guardrails around our data when we use Gemini. So it's so much safer than using ChatGPT or Claude when you're in the district. So using Gemini, going to gemini.google.com, highly recommend it. I'll be talking more about this throughout the year, maybe even sending out information to technology liaisons. I'm looking at doing a course I just got to get through the beginning of the year right now before we get to that, but highly recommend using Gemini. Another thing about Gemini and Google is they own the whole tech stack. So other large language models, they have servers, they're connecting to different places on the internet. Google owns it all. So all the data is very safe. They also regionalize their data. It's just not like out there all over the place. Your data is regionalized. Been looking into a lot of it, been going to the different conferences and learning about the differences in Google. And so I'm really going to be promoting Gemini a whole lot more in the year to come. But the gems are great because you can create all different kinds of things there, and it's just kind of like your little agent that can go to work for you on specific things. So
Yeah, like now that I have that set up, I changed my TEAC. All I had to do is copy and paste my TEAC in there, and it's going to give me a small group lesson, independent practice. It's going to give me future ready activities. It's going to really make my planning just a little less taxing, and that way I can really focus in on working with the students more.
yeah, definitely. A lot of good stuff, Marcia. You went really fast. Some of the people were like, hey, where do we get her slide deck? Here's the thing, guys. You can always go back, and she's been sharing out links inside of her slide deck, inside of her presentation, that you just need to go and type in and get that information. So it's been scattered all throughout her presentation, and you just might want to go ahead and watch that. Do you need to, you have an ending here for us?
I do. All I want to say is like you might have some like bruises, you might fall off your bike, you might stumble, but you just got to get back on again because getting to the top of the hill, getting to the end is seeing your students grow. That's what it's all about, you guys. And I'm telling you, if I don't have some type of scratch on my leg or whatever, then I just didn't try hard enough. And I think sometimes that's what it's like in the classroom because sometimes we just might trip, but we got to get back up and try something new and try something different. How can we get those students engaged in our classroom? And you have my contact information. Feel free to reach out and email me at any time. And I love working with Todd. Todd, anything else you want to say?
No, you covered a lot, and you appreciate focusing on the different tech tools that we have here in the district. That's important, especially with how narrow our tech stack is getting just because of the state law and all that good stuff. So I appreciate that. And we do have, I know sometimes people look and like, hey, we don't have this, we don't have that. We have a lot of software and a lot of resources that a lot of school districts don't. And so we are really blessed in that aspect of it.
And I'm excited because once you challenged me, that was my low gear, right? You challenged me to go into Cami. I'm really impressed by what it can do. And I really think that you're exactly right. If we catch even those 4 tools, Schoology, going in and using Cami and Edpuzzle and WeVideo, you can do a lot of differentiation. And of course you have Canva too, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And that's coming up in my next session where I talk about Canva. But I mean, that's all you really need. You don't need a long laundry list of tech tools.
Yeah. Well, and the more you have, the more you have to know, and the more you have to teach the students, and you never get to go deep, right?
I agree.
All right.
All right, Todd.
I'm going to give you a little bit of break. I'm going to give you nine minutes to go take a break. Don't get on the bike. Don't go mountain biking. Just 9 minutes. Go stretch or something. All right. So we're going to do a 9-minute break. I'll play the video. Guys, go get some water. Go, use the restroom. Get some sunshine. Send us a message on Twitter, and we will be back at the 2:00 hour for Marcia's next session. So we'll see you in about 9 minutes.
And then right-click the app and add to favorites.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities. In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge. Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference.
There is truly something for everyone.
Hi everyone, let's learn a quick tech tip on how to clear our cookies and cache. The reason why you might want to clear your cookies and cache is to fix glitches, update content, privacy protection, and overall improve the performance of your laptop or your Chromebook. Let's get started. You simply click your Control key plus your Shift key plus your Delete key, and up will pop the Delete Browsing Data dialog box. Simply go down and click Delete Data. Again, you just click Control key plus your Shift key plus your Delete key to clear the cookies and cache.
Our website has all the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write down the code and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the attendance codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 3 p.m. and you have until 11:59 p.m. each day to submit your codes for credit.
Did you know about the pen tool in Google Slides? When you are in slideshow mode, in the bottom left corner where you normally switch between your slides, there's also 3 little dots that you can click on to open another menu. Inside of that menu, you can click to turn on the pen. The pen tool allows you to annotate on top of the current slide that you are working on. The really neat thing is when you go to the next slide, the annotations don't follow. You can work independently and annotate on all the different slides, and those annotations will only stay on that particular slide.
The EdTech team would like to thank our partners. Due to their generosity, we will be able to provide some amazing prizes. Campuses at each level will be able to choose a prize package that best meets their needs. These prize packages will include student and teacher technology such as wireless keyboards, headphones, charging towers, and many different types of robotics. Don't forget to submit your attendance at the end of each day. Also, fill out your feedback form for one of these fantastic packages.
Do you find that you're always searching for the same apps in ClassLink? You can favorite those apps for quick and easy access. Simply locate the app, right-click, and choose Add to Favorites. You'll see the app you added here at the bottom of the screen. If your app is in a folder, you can quickly search in the search bar, click on the folder, and then right-click the app and Add to Favorites.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities.
In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge.
Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference.
There is truly something for everyone.
Hi everyone, let's learn a quick tech tip on how to clear our cookies and cache. The reason why you might want to clear your cookies and cache is to fix glitches, update content, privacy protection, and overall improve the performance of your laptop or your Chromebook. Let's get started. You simply click your Control key plus your Shift key plus your Delete key, and up will pop the Delete Browsing Data dialog box. Simply go down and click Delete Data. Again, you just click Control key plus your Shift key plus your Delete key to clear the cookies and cache.
Our website has all the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write down the code and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the attendance codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 3 p.m. and you have until 11:59 p.m. each day to submit your codes for credit.
Did you know about the pen tool in Google Slides? When you are in slideshow mode, in the bottom left corner where you normally switch between your slides, there's also 3 little dots that you can click on to open another menu. Inside of that menu, you can click to turn on the pen. The pen tool allows you to annotate on top of the current slide that you are working on. The really neat thing is when you go to the next slide, the annotations don't follow. You can work independently and annotate on all.
All right, everyone, we are back for the 2 o'clock session. All right, so in this one, Marcia is going to be talking about low prep activities for critical thinking. And this is important because we're so busy. We have a lot of things coming at us all at once, a lot of things that are happening. You know, one of the things that she said in our earlier session that just kind of resonates is here in Cyfera, we have great curriculum, we have great resources, and we have that provided to all of our campuses and all of our teachers. But there's going to be times when you need to differentiate, right? And so you're going to need to have something for students who need a little bit more help. You need something for those that need to extend. And again, we are so busy, we've got a lot of things going on, but because we're teachers, because we're educators, because we want to influence students and we want to prepare them for the future, we know that we need to differentiate. So having a way to low prep these activities and differentiation is huge. And I love that Marcia is going to share that with us today and go into it. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it back over to her. Marcia, welcome for the 2 o'clock. We're glad that you're here with us again.
I'm excited to be here. I love talking about differentiation and doing data, but this next one, oh my gosh, beyond excited because it's a hands-on learning opportunities, the things that those students really need to engage even more with this lessons. But again, you said, we don't have time. When do we have time to prepare all this, right? Especially if you're a high school teacher and you have 3 preps, or if you're a middle school teacher and you have 40 minutes and 2 minutes in between classes, right? And don't forget, you have to pee between those 2 minutes too. So what we're going to do today is we're going to share out some low prep activities. And I have a Padlet link that if you are watching, you are going to want to grab and use and utilize. Now, most of everything I found, I always give credit. If I did post it out there, I give credit and I found it for free. Then why I'm sharing it with you is that you have a starting kit, something to get you started and to get going with. It's not that you have to use these resources. It's just you're in a pinch, you want to know what it looks like, use this Padlet as a guide. So I'm going to be passing that along to you in just a minute. And again, the reason why I use a Padlet is just because it's easy for me. I'm not recommending it for anybody to use in the classroom. It's just easy for me to share out and to get some engagement. All right, so we have low prep creation activities. Oh boy, here we go. So in case you missed my last session, here's some more information about me. My blog post is at the bottom. Something fun about my educational career is that I actually got to go and work beside Steve Jobs at one time. I actually taught at the Apple campus, teaching teachers how to use the iPads. So that was kind of one of my big things as my educational career has gone through. And yes, I did meet Steve Jobs. I couldn't talk to him, but that was still my claim to fame. So I really do enjoy technology. That is my thing. So I'm going to be showing low prep offline technology. And then I have some little extra bonus ones that we're just going to toss in towards the end. But everything I'm talking about is going to be really easy. And if you want, like Todd said before, if you want these resources, if you attended my last session or you're attending this one, just go in and fill out this QR code or click the link. it's just going to give you some resources that are going to be extra in case you missed the Padlet link, or if you are wanting more information about something, just fill out the Google form and then I'll send it to you. All right. Because I know you're going to want all of these resources to remember when you get into going to school and planning for your activities that you have going on. All right. Last time I kicked it off by talking about one of my favorite things, which is near-death experience on a mountain bike. And one of my other favorite things to do, believe it or not, is roller coasters. Does anybody know where this park is located? So I've gone to this park every single year of my life. It's my family tradition. We go up to Cedar Point, which is in Sandusky, Ohio, the roller coaster capital of the world, and we go on every Father's Day. So instead of cooking out with my dad, I get to ride rides with my dad, and I love it. One of my absolute favorite things. And when we're there, I have 20 nieces and nephews, and we always start out on this first ride. It's an old rickety roller coaster. I mean, old wooden. Oh my gosh, it makes your head shake a little bit. And as we're going up the hill, our nieces and nephews get all worked up. They kind of go through this whole phase of like, oh my gosh, all they gave me was this little tiny seatbelt. Is this really going to hold me in? So they have this like shock phase. And then they're like in denial. They're like, this thing is so old. Is it really, are we going to make it back? Are we going to be safe? And I'm like, well, your other option is to walk down the hill. And as we get closer to the top, they all are like, okay, we're surrendering to this. We're going to have fun. We put our hands up in the air and we're getting ready to ride this roller coaster. And again, it's literally a seatbelt. It does not, I fly out of my seat every single time I ride this ride. Not on this first hill, but on this second hill, it pops us up and we fly out of our seats, come back down safely. But at the same time, what we're doing is we're building up confidence of like, we can ride this ride. We know what we can do. And before long, we're like, let's do it again. This one little wooden roller coaster, one of the smallest ones in the park, builds up our confidence and brings us that success that we're just like, this is going to be an amazing day at the amusement park. And you're probably like, well, Marcia, why are you telling us this? This is about low prep. Well, the reason why I'm telling you this is because you're going to go through these different phases when I'm showcasing this to you. You're going to be in shock, first of all, how easy it is. Second of all, of like, wait, how am I supposed to add this to my lesson? We have so much to do. Then you're going to be in denial. Like, if I give this to my students, that stuff is going to go all over the room. I'm going to lose everything. It won't work. And then you're going to build up this, you're going to surrender to this idea like, okay, it is what's best for our students. Even if I'm a high school teacher, an elementary teacher, or a middle school teacher, this is what our kids need. They need these like hands-on activities. So I'm going to surrender. I'm going to try it. I'm going to see what happens. And then, of course, you build that confidence. Once you do it once, twice, and your students get used to it and using these hands-on activities, then you're going to be like, okay, that wasn't so bad. In fact, it was very successful. So just like a roller coaster, this is exactly what's going to happen when we're deploying anything new in our classroom. At first, we'll be in that shock and denial phase, but then we're going to build up that confidence and we're going to have success. So always put that in the back of your mind. So today, when I show you something, take a deep breath and say, okay, I'm going to try it. I'm going to build up that confidence. I'm going to try it one time. I'm going to try it once in September. Oh, okay, October, I'll try it twice. Okay, let me do it in November. Maybe I'll do it 4 times. And best time to try anything new? In December. I mean, come on, right? We can really try to engage those students. So here we go, some low prep activities. Here is this bit.ly link. Oh my goodness, I'm going to give you some time to go into this bit.ly link. There are so many resources. So while I'm talking, you can start going through and researching. And I'll jump over here right now and kind of showcase that to you. So I'll put that link back up. Don't worry, it's coming back up. So in here is this Padlet that has all different example of low prep activities. See, I told you I'm building you up for success. We have choice boards, we have menus, and I broke it down even by different subject areas. So it's all going to be really easy for you to go in and try, even down to K1 classroom. So just some really great different activities. Again, these are all free and or resources. And I see that it says Jamboard there. If you have paid for Jamboard, great. If not, You probably won't be able to use it. But there's a lot of great resources here, along with today. If you would like this like little free little PDF printout, you can go and grab that as well. So this first column is where those little low prep activities are going to be popping up. So if you are like, wait, what is she talking about? There's extra resources going along with what I'm teaching. I'll put that link back up here for you so you will have it.
Hey,
So,
Marcia, that's the link from the previous one. I think it's taking people to the old
oh, it is
Padlet, the
Todd,
other Padlet.
isn't it? Oh boy. Well, okay, hold on. I can fix that real quick. All right, let me grab that. They want this one. I know. Hold
They
tight.
want it.
They want it. All right, here it is. Let me go find it. I apologize. That's two mistakes. That's it. I'm done. I gotta leave.
While you're doing that, I'm gonna talk really quick and share with everyone.
Yeah.
I know Marcia's using Bitly, but we're not using Bitly in the district any longer because Bitly is linking to they're putting an ad between the Bitly and the URL that you're going to. So we are highly recommending and we are using as a department Rebrandly. So
Oh,
just wanted to
okay.
throw that out there for anyone if you use Bitly's. For adults, I mean, it's fine, right? In DLC, it's fine. But all right, there you go. That's the
But
link.
well, thanks, Todd, for saying that because you are doing your due diligence behind the scenes of always looking for what is happening or what we want to make sure we stay away from. So that's good to know that that little advertisement could cause problems. So that's great. But yes, definitely. What did you call? What was the name of the website? I
It
missed.
was Rebrandly, and all their servers are here in the United States. And our cybersecurity manager was like all about it because they posted all their cybersecurity information and stuff. So it's one that we're trusting right now.
Wow, that's good to know. I haven't heard of that one. I learned something new today.
There
Thanks.
you go.
Family. All right, so hopefully you guys all got that link. And again, if you miss it, come rewind the video, come back and get it. But that one Padlet link has so many great resources. And the section I'm really going to be focusing on is the low prep activities. So while you're looking at that, I just want to talk about listen to me while you're exploring, is I want to talk about the why for the four C's. And the four C's are create, collaborate, communicate, using critical thinking, and I always add in connecting as well. So why? Because it promotes problem solving and decision making. Okay. Now I'm not going to get into the whole AI world. That's for another day. But a lot of this is going to help us to really, again, authenticate that learning. It prepares the students for real world challenges, adds in rigor, higher order thinking. I mean, these are all great things that we really want to add to our lesson. It builds confidence, and innovation. And it supports engaging activities for those different learning styles. And I think if we just look at those five things, those are the big enough reasons for me to add these in. I'll take on the challenge of writing this ride because of what the outcome will occur for our students. So those are my why. And I always like to start with a why so you understand where I'm going with this. All right. My other why is because of the age that we are in and all the technology that is available. And yes, we're talking about phones, we're talking about devices in the classroom, we're talking about when students go home. An end product used to be worth 100 points. You're turning in a paper, you're turning in a problem, right? You're submitting your work. That used to be worth 100 points. But now we are restructuring the way that we grade work from students to make sure that they're the ones doing the work. So the way we kind of broke this down is into four different parts. 15% of a grade is by brainstorming. I want you to take time to brainstorm, and I want you to show me your thought process. The next thing that we look at is 20% collaboration. The product that you turn in has got to showcase that you have worked with peers. Did you actually use peers to help you revise, to re-edit? Did you talk through the process? Did you complete the project together? The next piece is that revision piece. Go back and revise your work. Now, this sounds like we've done this all along, but wait to that end, that red arrow, you understand where I'm going with this. The next piece that we're going to do is the creation. What did you create from this project? The end result is when the students turn in their work, all of these points are going to end up creating their final project grade. When they turn in the final project, it's only worth 15% of their grade versus before it was worth 100%. And if you used AI or used any website nowadays, you're going to understand what I'm talking about. That we really want to make sure that the students are doing their work. So these low prep activities I'm going to showcase to you are all going to make sure that the students have this ability to create, to revise, to collaborate, and to brainstorm. Again, my big push right now is really just rethinking how we grade to get to those little different ideas. So here's our game plan. We're going to talk about offline activities. We're going to talk about some amazing board games that are easy to use and or you could take the idea, create it yourself. We're going to talk about cabinet finds. That's interesting. And of course, I have my Gemini gems. So we're going to talk about how it's so easy to come up with these ideas. Again, I'm setting you up for success. So get rid of that of fear and anticipation. We're going to take off on this journey and you're going to walk away going, I can do this. All right, here are some of my low prep activities. Now, we are not going to be able to get through all 12 of these. So I'm going to pick some of my favorites. And again, they're all inside of that Padlet underneath the low prep activities. Those are the different activities I'm going through. And if you really want to know how to do this, go to my YouTube channel. I have made a video for each and every single one of these activities that you can go and watch. All right. So my first one that I'm going to do, let's do caption this. One of my favorites. This takes zero prep time, and I'm going to explain. This comes from the New York Times. Every week they put out a photo, and you get to go in and kind of use your inferencing skills to figure out what's going on in the photo. So I take those photos and I allow the students to tie it to their standard. And this is how. Did you hear about the cause of the earthquake? Oh, they said there was movement on the fault line. What? There was an earthquake? When? So you can do some really kind of fun things. This is an end product of what the students would create. So let me show you how I would do it from the teacher point of view. So first I had to find a set of photos. I use the New York Times, but you can use anything. You could go and find them online, print them out, use an old game that you might have that might have photos to go along with it. Just find a set of photos. Then give the students paper for speech bubbles. The next thing you need to do is design a rubric and wait till you see how easy this rubric is. And then post the projects. That's all that you have to do to have a really good activity that ties to the standard that is low prep and takes about less than 10 minutes for the students to complete. They're collaborating, they're working together using critical thinking skills. Here's an example of a simple rubric. You can go in and create your own. I use a lot of different websites, but Gemini create a rubric for a hands-on activity that is going to be using photos. And it'll create the same thing. I just picked 3 things: content, word choice, and using critical thinking. You can create your own simple rubric. If you like this one, snap a photo. All right, now, how do I extend this to add more rigor? I can keep the project as is. Just give the students a set of photos. They go in and do the caption, but how can I extend it? This is how I can extend it. Day 1, I want you to do some research. They have to find a partner, they have to find a photo, and they have to start brainstorming ideas that they want to write about that tie to the standard that they're learning. 6 minutes on the clock, that's all they have. After 6 minutes, that part is done. Day 2, they're going to start to create. They're going to go in, start to design and create their speech bubbles. Then they're going to construct it, put it together however they want. Day 3, they're going to finish and record. How are they going to record? They're going to go to WeVideo and they're going to post it. So they're going to finish their captions. They're going to take a photo. They might just go in and put it right inside of the WeVideo program, and then they're going to be able to present. So this one project added in rigorous activities to teach the students how to brainstorm, collaborate, work with a peer, go in and revise to be able to do their final product. And it's a total of 26 minutes, but I chunked it so that way they're only working on one section each day. Caption this. Super easy way to really get that and students to get collaborating and working. And you guys, it's kind of fun, right? All right. The other one I always get questions about, I get this all the time. Marcia, what is a mini Zine? This takes one piece of paper. So I'm going to drop in and I'm going to showcase the mini Zine. I'm going to hit play on this so you can kind of see it while I'm talking to you about it. This is a YouTube video. The video link is right inside the Padlet. She's giving you an example right now of what is a mini Zine. And a mini Zine is a little mini magazine that takes one piece of paper. And she's going to showcase to you how to do it. So what you do is you take a piece of paper, lay it flat. Now, again, I'm going to walk you through, I did the last time about how to use it in the classroom, but I want you to just kind of see what it looks like. So she's going to, and I'm going to zoom forward a little bit faster here so we can kind of see, you're going to take the piece of paper, you're going to fold it, you'll fold it, and then you're going to fold it again. It's a hamburger hot dog fold. It's really what it is. And then one last thing you're going to do is you're going to cut. This is the critical part. So I'm going to pause here. You're going to cut between the two lines. And when you cut between those two lines, that's how you will be able to make your Zine. She's showcasing to write it with a pen so you know exactly where to cut. And this would be great video to showcase to the students. They had to learn how to do this. Give them ownership on how to make it. All right, now they cut and it will turn into a little mini magazine. After you cut it, you fold it, and voila, just like a little hamburger, there's your mini Zine. All right, now let's talk about it. So we want the kids to be able to showcase what a sequencing of events, maybe even how to solve a math problem, maybe like what happened first, second, and third in social studies, maybe a science experiment. You can go through and use it for any subject that you are working on. So just have to provide paper, give them the video, design a rubric, and let them go through it. I also like to display designs at the end because I think they're fun and the kids get really excited. So maybe that could be a little independent practice activity as well. So here's how we chunk it. Day one, you're going to build, you're going to plan. Oops, sorry. Day one, you're going to build, you're going to create on day two, and then on day three, you're going to finish and record. Yes, they should be able to complete this, but the thing I left out was how much time. Building and planning might be more like 12 minutes. Creating, this could be close to 15 to 20 minutes. That's a lot of different pictures. And then on day three, that could be about 10 minutes. So I'm sorry I didn't put those time amounts in, but that's how I would definitely set it up. I'm going to give them a little bit more time just because it takes more time to go in and create those. I'm watching my time. Ooh, we got plenty of time. Okay. I'm going to do a sticky brain dump. All right. The sticky brain dump is so easy to do. You're going to be like, oh my gosh, why didn't I think of this? I mean, come on. Maybe you already have. Maybe you've already done it. What it is just taking Post-it notes. And before you give an assessment, have the students create and collaborate, work together to come up with as many things that they can remember from that topic. So sticky brain dump, I do have a little PDF and you'll find that in the low prep piece. Go all the way down. It's got a little thing that you can use if you want after they do the dumping piece. I had brothers, so I automatically think like a, boy right there, right? But what you're going to do, sorry, is you're going to go and get Post-it notes and or just pieces of paper, and you're just going to have the students write down anything that comes to their brain. Set your clock for 3 minutes. Just write down anything that comes to your brain about the topic that we're talking about. And then they work together to keep adding to it. So here's what you do. Give them Post-it notes or the paper graphic organizer. Give them some sentence stems. This is important because sometimes they're thinking about lunch. Sometimes they're thinking about what they're going to be doing over the weekend. Sometimes they might be thinking about the weather. Who knows what they're thinking about, right? So giving some sentence stems to help them with the brain dump is a really good idea, right? Here's how you chunk it. On day one, what you're going to do is you're going to think and write. All right, find a partner, start to write down as many key things as you want. Set the timer for 10 minutes. That might be too long. Totally up to you. You might want to go down to 6 minutes if you wish. Day two, record. This is really key. If you want your students to remember the information, get them to record what they did. So day one, they went through, they laid all their ideas out. Now day two, they're going to go through and they're going to record what they remember. And it's just basically, oh yeah, this is one of my key facts. This is why it's important. This is why I want to remember it. And then guess what? You have a video library that you can use for review for later in the year and or for next year. So this one little activity can go a long way and it's kind of fun to do. It's 2 days, keeps it simple, gives you something fun. I'm going to do one more here, and if we have time, I'll come back. But a lot of these will make sense if you go in and you look at that PDF that I sent. The chain effect is using paper chains, and it really worked well in a health class. I'm going to just showcase that to you real quick. I'm not going to go into much detail, but it's just saying like what's the best way to communicate. And I love this because it's a health conversation, and they were talking about like these sign language, texting, email, what's your preferred way? And then the students went and did this little chain effect. They had to talk to each other. So it's paper chains. I think that was kind of fun and cute because I like that idea. And low prep cut pieces of paper. We got that, right? Graphic organizers, we definitely know graphic organizers, comic strips, postcards. This is one of my biggest go-tos lately is instead of giving students a poster, give them a postcard. And that's just a 4x6 piece of paper. And tell them to draw a photo on the front about what's happening. And then they have to write a description on the back. And the big kicker with the postcard, actually have them write their address out. That will be really fun. That might be a lesson in itself. So the last one I want to do is let's do some story cubes. Oops. Hold on tight here. It was linked to the wrong one. Oh boy, no big deal. We'll find it. So story cubes. I love story cubes because of the fact that when we're putting this together, it makes it pretty easy for our students to go through and to create little mini stories. And in that Padlet, we have a whole entire make your own story cubes. There's also a website, but I didn't include it just because I didn't check with it first, but there is a website you can do story cubes. But I just like making my own or having the students create them. So provide story cubes or the template, showcase examples, and then design a rubric. That's what you need to do. And whoops, here we go. Oh, it didn't pop up. I can go over. I'm sorry. And here is, I miss. That is 3 mistakes. That's it. I'm done. I'm just kidding. I'm going to the Padlet. I'll show you on the Padlet. Is in here on the Padlet, it has a story cube template. And I do this a lot during my professional development workshops. I go in and have the teachers go and create a story. So once they have the different images on the story cube that go along with the standard, they roll the dice and they create a story to go along with it. So day 1, create icons for your story cube with a partner. Day 2, make your story cube because that will take some time. Day 3, go ahead and roll the different dice to create a story or retelling or prediction that might go along with what you're working on. So story cubes, love them. They're very easy to use. And it's a free template. All right. What a great time. I love being able to showcase all those different ones. And you guys, there are so many low prep activities in there. It's just giving you some ideas that you can kind of see. All right. So here we go. We talked about some offline activities. Now I'm going to talk about some board games. All right. So I'm actually going to turn off my screen so you can see me full size because I went through my board games. Yes, I'm that aunt. Instead of getting on their phones, we play board games when my nieces and nephews come to visit. So I brought some down, some really fun ones that reach all different age levels. And I'm talking from 6-year-old to 23-year-olds have played all of these games and every single one was successful. The first one is called Ransom Notes. What I love about Ransom Notes is you can have a prompt. And again, we can use Gemini to go in to help you. And or you can use some of the pre-made cards, okay? So this one says, write the laundry instructions for a delicate shirt. So you have a prompt, but of course, tie it to your standards to be better. I'm just kind of showcasing how we play it here. Then each person has a little magnetic slate. Yep, it's magnet. And we have these, do you remember these when we were kids? They have like these really cool like magnet words. Do you remember having these? Well, the whole idea is that the students only have a set amount of different magnetic words. And from there, they have to come up with their own little directions that go along with how to wash a delicate shirt. Super fun. It's kind of like apples to apples when it's done. The kids all pass it in and they all read it and they kind of figure out who had the best example. I can really think about using this a lot for social studies when they are doing the different cartoons, political cartoons, and they could come up with what do you think that political cartoon is saying? So they showcase a photo of a political cartoon, and then they use the little magnetic words to go along with it. This is an idea. You do not need to go and buy Ransom Notes. You can just grab some little magnetic words and a magnetic board for each of the students in that group, and now you have a little fun activity. All right, just in case you didn't see it, Ransom Notes. Board games, love them. The next one, this one I found at the 5 and Below store. Upwards. And what it is the students had to work on creating words that go along with their topic that they're teaching. And yes, it does work for math too. Think of all the vocabulary words that we teach them. But what you do is you stack and build and create, kind of like Scrabble. But what's cool about it, you can see in the back here, is that they build up. It's not just flat, they get to build up and they build upon each other. Definitely do this in your small group first, show them how to play the game, and then they can go in low prep using some of their academic language that they're using. And it's so fun. It's a little loud, but it's fun. Attributes. One of the things I did in elementary was always work on different attributes, from characteristic traits to math to everything had to do with like, what do you notice? What do you wonder? What's the same? Game of Guess Who. Yep, $5 whole, low prep. What you can set it up as the first couple times they play this is just playing the game. Is it a female, a male? Does it have gray hair? Does it have glasses? Does it have a hat? You guys, this is one game that I think some of our students would really benefit from just kind of being able to say those keywords. ESL students, But then, believe it or not, you can go in and instead of these characters, maybe they're different presidents, maybe they're famous leaders, maybe it's the characters of your book. And it's really easy to go in and do. You just slide in the piece of paper in and out. There's templates for them online. Guess who? The prep time's a little bit more time because you have to cut out all the squares. Other than that, pretty easy. This next one was a big hit in our language classrooms, our high school English 1 classrooms last year. They loved Connect 4 and the kids loved it. In fact, even when I was in the classroom, they said, I really wish we had more questions because I'm enjoying playing this game and I want to be able to ask more questions. What you do is you have the different questions, maybe for a review day. We're getting the students talking, collaborating, and what they do is they answer questions. If they want a question, if they get it right, they get a piece in. They get it wrong, their partner gets to drop a piece in. Connect 4, super easy. All you need to do too is go on to Gemini and say, how can I use Connect 4 to promote a review day and see what kind of activities it comes up with. $5. Prep time, 0. Maybe coming up with the questions. This one you heard me say in the last one, Taboo. Taboo is a great game. You do not need to buy the game. I just brought it down so you could kind of see what I'm talking about. Taboo cards are set up in a way. Let me bring them over for you so you can kind of see where you have to, this one's saying granola. So, right, it has the word granola, and this you can't use the keywords that are there. So you're not supposed to be able to use health, trail mix, bar, cereal, or breakfast. But in the classroom, we do reversed. What I want them to do is I want them to actually use their context clues. And so when they are using Taboo, instead of not saying the words, they might say health. And if a student could get granola from that first word, now you're using your own set of different vocabulary words, then they would get a total of 5 points. If you had to say trail mix and they get it, they get 4 points. If you had to say bar, then they would get 3 points. The whole idea is that we want them to use these words so that they can kind of relate to what is happening in those key vocabulary words. Why? One time in a science class, they had the word ombre. And the girl that was giving the word, she goes, like your nails. And I'm like, oh boy, this is not good because now she's going to look for like your nails on the state test when they're talking about the ombre. So just to give you an idea, I love Taboo, but I do reverse Taboo in the classroom. Board games. Now's the time to go garage sailing, go find board games, go in and grab, even if it's missing pieces, you can use parts of it. If it doesn't have all the Connect 4 pieces, don't worry. Guess what? Chances are the next garage sale you go to might have them all. Just this week, I went and donated over 20 extra games that I had here at home that we no longer use. So I gave them to Goodwill. So don't even be afraid to go to Goodwill to see if they have any old board games that you might be able to use for low prep activities. So much fun, right? Todd, do you want to give the code right now so I don't forget?
Sure. Let me go ahead and do that right now. I'm going to go ahead and take over the sharing from you.
Got it. Got it.
Okay. And guys, that's the code for the 2 o'clock. I can't already believe that we are at actually it's 2:30, right? So we're 2 o'clock session and we have one more session after this. A lot of good stuff that you're sharing there, Marcia.
Thanks.
A
I
lot of
hope. I just want to make it easy for the teachers.
Well, and that's important, right? Because we talked about this before that we've got so much stuff, coming at us all the time, more and more. And so we still want to teach kids. We still want to make sure that we're differentiating and making engaging activities. And whatever we can do, whatever is easy to do, that's kind of where we want to head. So that's great. Good stuff.
Good. I'm glad. Yay. All right. I'll give him another second here just in case he might have skipped away for a second. But
Just
yes, I've definitely that Padlet. If you haven't seen that, grab that Padlet link. I'll put that link back up just in case you missed and you're coming back in. But how many people do we have right now online? Do we have quite a few or
we have 1,114.
what? Are you serious?
Yeah.
Way to go, guys. Way to
I
be
think they're
ready.
here to see me. I don't know if they're here to see you.
I know it is, Todd. Truck Rides with Todd, best podcast out there.
All right, go ahead. I'll turn it back over to you.
All right. I want to jump over. Hi, you guys, I really am into the different gems, and I want to end with choice boards, but I want to make sure that you have time to go and explore it. I'm going to slow it down this time, talking about the different gems inside of Gemini. So we have Gemini pulled up, and like Todd said, this is approved by the district. You can use Gemini, and it's your personal assistant. Like I sit here and think about these ideas, but that's the way my brain works. I'm a very kinesthetic learner, right? So I take a game and I think about how I can put it in the classroom. But sometimes our brains don't always work that way. So I created a gem. And the gem is set up. So whenever I'm looking for a hands-on activity from a standard, it will give me that information. So let's look at how I set my gem up first. So when you come over here to the side, it's going to say create a gem. You can create a gem. And if I were to go in and pay for upgrade, I'd be able to get more gems. But I think within your district, you'll have plenty. Okay. So this is what my gem looks like. Again, if you want to take a screenshot of this, great. It will help you to kind of understand how I do this. So not only do I want low prep activities, but I want to be able to differentiate. So this is what I put in, and I can copy and paste this and put this online or put it right inside that Padlet if you wish. So I can do that as soon as we're done here. So in Gemini, I want you to do a hands-on activity with the TEKS. And I said that I was an English language arts teacher for 7th grade in Texas. All right. I kind of give it a little bit more detail because every time I use this gem, I really wanted to always go back to I'm a 7th grade English language arts teacher. Each activity can be completed in as little as 10 minutes. Build in extensions for multi-day, add in rigorous projects. Remember, I'm spending a little bit of time here, so it makes it low prep activities later. And I asked it to do the following. Make sure it's aligned to the TEKS, make sure it's quick activities, make sure that they have some extension offline, and I asked it to build in rubrics to go with it. The last thing I said for it to do was, please give me printables, meaning if there's directions, can you print them so I can print them out? Maybe Google Slides to help the students and links if I need to. And again, use only the tools and resources that you have available with your district. All right, so what happened? So when I went into that activity or my gem, low prep activity, I went in and I just copied and pasted the TEK for figurative language. This is what I put in. I'm going to zoom in right here so you can see. All I didn't put any more words. I just went and copied 7.9, author's purpose. Put in the whole entire TEK. Copied it right from Lead Forward and or my pacing guide. And this is what it came up with. Here are your low prep activities that go along with it. Here's a 10-minute activity. Print out the figurative language cards. And it provided the cards for me. Here's my step-by-step directions and what the outcome is going to be. All right. Here's the different cards that go along with it. Now, the next one, extension on figurative language. This might take 1 to 3 days. Like I showed you, day 1, do this, day 2, do this, day 3, do this. Not a 40-minute class period doing a gallery walk, but chunking it so you can have time to do your small group. Now the students are going to go in and they're going to do some research. They're going to cite their examples. They're going to explain. Oh my goodness, this is going to supplement what you are currently doing. And it broke it down for each day. Day one, deep dive. Day two, creation and create. Just like what I just did. Gallery walk and feedback. They're building their gallery walk. Keep coming. Here's some offline and online options. The next time, oh, there's my rubric. Remember how I said that? And all I had to do is say export to Sheets, and it's going to go right into a Google Sheet for me. I don't have to do anything more than that. I can put it right into Schoology, assign it through Cami, whatever it is that you do, and now you're ready to go. So here is my rubric created from me because of the fact that I just went in and asked it to do those different activities. Now, of course, I always had to do a little bit of editing. I like to put mine in so it goes text wrap. If you're a tech person, you can play around with that. All right, let's go back. Let's see what else we have. All right, we have more project ideas and then some bonus activities. Look, Canva. Canva is a great one. And why did you know Canva? Because I said that we can use Canva. Google Slides, for sure. So next time I'm getting ready to do my next standard. So I'm just going to go and hold on. I'm going to grab a standard here. So give me one quick second. I'm just going to go in and grab one right from Lead Forward. And when I do that, I'm going to just grab one here. Hold on. Here we go. Lead Forward. And I'll show you what I'm doing so you know exactly how I set this up. Here it is. Oops. All right. Now I'm back in here. So when is a Lead Forward? Resources. Now I'm a 7th grade ELA teacher. So I'm going to go back down to 7th grade. I'm going to go to reading, writing. I'm going to pick my next skill that I'm working on. So let's say now I moved into informational text. I'm going to do explain author's purpose, 7.9a. I'm going to copy. I'm going to go back to my gem. All right. I'm going to go back to my gem. I'm going to start over again. Okay. I want to make sure that it knows that I'm starting over. I want something new. So now I'm just going to paste in my standard. I'm going to hit go. Because I took the time to go in and prep it for what I was looking for, it already knows that it's going to go and find hands-on activities that are low prep, that are going to help the students to collaborate, brainstorm, create, work with each other for peer editing, and then create a final product. How cool is that? I'm going to stop here to see if there's any questions, because I really think that this is kind of the easiest low prep we could possibly get because it's giving me all the ideas. I just want to make sure you know how I kind of set that up.
So Marcia, you have questions about like where to go to Gemini, and you're getting me all excited about sharing Gemini earlier than I was planning on doing it. So
Sorry.
I'm gonna share Gemini. I'm gonna share my screen really quickly.
Okay. Yes, please go for it.
Everyone.
Yes.
If I can find it, I've got so many tabs.
That sounds like me.
Yeah. Okay, so I think this is it. All right. So what you're going to do is you're going to go to gemini.google.com. All right. That is where you can go when you're signed in with your CFISD account, and you have the chats that you can do. You can do a chat or you can do the gems. What Marcia is doing is going in and doing a new gem. She's clicking here and then she's writing it. She's giving a name, and then all that instruction she's doing here. One of the things, I don't know if she mentioned this, but after you type it in, let's just say you type in your gem, you want your instructions, you want to make it better, you can click this right here, and Gemini will help you rewrite it and make it even better if you want to do that. You can also include on like a knowledge bank. Like if you wanted to upload the lead forward information, you could do that here, the guide. So it would have all of that if you wanted to do that. One of the reasons we want to use, yes, I want to close without saving. One of the reasons why we want to use Gemini here, and we're promoting Gemini, is you see this little shield right here in the text box. This is your chat box for Gemini, right? That little shield means that our data is protected here in CFISD. Now, you don't want to You don't put PII information ever inside of any large language model, inside of any AI, but they don't train their large language model. Google does not train Gemini on our data. And so our data is protected. And so that's a really big piece right there. And one of the reasons why we're promoting Gemini. And you'll hear more about that as the school year, just as we get into the school year. I'll be sharing out information with technology liaisons. We'll do a Schoology course and the whole deal. But this is really the AI that you want to be using. It's safer than ChatGPT and Claude if you're in the district right now. Okay.
For sure. That's great. I'm glad I chuckled because I use ChatGPT to help me create a gym. So I laughed. Sorry, I'm a ChatGPT girl, but I'm not in a school district, so it's for my own personal
Hey,
use.
I've done the same thing in my own personal, like I pay for different AIs, so I will use against them. I will use different AI prompts against each other. So
I love that. All right, we have a couple more minutes here, and oh my gosh, I still have a couple of things I want to share out with you. I told you I wanted to go in and talk more about choice boards. Inside of that Padlet that we were talking about, I gave you a bunch of choice boards. They are great low prep activities. Like they are really easy to go in and use. But I need to give you some little parameters, okay? We don't want more work for you. If you give a 9 choice board activity, you might have to grade 9 different products. That means they're brainstorming, there are different activities that go along with it. So I'm just going to walk you through, like when you're setting up a choice board, start small, only do like 3 activities. A lot of districts or a lot of campuses that I worked with inside Fair ISD, they really started to implement a lot of good quality choice boards using district resources and putting it in as a choice for extension and for those future ready activities. But what I like to do is like you can write a letter, a comic, or a collage. No, that I can stop there, and that's all low prep, all offline. I don't have to have any technology whatsoever. I could also say do a comic book, and that's the only choice I give, but you can do it on paper pencil or you can do it inside of Canva. That's a choice board. Don't overthink the choice boards because when you see some of these choice boards that pop up, you're like, oh my gosh, there's 9 different things. That might just be too much. And we want to keep it to the simple and to the point. So just really be careful by what you give them. Like this is a novel choice board and oh my gosh, it's great, but there is no way I would give that to the students. It hurts my brain. All right. So keep your choice boards that I gave you those examples, pick 1 or 2, add them in. And this is a great opportunity for you to go and use choice boards while you are doing your small group. Now I have one more little hidden gem that I went to. It's not a gem, a hidden treat that I have for you, but I have to go to my cabinet over here. So I'm going to grab something right out of my closet. Yep. You can tell I'm a teacher when inside of my office space, there is a whole bunch, and I went and grabbed it. I'm back now. Whole bunch of random stuff. Yep. This random stuff came right from my classroom. I have Jenga. Ooh, that's another great activity, low prep. I have all kinds of like little planks, right? And I have a box of just random stuff. In my YouTube channel, I actually have a video about this. And what I did is I challenged my team of teachers last year before the end of the year to go grab a box of stuff. All right. This is on my own device. I'm not using district. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go to ChatGPT. I'm going to go into ChatGPT, take a photo of this box of junk. All right. We need some low prep activity from this. So I go in, I take a photo of this stuff. I tell it that I need a lesson tied to whatever standard you're teaching, and it gives you the activity. It gives you the directions. It gives you what you can do with it. So I don't even have to go and buy anything. Literally just took a photo, snapped it, asked it to do a lesson, hands-on activity, less than 10 minutes. And I now have something that I can use and get rid of some of the stuff that's just been laying around for years. So utilizing some of these resources, that cabinet full of stuff, is just one really good way to keep it even more low prep. You watch that video on my YouTube channel, it'll make more sense. The last thing I'm going to do, we have 3 minutes before we get out of here, is I want to talk more about, just those different tech tools. So let me go here. Here we go. I'm going into here. The last thing I have that I want to share out, and I really want you to know again, these are a general. Does not mean they're approved. They're just general. And I know we have Canva. I know we have Video. We could stay with that. Maybe Slides Mania, but double check. But the whole idea is inside of that Padlet, I have this link that talks about how to use those different tools. One application can do so many things. Like a lot of people are like, oh, how can I create for math? And I'm giving you examples of how it would look for using creativity activities inside of math and even electives and even in science. So just giving you some really good online activities, but again, always check first. Make sure you can use them before you go and grab them. I'm only promoting right now Canva and Video as different activities that you can use, but you can, if you're outside the district and you are able to use some of these other ones, then it will give you some ideas. But sometimes we forget that there's a lot of great online creation tools that really can enhance what the students are doing. I'm going to leave you with that one slide again. And that one slide I want to leave with is I want to talk about just really making sure that the students are doing their work. And this is where I'm really making a push this year, is to think about how we can really, instead of putting all the weight on the end product, really encouraging brainstorming, collaboration, revision, creation. This is what's going to really help the students to be successful after school, in career, in college, wherever they might go, is if we can really get them to hone in on these skills to apply. But I do want to thank you again for an amazing experience here at DLC. I can't believe it's already over. Let's do another one.
It's over. And I got to tell you, the slide that you had up before, I took a screenshot of that because I really do think that's the future of education, right? Going there, especially when we're talking about all the things that we have available to us now. It's not just that finished product, the grade, and that's it. To be able to say that somebody has the skills to be able to accomplish stuff. And what that does, it really AI proofs assignments, right? We hear about that a lot in education. How can we AI proof? Well, that's it right there, because you can't send all that stuff through AI.
Nope. And if you have those little checkpoints along the way, I always talked about the progression boards. If you have those little checkpoints along the way, show me your brainstorming, show me where you collaborated with peers, show me your creation process. Then we're just making sure that the students are doing the work. Are they going to use AI? Yes, they're going to use it to help supplement what they're doing, but they are not going to be able to turn in the whole entire product. They're going to have to really use how they're using those skills in the classroom.
Yep. It's funny because adults will use AI for everything, right? Like we use it and we do all kinds of stuff. It's like, it helps us and makes our life easier, and we can use it for productivity. And it's like, for students, it's like, no, man, you can't do it.
I think that's the wrong way to say it. I think that we have to teach the kids how to, because the entry-level jobs are going to be now utilizing some of those resources. So we got to get them to be able to apply their skills and take it to the next level. How can you create something from it? So
definitely.
This is a whole nother day, a whole nother subject. But right now,
a whole nother session, Marcia, a whole nother session. We'll have to save it for next year, next DLC.
I love it. Well, Todd, everybody, thank you so much for having me. It was a lot of fun. If you need anything, you have my information. I'd be more than willing to help you guys out in any way.
Thanks, Marcia. We appreciate you.
All right. Talk to you soon.
See you soon. All right, guys, we are at 2:51, so we have about 9 minutes before we get to the 3 o'clock session of the first day of DLC, the last session of the first day. We're going to have Tessa and Katie back here in room 4 to talk about Explain Everything. That is the whiteboard, the new whiteboard on the AP9 panels. And you're going to want to be here for that because there's a lot of cool things that you can do there. Because you've been seeing a lot of like tips and tricks and things that you can do. There's some really cool things that you can do here. It'll be really neat. So we're going to go ahead and take a little bit of a break. I'll put the video on, go get some water, go get some, sunshine, go get a snack, whatever you need. And then we'll start back up here at 3 o'clock. We'll see you real soon.
All the different slides, and those annotations will only stay on that particular slide.
The EdTech team would like to thank our partners. Due to their generosity, we will be able to provide some amazing prizes. Campuses at each level will be able to choose a prize package that best meets their needs. These prize packages will include student and teacher technology such as wireless keyboards, headphones, charging towers, and many different types of robotics. Don't forget to submit your attendance at the end of each day. Also, fill out your feedback form for one of these fantastic packages.
Do you find that you're always searching for the same apps in ClassLink? You can favorite those apps for quick and easy access. Simply locate the app, right-click, and choose Add to Favorites. You'll see the app you added here at the bottom of the screen. If your app is in a folder, you can quickly search in the search bar, click on the folder, and then right-click the app and Add to Favorites.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities. In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge. Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference.
There is truly something for everyone.
Hi everyone, let's learn a quick tech tip on how to clear our cookies and cache. The reason why you might want to clear your cookies and cache is to fix glitches, update content, privacy protection, and overall improve the performance of your laptop or your Chromebook. Let's get started. You simply click your Control key plus your Shift key plus your Delete key, and up will pop the Delete Browsing Data dialog box. Simply go down and click Delete Data. Again, you just click Control key plus your Shift key plus your Delete key to clear the cookies and cache.
Our website has all the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write down the code and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the attendance codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 3 p.m. and you have until 11:59 p.m. each day to submit your codes for credit.
Did you know about the pen tool in Google Slides? When you are in slideshow mode, in the bottom left corner where you normally switch between your slides, there's also 3 little dots that you can click on to open another menu. Inside of that menu, you can click to turn on the pen. The pen tool allows you to annotate on top of the current slide that you are working on. The really neat thing is when you go to the next slide, the annotations don't follow. You can work independently and annotate on all the different slides, and those annotations will only stay on that particular slide.
The EdTech team would like to thank our partners. Due to their generosity, we will be able to provide some amazing prizes. Campuses at each level will be able to choose a prize package that best meets their needs. These prize packages will include student and teacher technology such as wireless keyboards, headphones, charging towers, and many different types of robotics. Don't forget to submit your attendance at the end of each day. Also, fill out your feedback form for one of these fantastic packages.
Do you find that you're always searching for the same apps in ClassLink? You can favorite those apps for quick and easy access. Simply locate the app, right-click, and choose Add to Favorites. You'll see the app you added here at the bottom of the screen. If your app is in a folder, you can quickly search in the search bar, click on the folder, and then right-click the app and Add to Favorites.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities. In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge. Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference.
There is truly something for everyone.
Hi everyone, let's learn a quick tech tip on how to clear our cookies and cache. The reason why you might want to clear your cookies and cache is to fix glitches, update content, privacy protection, and overall improve the performance of your laptop or your Chromebook. Let's get started. You simply click your Control key plus your Shift key plus your Delete key, and up will pop the Delete Browsing Data dialog box. Simply go down and click Delete Data. Again, you just click Control key plus your Shift key plus your Delete key to clear the cookies and cache.
All right, everyone. Well, we are back for the last session of, maybe I should stop sharing. That would help. We are back for the last session of the first day of DLC. So we're excited that you are here hanging out with us. I'm glad that we have Tessa and Katie. Katie is one of the professional service managers with Promethean, and Tessa is dedicated to Cyfair only. She is our education consultant. She is here in our department. She's always here and able to go out and do all kinds of training. And so we're really excited that she's here. They are going to talk about specifically the whiteboard and go into a lot more information about that. So I want to say before I turn it over to them, right after they finish, so when we get to like the 3:50 mark, I'm going to come back on and then just do some last minute information pieces about getting your credit and all of that good stuff. So make sure that you just hang around for that so that I can give you the information that you need and so that you can get all your credit, and it'll save so many headaches down the road. All right, with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Tessa. Katie, we're glad that you're here, and I'm going to it's all yours.
Thanks, Todd. So yes, my name is Tessa. This is my third year being involved with DLC and being here in my role within Cyfair. And in previous years, I've had other fellow ECs within Promethean helping me with my chat during these sessions. But this year, you guys get an extra special treat, having my very own manager within Promethean here with me to help me out in the chat. Katie, did you want to introduce yourself?
I'll just say a quick hi so we can get to all the fun stuff here. I'll be answering questions in the chat and then funneling these back to Tessa as well. So you all are in for a treat. So the floor is yours, Tessa.
Okay, thanks. All right, let me go ahead and share my screen here because I want to make sure you guys have as clear of a view as possible of what is going on the panel screen. So that way you've got a camera picture of me standing in front of the panel so you can see exactly where on the panel I am touching, but then also have a clear view of what is actually on the screen at the same time. So we are now discussing the new Explain Everything Whiteboard app. The old Whiteboard app that you might have been familiar with for the past few years is now going away, and we are moving here to this. Now, don't stress, the new Explain Everything Whiteboard app is everything that the old Whiteboard app had, plus just so much more. And if you created anything in the old Whiteboard app and saved it, then you can easily bring that into this new Explain Everything Whiteboard app as well, and then just continue to build on that with the new features, which is very, very simple to do. So looking at the new Explain Everything app, we are moving forward to look at this new technology. So just a little bit about myself. I have several years teaching experience before I came to Promethean. 5 of those years were within Cyfair ISD at Libi Middle School, teaching 7th grade science, which I love very much. So I'm very happy being back in Cyfair ISD and helping out again. I've got my wonderful husband, who is also a teacher within Cyfair ISD now. He had joined me after I joined this role, so he finally made it into the district, the good one that counts. And then we also have an amazing 8-year-old daughter and a crazy bunch of dogs, a beagle named Luigi and a boxer named Anakin. So craziness around the house, but it's good. We love it here. Okay. So I do have these PDFs, handouts, if you will, available. And this is a really handy sheet to have, especially during your first initial couple of weeks or months trying to get used to the new Explain Everything Whiteboard app. And I'll show you how to get there. So those of you that are enrolled in my Schoology group that I created, and I'll show you how to get there. So if you are not enrolled yet, if you go to Schoology and you go to join groups, make sure it's groups, not course, or else it won't work. Joining groups, if you type in the access code ZQ887XH3RW, B as in boy, 9, B as in boy, it will then tell you, hey, you've requested to be a part of this group. And then normally myself will go in there and I'll approve that. But since I'm in the middle of the session, the amazing Paula has agreed to help me go through and authorize those requests. So just give her a couple of minutes and you should be in. But once you guys are in order to find this helpful resource for you, you would go to the resources tab over here on the left-hand side. And then I'm going to scroll down a little bit to where it says ActivPanel 9 additional resources, and then Explain Everything Whiteboard app. And then we are looking here at the Explain Everything Quick Help. And here is the PDF that you can print off for yourself or just keep tagged onto your computer, however you want to do that. But it's a helpful resource to have on hand during your first initial attempts at getting used to the new Explain Everything Whiteboard app. So I really encourage you guys to access that and keep that with you just to help out. So first things first, if you are going to get the optimal advantage out of this Explain Everything Whiteboard app, you need to have a Promethean account, which is absolutely free, and you can sign in with your CFISD credentials. And you will connect your Google Drive or your OneDrive, or you can connect both. You can have up to 4 cloud drives connected to your Promethean account when you log in. And then when you have everything connected to the same account, then you can really start maximizing the benefits that you would get out of this new technology. So make sure you go to that one.prometheanworld.com and create your free account, and then we'll be ready to go with getting the maximum benefit out of this. So Explain Everything Whiteboard, you can insert a web browser. So the thing that I love about this new application is that it's really all-in-one kind of a resource. So you can stop having to toggle back and forth between different windows, toggling between Chrome tabs, opening up different applications or anything like that. You can have everything in one place. So if you have a website that you want the students to go to, you can actually insert that physical website into your Explain Everything Whiteboard page and actually navigate the website directly from there instead of having to just have a link in there and then click the link and then go to a different app at that point. So you can just insert the web browser directly there. The equation editor, as a math teacher and math nerd, this made me so happy. All the days that you used to have to say, hey, pretend this 2 is really small and it's sitting on top of the X. You don't have to do that anymore because you can actually make things work and show up like they actually should be showing up in a legitimate mathematic equation. You can do Google image search directly in here. No more having to go back and forth, say copy, paste, or anything like that. Insert YouTube videos right on here. No more links. Your math tools like your ruler or the compass, all those things are still available for you. Templates are going to be the big thing, and I can't wait to show you those. And then slides and infinite canvas. So the old Whiteboard app was famous for having infinite canvas. You can just keep going, keep scrolling up. Well, it still has that capability, but it also has the new capability of having slides. So think of Google Slides and being able to go back and forth between pages. The new Explain Everything Whiteboard app has that now. So you can really create just using one Explain Everything Whiteboard file to create an entire lesson for an entire day, or you can create an entire unit inside one Explain Everything file and just maybe have one slide for day 1, and the next slide will be day 2, and the next slide will be day 3, and it'll just have its whole unit within one file. So there's a lot of different ways you can use this to create. So what you need to do to make sure that you have this is to go into your applications, the flame icon here, and then go into applications, and then the update app, you would tap that. And if this top button is purple, that means you are out of date. So you might not have access to the Explain Everything Whiteboard app on your AP9 at that point. So to make sure you have access to this, you need to make sure that this top button right here is gray and stating that you are up to date with your firmware on your panel. Okay. Now, once you have that, the way you're going to find it is by hitting your flame icon, applications, and then when your full applications menu pops up, you'll see the new Explain Everything icon there, and you would just simply tap that and it'll open up for you. So just a quick look at the new toolbar. This top 3 dots, that's where you're going to open up a project that you've already been working on or save one. You can insert a file, all those kind of things. This gallery media icon, that's where the majority of the magic is going to come from. And you'll see what I mean here in a minute. The hand select tool, this is where you can move things around. You can group things together as one solid object. It's basically where you can move things around without having to write on accident. You have your pen icon, highlighter, math tools, eraser. There's different levels to erasers now. Your fill tool, you can now insert shapes directly from here. And then the #1 request that I got when training with the old Whiteboard app was, can I put in text? Can I type? And with the old Whiteboard app, you could not. But now you can. We do have text box, and there's a whole lot of different options you can do with the different texts as well. And then the cutout tool, I'm going to show that to you guys towards the end as well. You do have a laser pointer feature, which comes in handy if you are wanting to do a screen recording that you can put up on your Schoology classroom page later on. It's the students know exactly where you're pointing at. You can use the laser pointer feature with that. Your undo button, your workspaces, and then your ability to zoom or use the infinite canvas. Okay. So the first thing is how to customize your background. And if I hit my 3 dots up here, you can see edit background. So if on the old Whiteboard app, you really liked having a certain type of background because it helped you with students needing to be able to graph things on their papers or anything like that, this is exactly where you're going to find that. So you can see right here, if I were to touch this, that's going to insert that graphing paper in the background for me to be able to work with. Or I can just have horizontal lines if I want my students to be able to practice writing. And there are different spaces for the horizontal lines that you can choose as well. And then for my music teachers, you do have the music background that will have everything laid out for you. You can just then, write out a treble clef or bass clef on the side on how you want that to be. But music teachers, we've got you helped out with that. So that is how you can change the different backgrounds. And also, this is where you can change the background colors. So your students that have those accommodations where they need like colored overlays while they're reading something, you can use this opportunity to change the background color to whatever color is needed for them to help them read and help them see everything properly. So that way they're starting out on the same foot as everybody else and not starting out struggling a little bit, trying to look at something on a white background. So that's just another helpful tool that you can use with that. Okay, I am all about not reinventing the wheel. That is my biggest thing. You've got tons of already created amazing content. I don't want you to have to come in here and completely recreate everything. We want you to simply pull something in that you've already been using and then just add all the extra amazing things on top of that. So you can simply pull in a PDF or a PowerPoint or a Word document in here that you've been using, and then just add things on top. I know a lot of you guys are using Google Docs, and that's fine. All you have to do is go in there and tell it to download as a PowerPoint, and then you can pull that same slideshow into this application. Super quick, super easy. If you want extra help on walking through how to do that, please don't hesitate to reach out to me. I have no problem sitting down with you and showing you how to do that, but it's very quick, very easy. And then you can just simply bring that presentation in that you've been using for a long time into the new Explain Everything whiteboard. Okay. You can also look at the pin feature. So our pin, whenever we tap on pin, you'll notice that if I tap on the dot, I've got a lot of different density or thickness writing points that I can now work with. And also, instead of just having more of a pen type writing, I can switch it over to a pencil style writing. So if you want that look of pencils, or if you are an art teacher who's trying to show how coloring with different colored pencils or coloring with different formats looks, you can now use this and then use that as a writing tool on here. So you are not just stuck with this look or feel of a pen. You can now write as a pencil as well, which is really nice. You can have all these different colors. If these are not the colors you want, if you want to change colors, I would simply tap on one color that I want to change and then tap on it again. Now I've got a couple of more options. You know what? This still isn't the color that I want. Then I'm going to hit my plus sign right here, and now it's going to bring up my color wheel, and then I can really get customized with what color I'm wanting to write with. So it really leaves it open to whatever kind of artistic license you want to take on that. So you've got your pen tool, and right now we are going to take a second to do our attendance code. Mr. Todd, did you want to provide that?
Let me go ahead and get that up for you here. Can't believe that we're already at 3 o'clock.
Yes.
3 o'clock. So I'm going to take over your
Go for it.
All right, guys, there you go. So that'll be up for about 60 seconds. Don't forget that when Tessa and Katie finish their session, I'm going to come in just to go over a couple of things, just to make sure that you get all your credit. We want to make sure you get your credit and there's no issues. It never fails somewhere around March, the middle of March, that we get emails from people like, hey, I attended the DLC and I don't see credit. And we don't want anyone to have to deal with that, because that's a lot of pain, and a lot of the times it's like, okay, we need you to show proof that you were there, and how are you going to do that? So don't do that. Just go ahead and knock it out right now, like as soon as we're over here at this this last session. So about 10-15 more seconds, and we will go ahead and turn that one off and turn it back over to you, Tessa.
Okay.
All right, it's all yours.
Wonderful. Okay. So let me go ahead and put that screen back up for you guys. Okay. So the next thing is changing the view. So this icon right here is the workstation. If you ever were able to take advantage of the dual user mode in the old Whiteboard app, this is exactly where you're going to find that. So if you remember, dual user mode means I split the screen in half, and then each half of my whiteboard has their own toolbars. So this is a great way to do, you know, team A versus team B within your classroom, or you can do anything around that. So I'm going to hit this button right here, the workspaces, and then down here at the very bottom where it says split, that's the same thing as dual user mode. So I'm going to tap on that, and you'll see how my dotted line splits my screen. And now both sides of my screen have their own individual toolbars. Okay. Now keep in mind, if you're going to use this, you need to set everything up first before you go into dual user mode. So if you are going to put pictures on each side of the screen, or, you know, create like a sorting kind of activity, set all of that up first and then go ahead and go into your dual user mode. That way the students can't accidentally erase anything that you have placed there. The only thing that they will be able to erase is any writings that they put on while in dual user mode. Okay, so I'm going to go back to standard mode here and move on to the next topic. All right, so now moving on to the gallery tool. So if I hit the plus with on top of the picture, I mean, look at how much stuff I can do just from one button on the toolbar. This is insane. There's so many things that I can now add on top of my presentation that I have had for years and just add to that and make it even more incredible. So one of the things is called clip art. So I'm going to tap on this. And the bottom bar right here, I'm going to scroll back and forth. You see all these different options. Each of these is a different category. So if I tap on the buildings, now I've got different buildings here. If I tap on the animals, I've got different animals. So that if you just scroll back and forth through all of these, so like right here, I've already got all these different maps that I can use. There's a ton of stuff. And the great thing is I can add as many of these as I want. And then once they're added in, I can just change the size. I can, rotate them if needed. I can change the color of them if needed. So it's really, really simple to do. And another fun thing, let me draw something here and I'll show you an example that I've got. All right, so if I do this and let's say, pretend with me here, guys, pretend with me. Let's say that I just drew something that looks really cool, really artistic, and I know that I'm going to want to use it again and again in future presentations without having to try to draw it all over again, because maybe it took me a lot of time. So what I can do is I can tap on this, and I'm going to tap on my 3 dots here, and I'm going to say add as clip art. Okay. Now, when I get to my lesson the next day and I want to bring this thing back in, I'm going to go back here and I'm going to go back to clip art. I'm going to scroll all the way to the left to my pencil icon here, tap on that. And then as soon as I have, let's see here, add as clip art. There we go. Clip art. Oh, it saved the entire page. Sorry. So it saved the entire page for me. So you can see that once I bring that in, it's saved. And you can do that with anything, any drawings, any pictures, whatever. If it's on the screen, you can then tell it to save as clip art and then have that easily ready for you the next time it comes around. So let's say you find something on a Google image search and you love it. You want to keep using it over and over again, but you know how Google image search works. As soon as you try to search for that exact same thing the next day, there's already thousands of other things that have populated underneath that search, and it's going to be almost impossible to find that exact same thing that you want all over again. This is a way that you can save it and have easy access to it again when that time rolls around. Okay. All right, so inserting a Google image. So again, I'm going to go back here to this picture icon with the plus sign on it. And now I'm going to come down here to where it says Google Images. Now, this is going to give you the exact same search result as you would get if you opened a Google Chrome tab and did an image search through that. So you don't have to worry about getting, a lesser search result, or, you're going to get more over there than you would here. You're going to get the exact same thing, but it's just so much easier to do it already in-house and insert it directly from there. So let's say I want to do primary succession. And I really, really like this visual that I found of primary succession. So I just simply tapped on it and boom, inserts instantly. And then if I want to make it smaller, I'm just going to tap on it here. I can use the corners to reduce the size, or I can use my 2 fingers to reduce the size, move it around, make it anywhere I want to be. Really simple, really quick, but you can also get a lot of great stuff out of that. Okay. So that's a Google image search. Now inserting a YouTube video. again, we don't want to have to deal with links and then have to click out and go into different windows and go back and forth. It's just so much easier if we stay in-house. So if I go here again to my picture with a plus sign, go to YouTube, type in respiratory system, can search through, and I've got all of these different search results that I can sort through. But I can just simply tap it there. Boom, it's going to insert for me. And notice how I have embed mode toggled on in the top corner. So all of those extra videos and ads and distractions that would be over here on a website, they're not there. It is just my video and video alone. So no more distractions or anything like that. It is just the video that I want, and that's it. Nothing else. And I would just tap out to the side, tap back in here, and now I can reduce it. And then whenever we're ready to watch, I can just simply tap on this and tell it to play. And then you're going to get the audio directly from your panel, or hopefully,
Let it out. Isn't it?
Hopefully you guys have your Lightspeed system hooked up to your panel. If you don't, let us know. Anybody on the EdTech team, we can help you out. But if you have your Lightspeed system hooked up to your panel, now all that audio can come directly from the top cat. That's at the top of the ceiling in your classrooms, so that the students are getting that equal distribution of sound within the room. But that's real quick and easy how you can get the YouTube video added in. Now, the cutout tool, I love it. I love it because, you know, being a 7th grade science teacher, we did a lot of card sorts and a lot of different, you know, cut out little booklets, which meant there was always just tons of paper scraps everywhere, all over the room. And my hand was always hurting, trying to use the little pad for cutting things out, or using scissors. It was just a constant headache. And then, you know, paper budget right now, we're trying to save on paper budget. So anything we can do to just simply pull something we've been using for a long time and put it into a more digital format, but yet still get the same results out of it, that's what we need. So this is how you can still do card sorts without having to constantly print things out or cut things out on your own and things getting lost or torn up. We don't have to worry about that anymore. So this is the cutout tool. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to pull in an example of a card sort activity that is actually used within SciFair at the moment. Go here to desktop. All right. And here we go. So I just simply pulled in a Word document that had been used for a long, long time, but I'm just pulling it in here. Give it a second. Okay. So now this is where I can choose what pages do I want to include and which pages do I want to ignore. I do want these first 2 pages, but I do not want this 3rd page because I've got my own arrows that are going to be a lot better and going to make this a lot more legible to our students. So I'm just going to have these first 2 pages. Now I'm going to select how do I want these pages to show up. And by the way, this is the exact same thing that happens whenever you insert a PDF or a PowerPoint presentation. It'll give you this exact same option. Do you want to keep all the slides, or do you only want some of the slides? How do you want the slides to show up? Exact same thing as what I'm showing you right now. So horizontal on the current slide. So that means I'm going to get it side by side. I can have them in a grid, meaning if I had like 12 different ones, I would just have them kind of in a grid stacked on top of each other. I could have them stacked vertically, or I could have them have their own individual slides. I want them on the slide together. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say I want them horizontal. Okay. Now I'm going to unlock these papers so that I can move it around. All right. So here's how we're going to get the same cutout feel. All right. I'm going to do my cutout tool. See, my cutout tool is activated. And I'm going to tap on the top right-hand corner here, or excuse me, top left-hand corner. And then I'm going to drag my finger across to cover the entire rectangle. And then I'm going to release. And now it has cut out of the original presentation. Yeah, that works. I'll try that one more time. So my cutout tool is highlighted on my toolbar. Put my finger in the top corner and drag my finger across. And then release. and then it cuts out. See how that works? Okay, so I would basically do that for all of the different organisms in these papers, but now I've got all these arrows that are supposed to be a part of the traditional format, which is printing things out, cutting them out with scissors, and then I'm using that to create a food web with this. But I don't want to deal with that because that's actually pretty confusing when they try to, it's not very easily legible because the arrows will cover up so many other things, and the arrows aren't long enough to be able to spread the pictures out and make it more legible. So our solution to that is by using our shape tool. So if you see, I tap my shape tool here, and I'm going to tap on the shape at the top. Here's all the different shape options that I have for my shape tools. But this is the arrow I am going to use in the place of the arrows that were included on the document. Okay, so once I tap that, I'm going to now select a color. So I'm going to select blue. And again, if you want a different color, same thing where I just tap on it again. I have all my other color options, same as the pen color icon. You can customize from there. But I think blue is okay for me here. And then I'll just simply put my finger on the panel and then create my arrow. And there it is. Now, for an example like this, I would need upwards of 12 different arrows to create a full food web. I don't want to have to do that 12 different times. So I can simply tap on this and then hit this little stacked square icon here. And then say, oh, excuse me, not that one. The 3 dots, sorry, apologies. And then hit duplicate as many times as I need to get the number of arrows that I need. And then once I have all of the animal and plant cards cut out, I can kind of leave everything here, leave my arrows here. And now that it's the kids' turn, they're going to come up, they're going to talk to each other and move the cards around, put them where they're supposed to be, connect the arrows to the different icons that they need to be connected to. And they're going to talk to each other and use their resources to build this food web correctly. And now you have the opportunity to be that facilitator rather than the talking head that is more watching and listening for misconceptions. And then in that moment, if you hear a misconception, you can address it right there and then, but yet still letting them use each other as a teaching source to learn what's going on here with this food web. Okay. Want to stop here. Any questions so far? How are we doing?
Tessa, we're doing great. We do have a request to go back and see that dual user mode. So that could be, a great way maybe right now to model that.
Of course. Yes, not a problem at all. So again, dual user mode, you will find that right here in this workspace icon. So I'm going to tap on that. And then you'll get all these different options here, and you can play around with the different options to see if one of them fits you better than the others. But the dual user mode is found at the very bottom where it says split. And I'm going to tap on that. And now my screen is divided in half with a dotted line. And then each side of my screen has their own individual toolbar. But if you'll notice, the toolbar here looks very different from the toolbar when I'm not in the split or dual user mode. When I'm in the non-split mode and it's teacher mode, I have all of the options at my fingertips to use. But when I am in split user mode, this is more of a student-friendly toolbar where they can't add things that they're not supposed to add. They can't remove things that they're not supposed to remove. They are only given a pen, highlighter, their math tools like the rulers and everything like that, and an eraser where they're only able to erase any markings that they have made. They won't be able to erase any markings you made prior to going into the split user mode or dual user mode.
Awesome. And then Tessa, you're getting some love for the cutout tool. Just to reiterate, you can save these files too and share them. We got a question about, could you make this and share it with a colleague?
Absolutely, yes. And that's where having your Promethean account created and being logged into the panel is critical, because this is really unlocking all of those abilities that you would not have if you were not logged into the panel. And just to clarify, when I'm saying logging into the panel, ideally you're going to do 2 different logins per day when you come in, just for your panel. You're going to log in to the OPS, which is the Windows computer. It comes out, so like you'll log in here, like you normally would on your laptop, but then you're also going to log in down here, and you see on the bottom left-hand side of my screen how it says my name with my picture. If you're not logged in, that would say guest. And if you're in guest mode, you would not have access to all of those incredible features like saving this or sharing it to somebody else. You need to be logged in just like this, okay? And if you are curious on how to do the logging in process, again, there's a step-by-step PDF on my Schoology group, or you can simply email me and ask me, and I'll be more than happy to show you how to do that. But when this is done and I want to save this and I want to share it, all I'm going to do is I need to exit my dual user mode here, and I'm going to go back into standard. And then I would hit my 3 dots up here at the top. I would say save as, and then I can come down here. I can change what the title of my presentation is if I want to, but I also need to come over here and I need to select the drive that I want to save it in. So like I said, you can have Google Drive, you can have OneDrive, you can have up to 4 different cloud drives connected to your Promethean account. So normally I'm going to save this on my Cyfair OneDrive or my Cyfair Google Drive. And then once you save it, you can go back to your laptop and then write an email or send an email, or just select that share option within your Google Drive and share that file with whoever you want to share it with, and send it to them that way. But whenever they open it up, they need to open it up on their panel when they are logged in, and then they are going to get their own copy of that. So you don't have to worry about editing what you have already created. Anything that they edit will just be on their file and their file alone. So this also makes it a great opportunity to do your planning periods as a team. Everybody gather in one classroom. One person will be logged into the panel. Everybody can be creating and building on this Explain Everything Whiteboard app all at the same time. And then whenever you guys are done with that and you're ready to share it out to everybody, that teacher can then save it to her Google Drive or her OneDrive, and then send it out to the rest of the teachers on the team to be able to utilize.
Hey, Tessa, I think this is a really relevant question here. You had a question
Sure.
of, can a sub access a whiteboard lesson that was created without signing into the panel? And so, utilizing that internal storage, maybe just for those one-off cases, might be a great way that if they have a whiteboard file they want to share, and they don't want, of course, you don't want a sub signed in to your profile. Correct. They absolutely could use that whiteboard in that signed out or that guest mode.
Yes. So if you know that you are going to be out and the sub is going to be in your room, then you can tell this file to save directly to the internal storage of the panel. And then the substitute will be able to open up the Explain Everything app, and then go to the 3 dots up here, and then do open. And let me discard those changes. So open, and then they would simply do internal storage, and then they'll find it right there where you saved it and be able to open it up and use it from there.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thanks, Tessa.
Of course. What else have we got? Any other questions?
We've got one here. I think it might be easier just to kind of talk through this one.
Sure.
If you're using the Promethean as a screen extension from a laptop, do we have access to all the functions? I think maybe just a reminder that, you don't even have to connect your laptop. And Tessa, I'll let you explain that one.
Exactly. Yes. So we are no longer using screen extensions at this point. So HDMI cables or using Screen Share or Screencastify, that's no longer happening within the district, because there is an entire computer embedded into the back of the panel. And then you use your teacher laptop for all the emails and grading and stuff like that you would normally be concerned about accidentally showing on the panel in front of students at that point. So we don't have to worry about that anymore. All of that can happen entirely on your staff laptop. And then all of the educational things can happen on the Windows computer that is embedded here. Because as of right now, no, there is no way to access the Explain Everything and build on the Explain Everything whiteboard on your teacher laptops at this point. So we just need to make sure that the laptop and the panels are remaining completely wireless and separate. Now, if you are finding something irritating, like say that you're used to controlling everything from your laptop and being able to send things up there, I understand that frustration. I have many ways to help you be able to solidify that and join the two experiences. You just reach out to me individually and I'll be able to help you figure out how to be able to be comfortable with the situation, but yet also still remaining wireless with the district expectations on that. But the two things that I want everybody to really take away from this, if you take nothing else away from what I've talked about this morning or right now, just remember the two things that I want you to think of. If something is frustrating for you, if you think there's a better way to do this that would go outside of, remaining wireless or, following along with the district guidelines, and you're just really irritated with something, chances are there is a better way to do it. I just haven't had the opportunity to show you that better way yet. Because if I combine this morning session with this session, we seriously have only scratched the surface of everything that this Promethean panel can do for you. This is not all encompassing. Please do not walk away and think, oh, I've learned everything there is to learn about Promethean after today, because there's just so much more. I just don't have the time to show it to you today. So again, if you're frustrated and you are just, there's a better way to do it, but it doesn't follow the district guidelines, please tell me. I more than likely have a way to solve that frustration and get that feeling that you're looking for, but yet still stay within those district guidelines as for how the laptop and the Promethean panel are supposed to be operated. Just let me know and I can help you out with that. Okay.
Awesome. The only other question here, and I think you're going to explain it here on your slide, Tessa, but are you going to link this presentation, or do you have, any videos that we can access through Schoology? So tell us a little bit more about what you have available for Sci-Fair teachers.
Absolutely. So if you look on the Schoology page, there's lots and lots of folders. So of course, the first thing is to click the resource tab on the left-hand side of the screen, and then just kind of scroll through everything that you've got there, because I've created a ton of resources that are there for you. The majority that you're going to be looking at are going to be within the two different AP9 folders that have tons of PDFs, tons of slides, tons of videos that I've created for you that are all in there. Just kind of keep in mind that with the very recent shift that the district is making over to Windows 11, I am currently in the process of updating everything to match with the Windows 11 imagery, and some of the Windows 11 steps are going to be different than what the Windows 10 steps were. So if whatever it is that you're looking for that you would like to help you is not updated yet, please reach out to me directly and I can help you with that process. I don't want you to have to just sit there and wait until I am finally able to get around to updating that. So if whatever it is that you're needing is not up to date, just reach out to me directly and I'll help you with whatever that is. But yes, there are a ton of resources that can help you work around with the Promethean panel, the new Explain Everything Whiteboard app, all of that available for you to browse at your convenience on that Schoology group that I have created for you. Hey, what else do we have, guys? What are the questions?
I think that's it right now, Tessa. It looks like we have some people really excited to use some of these new tools in their classroom. So that's really exciting.
Awesome. Okay, so just on this last slide, again, this is my Schoology group code that you can type in just in case you didn't get it earlier in the session. Make sure you're joining group and not course. If you're joining course, it will not work. So you're joining group, type in this code. It will tell you that we'll get back to you shortly because we do have to go through and authorize. So just kind of give us a couple of minutes and we'll get to you. You can also put down my email address to be able to contact me. add that to your Outlook contacts list. So, whenever you do have a question or whenever you need me, you can easily get a hold of me. And then if you want any extra things that, something that I might not have put on my Schoology page, feel free to visit our learn.promethean world website. And there's a lot of other things available for you to look through there and other resources as well. But I believe we are getting around to that time where, Mr. Todd, you wanted to go through the directions for everybody. Is that correct?
Yeah, Tessa. So again, thanks so much, Tessa, for doing all
Of
this
course.
for us, and Katie for hanging out with us on this. Like Tessa said, you really want to join that group. There's a lot of great information there, and there might be something like, hey, can the panel do this, or can Explain Everything do this? More than likely, there's already something there, a resource provided for you, created for you, that will answer your question right away. So instead of like emailing somebody or whatever, like it's all in the group. And that's one of the reasons why we've created those groups, is because it just makes it really easy. So we've got the Promethean group, we've got an EdTech group, we've got the Schoology group. So definitely a lot of those there, and you'll be learning more about the groups as we go throughout DLC, and also as the school year starts.